Chapter 1681. She was too pleasing to the eye. Manager Himu had never seen a woman more beautiful than the Devil Master, especially her temperament. She was pure yet enchanting, enchanting yet charming. She had the innocence of a child yet the naivety of a young girl. They were clearly contradictory characteristics, but when they were concentrated on her, they were incomparably harmonious. Manager Himu almost couldn't move his eyes away. Although the original Mo also smiled, there was always an indescribable gloominess around her that made people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression when they were by her side. Now, however, that shadow was gone. She even had a bit of sunshine to her. Manager Himu finally remembered his mission. Devil Master, the courtyard next door, should we clear out? That person was a supreme god. He definitely wouldn't come back. The Devil Master did not find him pleasing to the eye. With that courtyard there, it was inevitable that he would be displeased. Mo's gaze swept over the courtyard. Her vision blurred, and she seemed to see him floating over. When she rubbed her eyes again, that person disappeared again. She was actually seeing things. He had been living there for the past few days. Every time she opened her eyes, she would see him. It had actually become a habit. It wasn't strange that she was seeing things. She felt inexplicably anxious. She waved her hand. I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. Head steward Himu nodded and left. Mo had nothing to do, so she strolled around the courtyard next door. She paused at the door for a moment, then walked into his room. She rarely came here. Too many things had happened the last time she was here. She didn't have time to see the layout. Now that she had the time and the mood, she casually glanced around. The layout of the room was low-key yet grand. Whether it was the screen with the fox painting or the small jade ornaments on the table, all of them showed the owner's taste. His taste and taste were extraordinarily elegant. She vaguely felt that the layout here was familiar. Even the gums behind the screen looked familiar. It was as if she had lived in a place like this before. She walked over and sat on the gums. In a daze, she seemed to see a man and a woman rolling on the gums and kissing. The kiss was so passionate that she almost wanted to go to bed. Hey, Guru, you still haven't given me an explanation. I don't want to have an unclear relationship with you. The woman finally pushed the man away. Shuama, hurry up and level up. The man's voice was hoarse, as if he was holding something back. Finally, he let go of the woman. The woman turned around and sat up. Her face was as red as rouge. All right. You should leave quickly. My small temple can't accommodate a big bodhisattva like you. Then how about you go to my main hall? My temple is big enough to accommodate you. Go to your main hall? All right, give me a corresponding position. The temple is so big. It shouldn't be a problem for me to sit next to you, right? The woman giggled, almost hanging on the man's arm. The intimacy between them was obvious. It depends on your performance. The man replied to her and raised his hand to rub her head. I will definitely rise to level 8 within 2 years. The woman was full of confidence. Let's wait and see. Mo's heart skipped a beat. The hand that was stroking the gums trembled, and the illusion disappeared. The man just now should be Shun Julie, and the woman looked like herself. She subconsciously touched her face again. That woman's appearance was almost exactly the same as her current appearance. Chapter 1682. The only difference was the cinnabar mole on her forehead. Shuama's cinnabar mole was in the shape of a snowflake, while hers was in the shape of a cloud. Shuama. Could it be that her name was Shuama before she was reborn? She actually had such a deep entanglement with Shun Julie, and the layout of this house was really similar to the layout of the side hall she saw in the illusion. In other words, this house was decorated according to Shuama's original residence. It seemed that he was very infatuated with Shuama, and Shuama's love for him was also very obvious. But why did they separate? She suddenly felt a little flustered. She didn't know why, but whenever she thought about what happened before she was reborn, she subconsciously wanted to escape, as if there was a terrible thing hidden in it that she had to forget at all costs. She touched her chest with her fingers and could feel a magic seal there. It should be a memory that was sealed. The memory that made her use this kind of magic to seal must not be a good memory. She better not think about it. She didn't want to make things difficult for herself. And to break this seal, she had to pay a huge price. It would take her 3/4 of her magic power. It wasn't worth it. She didn't want to think about it anymore. She stood up and looked at everything in the room. It seemed to be filled with the aura of Shun Julie and Xiuma, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. She waved her sleeve and a red light flashed. Everything in the room disappeared. She had directly moved it to another dimension. The room was empty. She couldn't see anything anymore. There was no aura that he used to live here. She sighed slightly and walked out of the room. She saw the heavenly fire flower blooming in the flower bed. It stood there alone, with layers of petals stretched out and swaying in the breeze. Imo bent her fingers. She subconsciously wanted to destroy the flower that he had personally planted here. Suddenly, the image of him desperately protecting this flower flashed in her mind. Her fingertips stiffened and she couldn't cast the magic spell. Forget it. It's just a flower. It doesn't matter if it grows here. There's no need to destroy it so cleanly. Whether it lives or dies depends on its luck. She turned and walked out. The swing was still the same swing, and the grass was still the same grass. Imo swung gently on the swing. Not far away, the children were still playing. Everything returned to normal. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. The only thing that had changed was her state of mind, and of course, her appearance. She looked at the children and suddenly felt a little irritated. She missed little Nienma. Time flowed like water. It had been more than 2 months since Shun Julie brought the children back to Brahma Palace. Since that time, she hadn't seen them even once. In the past 2 months, she had participated in the Flower Appreciation Festival organized by the Celestial World. She was the Devil Master, so of course she was invited. Now the 4 seas are at peace, and the 6 realms are at peace. The Flower Appreciation Banquet held in the immortal world was just a way to bond with each other, just like the cocktail parties held by the upper class in modern times. The Flower Appreciation Festival was extraordinarily grand. The leaders of the 6 realms gave the immortal realm a lot of face, and almost all of them attended. Originally, Imo wasn't interested in these kinds of invitations. She had received all kinds of invitations before, but she had rejected them all without hesitation. However, this time, she was probably too bored, so she unexpectedly agreed to attend. She thought that she would meet Shun Julie and his son at the Flower Appreciation Festival. Chapter 1683. Of course, she did not expect to meet Shun Julie. Both of them were born to be enemies. It was already fortunate that they did not fight when they met. It was better for them to meet as little as possible. She mainly missed little Nienma. The little guy had only been with her for slightly more than a month, but she could not let go of him. When she slept at night, she thought that the pillow next to her was him and hugged it in her arms. After all, the pillow was dead, so she could not feel it. She even had insomnia several times because of this. General Manager Heimu was a very considerate person. He actually got her a child who was about the same age as Nienma. The child looked very cute, but when she hugged the child, she could not feel the same way as when she hugged little Nienma. There was a strong sense of strangeness. She felt very awkward when she hugged the child, so she asked General Manager Heimu to send the child away. General Manager Heimu did not give up. He searched everywhere for such a small child and sent it to her so that she could feel it again. However, she did not feel it. Instead, she became more and more annoyed. In the end, she scolded General Manager Heimu and finally stopped him from sending the child away. She thought that she was just not used to it. Time was the best medicine to cure everything. As time went by, she would probably get used to it. However, she did not expect that she was getting more and more uncomfortable. In the end, she finally admitted that she missed her child. She missed little Nienma. There were a few times when she wanted to go to Fanteon Palace, but when she thought of the harsh words she said before she left, she did not want to go anymore. Since she had already gone her separate ways with that person, what was the point of always thinking about his child? She did not see little Nienma at the Flower Appreciation Festival because Shun Julie did not go at all. She knew from the little immortals that the gate of Fanteon Palace had been closed for the past 2 months. Even when the Celestial Emperor personally came to visit, he did not see anyone. The gate was not even open. If it were not for the faint white light emitted by the Divine Lord living in Phanteon Palace. The Celestial Emperor would have thought that the Divine Lord had run away with her son. Of course, the Celestial Emperor wanted to invite the Divine Lord to this Flower Appreciation Festival, but she did not give him face at all. Since Imo did not see little Nienma, he felt that the Flower Appreciation Festival was rather boring. Hence, he went back after hanging around for a while. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. She felt that her longing for little Nienma was increasing day by day. She could not bring herself to do anything. Reporting to the Devil Master, the Demon King has come to visit. Chief Steward Himu reported to her. Let him in, Imo ordered. The Demon King was naturally Shueilon. His red robe was like a raging fire. When he stood there, he looked like a big red flower blooming on the grass. It was quite refreshing. Recently, he often visited Imo Palace and had already become a frequent visitor. When it came to talking, he was very good at grasping the boundaries. When he saw that Imo was getting impatient, he would take the initiative to leave. He would not bother her, and he would not come every day. Basically, he would come every 3 to 5 days. He had a lot of skills. He played the guqin well, and he knew how to behave. He was also humorous and witty. He often told her some interesting things that happened in the 6 realms recently. It helped her a lot to relieve her loneliness. Shueilon came in with a happy face. When he saw Gushijio sitting on the swing, he smiled. Momo, are you bored? Let's go out and have some fun, shall we? Imo paused on the swing. She seemed to have been a little more indoors recently. Chapter 1684. Imo paused on the swing. She did seem to be staying at home recently. It was good to go out and play. If she didn't go out soon, she felt like she would be bored out of her wits. Okay. She jumped down from the swing. Where are we going? How about the human world? Shueilon suggested. Imo frowned and subconsciously shook her head. No, she didn't know why, but she had some resistance to the human world. Then go to our demon world? Recently, the flowers in the demonic pond suddenly bloomed. They're very beautiful. Hey, don't the flowers in the pond only bloom once every 1,000 years? I heard that they bloomed once 3 years ago. Why are they blooming again now? There must be something wrong. Devil Master, we're demons to begin with. Maybe they bloomed earlier under the nourishment of your magic power? Shueilon's smile was even more seductive than the flowers. Why don't we go take a look? Maybe they'll feel your aura and bloom even more fiercely. Shueilon, you become much smoother recently. Imo glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Shueilon looked at her with a smile, his eyes flashing. No, it's not smooth talking. It's my sincerity to the Devil Master. How about it? Do you want to go? Let's go. Imo was straightforward. She wanted to see how beautiful the flowers that didn't bloom according to the rules were. Shueilon's eyes immediately curved. He bowed and extended his hand towards her. How about letting this little Wong lead the way for Devil Master? He acted like a servant asking the Empress Dowager to rise. Imo burst out laughing. A smile to topple a city, another smile to topple a country. Shueilon looked at her and couldn't help but recite 2 lines of a poem. Imo faintly felt that the 2 lines of the poem were familiar. She asked, you know how to drop books. Where did you learn them? Learn from you. Shueilon subconsciously blurted out these 2 words. Just as he was about to say, learn from you, he suddenly remembered something and changed his words. It's very normal to learn from you. As for these 2 lines of poetry, I accidentally came across them. All right, let's go. If we're late, the flower might have wilted. Just as he said this, a commotion suddenly came from the front yard. In the distance, a huge creature swooped down toward Imo Palace. Imo raised his head subconsciously. When he saw the huge creature, his expression changed. The behemoth was the size of a house and looked like a pig without a head. It had 2 pairs of fleshy wings, and its entire body was pink. It looked extremely strange. Primordial beast, chaos. At this moment, the guards in Imo Palace were already alarmed. Seeing that primal chaos was charging towards Imo Palace with the force of a thunderbolt, they all flew up to stop it. Some used their magic treasures, some used their spells, and some used their weapons. It smashed toward the primal chaos. Dun did not slow down at all. There seemed to be a protective shield around its body. All the magic treasures, spells, and weapons bounced off before they could even touch its body. It was extraordinarily powerful. General Manager Himu's expression changed. He was about to mobilize the troops. IMO raised her hand. Pass down my order. Don't attack. Let it in. She recognized Dun. She had seen it in Fanteon Palace before. However, at that time, it was only a stone statue and had not been activated. Although head steward Himu was worried, he still obeyed her words and sent a signal to her. Only then did the guards open a path for Dun. Almost in the blink of an eye, Dun arrived at the back garden. It folded its wings and landed. Almo's heart thumped wildly. He looked up. Mother! A tender voice sounded from Dun's back. Following the voice, a boy flew down and pounced directly at IMO. Chapter 1685. Nianma. IMO immediately hugged him. As soon as the soft little body was in her arms, IMO's heart beat wildly, as if it had fallen into a warm pool of water. She was indescribably satisfied. That child was Nianma. She had not seen him for nearly 3 months, and he had grown a lot. He used to look like a 1-year-old, but now he looked like a 3-year-old. His black hair was hanging down, and his little lips were red. His eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits, especially his red robe, which was as dazzling as the fire. He looked like a red boy in a painting. IMO could not help but raise her hand to touch his arms and legs. She felt that the little guy had become much stronger. The little guy used to be made of crystal. Although it was beautiful, it was easy to break. Now, it seemed to be made of white jade. His skin was delicate, smooth, and strong. Mother, I missed you so much. Nianma probably missed her very much. As soon as he was in her arms, he generously kissed IMO on the face. When she hugged the little guy again, all the gloominess in IMO's heart was swept away. She also kissed her son on the face. Mother missed you too. The mother and son pair were being affectionate, leaving Shui Ilan hanging to the side. Shui Ilan looked at the scene in silence. He looked at Nianma and did not know what to say for a moment. It was the first time he saw Nianma. The last time they met, this kid was still in the stone. Nianma looked like his father. He was almost a copy of Julie's appearance, but their personalities were poles apart. Mother, you have become much prettier. Nianma looked at his mother carefully with his big eyes. It was the first time he saw his mother as a grown-up, but it was not strange because she looked closer to the person that his father had painted. The little guy was very sweet. IMO could not help but rub his head. You have grown a lot too. She then looked at Dun, who had become smaller not far away. You can even control it. Of course, Mother. I have all the 8 mythological beasts, and they all listen to me. Nianma was proud. IMO's eyes flickered. It had only been 3 months since they last saw each other, but the little fellow's skills had simply increased by leaps and bounds. Just now, when he leaped into the air, it was already a strength that even the experts of the immortal world might not be able to achieve. Shui Ilan, who had been ignored for a long time, finally spoke. IMO, why don't we go out and play together? I'm not going. IMO refused without hesitation. His eyes were still fixed on Nianma's face. Shui Ilan was speechless. He paused for a moment and said, Do you miss Nianma? We can bring him along. He's a boy, and he's been cooped up in Fanteon Palace all this time. Now that he's finally out, do you want him to be cooped up in Fanteon Palace? It's better for children to go out and see more. IMO immediately asked his son, Nianma, do you want to go out and play? Nianma looked at her and then looked at Shui Ilan. His eyes flashed. Nianma wants to go out. However, I only want to go out with my mother. I don't want anyone else. Shui Ilan's lips twitched. He faintly felt that something was wrong. When he was about to speak, IMO had already waved at him. Shui Ilan, go and see the demonic flowers by yourself. He lowered his head and asked his son, Where do you want to go? The mortal world. Nianma answered with 2 words. Good. Then, let's go to the mortal world. Shui Ilan was speechless. Devil Lord, can you have some integrity? You can't have a son, and everything will be fine. He was about to remind IMO, but unexpectedly, The little boy in her arms glanced at him with his big eyes and asked very innocently, "Mother, why is this uncle still here?" Chapter 1686. So, Amo also looked at him and asked with some surprise, "Do you still have something to do? Haven't you left yet?" "Shwet Ilan," he dryly exhorted. "Then you should be careful and have fun." Then he left with a little heart that was almost hurt. His back looked a little bleak. In the boundless mortal world, everyone was busy. The streets were paved with blue stones. Rows of buildings, hawkers, and pedestrians hurriedly walked along the street. It was different from the high and mighty celestial world, and also different from the unrestrained prosperity of the Devil Kingdom. This place was more down to earth. Imo and Shun Yinma walked on the street. Everything around them seemed familiar yet strange. Hun Dun had turned into the shape of a little pig and swaggered beside Shun Yinma. From time to time, it attracted the attention of others. In the city where they came from, there were many pet beasts, but most of them were ferocious beasts, such as wolves, bears, tigers, and leopards. Each one was more majestic than the other. Only the mother and daughter were accompanied by a miniature version of a little pig. The mother and daughter were very good-looking. With such a little pig beside them, the number of people who turned to look at them was 100%. Many people were stunned by them. Some even began to follow them from afar. Soon, people found that the little pig was different. The little pig was more delicate than the ordinary pigs. It had double eyelids, big eyes, and long eyelashes. When it looked at people, it even blinked. This little pig was very arrogant. It raised its head high, and even its little tail, which was supposed to be a question mark, stood up like an antenna. What was more strange was that when the ferocious beasts passed by with their masters saw the pig, their bodies trembled like sifting chaff. They were almost paralyzed on the spot, and their masters could not pull them up. It wasn't until the mother and daughter pair and the piglet had gone far away that those ferocious beasts struggled to get up in fear. However, they no longer dared to walk in the same direction. Almost all of them turned around and ran back. For a moment, there was quite a bit of chaos on the street. Shin Yinma certainly knew that it was caused by Hun Dun. He patted the little pig's head and said, "Little Zhu, keep a low profile." Hun Dun was crying. It was a dignified mythological beast, but it had turned into a pig. Was it not low-key enough? However, since it was the little master's order, it naturally had to obey unconditionally. Thus, it lowered its tail that was raised high and deliberately coiled it into a question mark. It blinked its eyes and asked, "Like this?" Shin Yinma nodded. "Yes, I feel much better." Imo raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. A mythological beast that could turn the world upside down was as obedient as a kitten in front of Shin Yinma. She had already talked to Shin Yinma. She knew that he had been diligently cultivating in the Fanteon Palace for the past 3 months. He would wake up in the morning and memorize books for 2 hours. After memorizing the books, he would go to cultivate. In the afternoon or at night, he would wake up a mythological beast. Not only that, he also had to master the key points of raising the mythological beasts and make them truly obey him. Little Nyenma had been very busy for the past 3 months. This was because these divine beasts all had their own bad tempers. Some of them were full of childlike innocence, such as this Hun Dun. Some were tall and mighty, such as Cheongqi. There were also those who smiled and pretended to be very talented, but were actually full of evil tricks, such as Lao AI. Little Nyenma had to guide them according to their temperament to truly control them. Shenjuli was very strict with him. Every day, he personally supervised him to practice. He could not be careless. After all, children were playful. Sometimes, when little Nyenma was tired of practicing, he would throw a tantrum and slack off. Chapter 1687. After all, children were playful. Sometimes, when little Nyenma was tired of practicing, he would throw a tantrum and slack off. As long as Shun Juli saw it, he would be severely punished. Every punishment was a painful experience for little Nyenma. He would remember it for a few days after each punishment. Gradually, he did not dare to slack off. Naturally, little Nyenma was resentful. He felt that his father was not like his father, but more like a perverted master. He deeply felt that his father was too eager for quick success. It was as if he wanted to squeeze all the knowledge into his little brain in a very short time. It was a typical force-feeding education. Little Nianma was actually very dissatisfied, but he was too weak to fight against his father. Therefore, he could only follow his father's education step by step. Fortunately, although Shan Juli was very strict with his practice, he took good care of him in daily life. He made delicious food for him. Seeing that his father, a divine lord, had to personally make soup for him, little Nianma felt that his father's strictness was actually forgivable. Little Nianma was still a child. When he slept at night, he still wanted to be accompanied by someone, just like his mother. However, Shan Juli probably wanted to train his independence, so he gave him a separate hall and let him sleep alone in the hall. At first, little Nianma was not used to it. He often got up in the middle of the night and ran to his father's hall. However, the door of his father's hall was closed, and there was a wizardry barrier on it. Little Nianma used all his strength to open it, but he could not. He was so anxious that he hit and scratched outside and cried. However, it was useless on Shan Juli. He cried until his voice was hoarse, but his father would not open the door for him. He could only sob and go back to his big bed to sleep. Strangely, no matter how hoarse his voice was, it could be recovered the next day. His voice was as clear as a lark. Sometimes, in a daze, he seemed to feel that his father was sitting beside him. One of his hands was rubbing his soft hair as if he was looking at him and protecting him. It made him feel very warm and cozy. He wanted to open his eyes to take a look, but he couldn't, so he fell asleep again. When he woke up, he could not find any trace of his father's presence. Therefore, little Nianma thought that he must be dreaming. It was precisely because of Shan Juli's strict education that little Nianma seemed to have been reborn in the past 3 months. He had become more responsible and cunning. Naturally, little Nianma missed his mother very much. More than once, he talked about it in front of Shan Juli, and Shan Juli promised him that he would be able to look for his mother once he awakened the 8 mythological beasts. This condition was like a cardiac stimulant. Little Nianma practiced diligently, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Shan Juli did not have to worry about him anymore. The 8 mythological beasts required special skills to be awakened. Therefore, when little Nianma was able to awaken all the mythological beasts, his kung fu must have reached a certain level. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to him. Therefore, when little Nianma awakened and tamed the last mythical beast, Shan Juli finally gave him a long vacation. He gave him a month's time to reunite with his mother. This was all little Nianma's experience in the past 3 months. Along the way, little Nianma told Gu Shijiu everything that had happened to him. He was so happy that he told her everything that had happened to him. The focus of interest of a little boy was naturally different from that of an adult. Chapter 1688. The little boy's interests were naturally different from the adults. He focused on the exciting experience of taming the mythological beasts. Among the 8 mythological beasts, Cheongqi was the most humane and honest one. Therefore, when Shan Nianma woke it up, it immediately recognized him as its master and did not give him any problems. However, the other mythological beasts were not so obedient. After they were awakened, a few of them were not convinced at all and even gave him problems. Fortunately, Shan Nianma was smart and gradually learned from the experience. Finally, he gradually tamed these mythological beasts and made them his most powerful guards. The little thing was very talkative. He kept talking in front of Imo. Imo held his hand and walked leisurely on the street while listening to him talk. Suddenly, she felt that it was very warm. The only person she missed these days was little Nianma. Now, he was finally by her side. He was so lively and cute. Logically speaking, she should be very satisfied. However, she did not know why she felt a little lost in her heart, as if something was missing. Mother, father allowed me to stay with you for a month. Little Nianma's eyes were curved. Obviously, he was very happy. Imo looked at him and finally could not help but say, "You are so young. How can father allow you to fly across so many levels by yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting lost on the way?" That person was too irresponsible. Her Mo Palace was on the 3rd level, but Fantion Palace was on the 36th level. The distance was thousands of mountains and rivers. When she went to Fantion Palace, she could not get there so quickly if she did not use a very special space travel method. The special space travel method required a very strong telekinesis to be realized. It was absolutely impossible to do without the power of level 3 of the heaven level. Although little Nianma was the son of God and was born with amazing telekinesis, he had only reached level 9 of the earth level. Although he was riding on Hundun, the power of the mount generally depended on the master's telekinesis. In other words, the level of the master's telekinesis was proportional to the power of the mount. Although Hundun was a mythological beast, its current power was only 20% to 30%. After all, it had just been awakened, and its blood was not completely flowing. The power of the mythological beast was also greatly reduced. Little Nianma rode on Hundun for a long and bumpy journey to get here. Every level of heaven had some uncertain variables and unseen difficulties. Was it really not dangerous for such a young child to travel alone? Shinjuli was too lax. Mo's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. His tone was filled with anger and condemnation. Little Nianma did not take it to heart. "It's all right, mother. My kung fu is quite good now. The scenery along the way was not bad, and we did not encounter any danger. I wanted my father to come along as well, so that he could visit my mother. However, he said that the single-plank bridge and the broad road were different. He also said that he needed to practice his kung fu, so he asked Nianma to come alone. I am Mo." She sneered her heart. It seemed like that person had remembered the words she said before she left. From the looks of it, he had finally given up and stopped bothering her. Then she could finally be at ease. She did not have to worry that he would use little Nianma as a link to get entangled with her. This man was indeed the Divine Lord. She seemed to be relieved. "Let's go, Nianma. Mother will bring you to a good meal." Chapter 1689. It was a restaurant. It was lunchtime, and there were many people in the restaurant. This restaurant was different from what Imo remembered. She remembered that there were private rooms on the 2nd floor of a high-end restaurant. However, when she held Nianma's hand and walked up the stairs, she realized that it was still a hall. There were rows of tables and chairs in the hall. It was not different from the 1st floor, and there were still many customers. Imo frowned slightly. She only wanted to be alone with her son now. She raised her hand to call the waiter and asked for a private room. The waiter was confused. "Sir, what is a private room?" Mo's veins on her forehead twitched, and she had to teach him about private rooms. The waiter shook his head like a rattle drum. "Sir, there is no such thing as a private room in the Qinghua Kingdom. We treat all customers equally. It is the same for any restaurant." He then looked at Imo from head to toe. "Sir, you're not from the Qinghua Kingdom, are you?" At this moment, Imo did not want to be too conspicuous, so she used a spell on herself and Nianma to hide their true appearances. Now, what appeared in front of the public was only an ordinary beauty and a beautiful boy. They did not look any different from the ordinary people here. Imo rubbed her eyebrows and waved her hand. "Forget it. Find us a more secluded table." It was easy to find a secluded table because the people of the Qinghua Kingdom liked to show off. They liked to sit in places where there were many people. Therefore, a secluded table would always be the last to be occupied unless there was a special situation. The waiter brought the menu, and Imo let little Nianma order. Today, the little guy was the apple of her eye. Everything was based on his happiness. Little Nianma did not hesitate and ordered a lot of delicacies. Needless to say, the little guy was very considerate. He ordered a few dishes that Imo liked. Imo realized that little Nianma had become more sensible. When they were about to sit, the little guy not only pulled out a chair for her in advance, but also used a cleaning spell to clean everything before letting his mother sit. When they were eating, he even put the dishes that she liked to eat closer to her. Imo could not help but smile when she saw how busy he was. She raised her hand and patted his head. "Nianma, I should be the one taking care of you now. No, my father taught me that a man is born to take care of a woman, especially the woman closest to him. Therefore, I should take care of my mother." The woman closest to me is my mother. The chopsticks in Mo's hand paused. He did not expect the supreme divinity to be such a sentimental person. She looked at the dishes on the table and realized that most of them were her favorites. It seemed that little Nianma's taste was similar to hers. She tasted a few mouthfuls and felt that although the appearance of the dish was not bad, the taste did not seem right. Little Nianma frowned after a few mouthfuls of food. The food here is far from what my father used to cook. Every time he tasted something, he would comment on it. For example, this one was too salty, that one was too bland, and this one had too much seasoning. Mo looked at the dishes that little Nianma had tasted. They were all her favorite dishes. Looking at little Nianma's situation, it seemed that when he was in the Fantion Palace, Shun Julie often cooked these dishes for him. She was absent-minded and recalled the days when Shun Julie first came to the Mo Palace. In addition to sending her flowers, he also showed off his cooking skills several times and made several kinds of delicacies for her. Chapter 1690. She tried her best to embarrass him and drive him away. Not only did she throw away the flowers that he gave her, but she also threw away the dishes that he cooked. She did not even try them. Later, he probably knew that it was useless to cook for her, so he did not cook for her anymore. Judging from little Nianma's reaction, the dishes that Shun Julie cooked were quite delicious. Could it be better than the chefs in Mo Palace? Of course, this thought only flashed through Mo's mind, and she did not take it to heart. Since she did not like it, she would just eat less. By the way, Mother, you are very familiar with the layout of the restaurant. Have you been here before? Mo was slightly stunned. Ever since she came to this continent, she had never been to the human world. However, she seemed to be born with some of the rules and layout of the human world. Needless to say, it was related to her reincarnation. After all, when she was reincarnated as Ning Xiuma, she was 100% human. She had sealed that part of her memory, but she did not expect that some of the habits in her bones had not been completely forgotten. Hence, it became an instinct. She smiled and did not answer her son. Instead, she peeled an egg for him to stop him from continuing to ask. Luer, I heard that Mount Jai in the south of the city has been smoking recently. The smoke is very strange. Is it purple? Yes, it is indeed smoking. The smoke is coming out in a circle. The shape is quite beautiful. Why do you think it is smoking? How would I know? I only saw it from afar. There were two new guests sitting at the table next to them. They were talking about the latest gossip. A smoking mountain. Could it be that the volcano was about to erupt? This was the first thought that came to Mo's mind. She was also a little puzzled. Had the people here not heard of active volcanoes? She did not know how far Mount Jai was from the city. If it was very close, she was afraid that the people in the city would be affected. Uncles, is Mount Jai far from here? Little Nianma, who was sitting next to them, asked. It is not far. It is only about 40 to 50 miles away. One of them answered, Little guy, the mountain is a bit dangerous. It is not a place where people can go. The other person also spoke, but he suddenly stopped. And where did they go? The mother and daughter at the table had disappeared, leaving only a silver ingot on the table as payment for the meal. Mount Jai wasn't very tall. It was only about 300 to 400 zhang tall. However, the mountain range was vast and winding, with no end in sight. The main peak was shaped like Mount Fuji. It was conical and looked like a typical volcano. This volcano probably hadn't erupted for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. The surrounding vegetation was abnormally lush. There were many trees on the mountain, and some of them were even ancient living fossils. For example, some of them were extremely thick and old. Even if a dozen people held hands, they might not be able to encircle all of them. The people in this country were probably very lazy, or perhaps they had a strong environmental awareness. Basically, no one touched the vegetation in the mountains. They were all growing in their original state. Deep in the mountains and dense forests, there were bound to be all kinds of animals, and this place was no exception. From time to time, the figures of animals would flash by in the forest. Imo and Shin Yimar rode on Hundun's back and hovered in the air. They looked down at the mountain below. Indeed, there were plumes of purple smoke rising from the mountaintop, just as that person had described. Every wisp of purple smoke rose in a spiral, thin at the bottom and thick at the top. From afar, it looked like a purple mushroom cloud. Plumes of smoke rose from the 8 directions of the mountain, looking like erected totem poles. Chapter 1691. It did not look like a volcano was about to erupt. The smoke did not look like it, either. IMO frowned and stared at the purple smoke. She had a very strong sixth sense. At this moment, when she saw the smoke column, she faintly felt that something was not right. Shinyinma also pursed his lips. It is not a volcano eruption. I thought I could take the opportunity to practice the fire spell here. The magma during the volcanic eruption contained a very high amount of energy. If he used this energy to practice, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. His father had told him about some of the symptoms before the volcanic eruption, but it was completely different from what he saw. However, what was this purple smoke? It looked very strange. Shinyinma was at the age where he was not afraid of tigers. He was very curious by nature. He pulled Mo's sleeve. "Mother, shall we go down and take a look?" Mo looked at the purple smoke. It was so bright, but it gave a very gloomy feeling. It was as if something terrible was hidden in it. However, she looked at the smoke for a long time. Her eyes were like X-rays as she looked at the smoke back and forth several times. She did not find anything hidden in it. It was just pure smoke. After the smoke rose into the sky, it slowly spread around and covered a small part of the forest. She took a closer look at the forest again. The forest was still lush with leaves, and the animals didn't run out in a panic either. It seemed that the smoke was just an ordinary cloud. There was nothing wrong with it. No matter what era it was, animals living in the forest were the most sensitive. They could always accurately detect danger in time and quickly respond before the danger came. Now that the animals did not show any signs of anxiety, did it mean that the purple smoke was actually not dangerous? "Mother," Shinyinma tugged at her sleeve. "Okay, let's go down. However, when we go down, you have to listen to everything I say. Don't run around and don't make your own decisions." Mo's voice was unprecedentedly strict. "Okay, I won't run around," Shinyinma promised. Mo waved her hand and let Shinyinma command Hun Dun to fly down. Although Mo was straightforward, she was still very cautious when the enemy situation was unknown. She and Shinyinma did not directly rush into the purple smoke. Instead, they landed on the periphery of the forest that was shrouded in purple smoke. After landing, he realized that the trees here were extremely tall, and there were thorns and vines between the trees. There were no traces of human activity at all. The weeds were about 5 feet tall. Shinyinma was buried in the weeds as soon as he landed. Not even his shadow could be found. "Mother, what are we doing here?" Little Nyenma pushed the weeds in front of him away and looked at the forest with difficulty. "Observe," Imo answered him with 2 words. She pondered for a moment and added, "Nyenma, don't be reckless no matter what. You have to observe the situation first before you decide what to do. Don't just rush in and do it recklessly. This way, you won't be at a disadvantage and take the wrong path." She took the opportunity to educate him. "Yes." Shen Yimma nodded and looked at his mother with his big eyes. "Mother, you know so much." Imo rubbed his head again, but a strange look flashed through his eyes. This knowledge was obviously not summed up when she was a Devil Lord. It was as if it came from her bones. Once she encountered a situation, she would naturally have this kind of reaction. Imo grabbed his hand. "I'll take you in." Chapter 1692. Both mother and daughter stepped on the dead branches and leaves as they moved forward. Both of them were highly skilled in kung fu. Although there were many thorns in the forest, it was not a problem for them. They were basically gliding on the grass. Imo obviously had a lot of experience in surviving in the wild. Whether it was the way to pick the thorns or the way to move forward, she was very professional. She did not even use any psychokinesis. She only relied on her qigong to get rid of all the obstacles easily. Her every move was clean and neat. Shinyinma's eyes were shining with excitement. He liked his mother like this. In the past, his mother always had a gloomy aura, which was a little scary. Now, the gloomy aura seemed to be gradually disappearing. His mother now looked more like the mother in his father's painting. His mother used to be indifferent to everything, but now she began to care about the people. More than once, he had heard from his father about some of the things his mother had done. He knew that she used to be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her friends. Although she used to be a good-for-nothing, she worked hard to improve herself. She didn't shrink back in the face of any difficulties, to be honest. He liked his mother, who was full of vitality and a sense of justice. Now, his mother seemed to have finally begun to return. When his mother heard the conversation between the two people, she thought that a volcano was about to erupt. Therefore, she did not even think about it and brought him along to see what was going on. While little Nianma was lost in his thoughts, his mother suddenly pulled him to hide behind a tree. There was a noise in the depths of the forest. First, a deer rushed out, and then a bear was chasing after it. It was a very ordinary scene of wild animals hunting for food. There was nothing special about it. Little Nianma yawned and looked at his mother, only to find that Amo was staring at the two beasts. She frowned slightly and seemed to have found something wrong. Therefore, little Nianma turned around to take a look again. His eyes widened with interest. At a time of life and death, even a rabbit would bite, let alone a deer. The deer was probably anxious because it turned around and hit the bear like a small cannonball. The deer and the bear were fighting there. Look at their eyes. Amo's voice came into little Nianma's ears. Sure enough, little Nianma looked at the eyes of the two beasts. They all had purple eyes. That purple color looked dazzling, but it was filled with an aura of death. The white of the eyes and the eyeballs could not be seen. They had completely merged into one. What happened next was even stranger. The bear was strong and had sharp teeth. No matter how hard the deer tried, it was no match for it. Soon its neck was bitten off. Logically speaking, at this point, the deer should be dead, but unexpectedly, it was still kicking its forehooves. Its severed head was even trying to jump up and bite the bear's ear. It was too strange. Little Nianmo widened his eyes in surprise. The beast in the human world was too strong. Beside him, Amo had a thought and pinched his fingers. A tree branch shot out and pierced through the bear's head. The bear howled in pain. Even though its head was pierced, it did not die. Instead, it charged towards the back of the tree. Hun Dun, who had been hiding beside little Nianma, rushed forward excitedly and was about to reveal its true form. Little Nianma grabbed its tail. Don't eat it. This bear is weird. Imo patted little Nianma's head to show his appreciation. Then, he threw out countless branches. Chapter 1693. The great devil's hidden weapon was not something that the bear could avoid. In the blink of an eye, the bear was pierced like a hedgehog. All the major acupuncture points on its body were full of branches. If it were an ordinary bear, it would have died long ago. However, the bear was very strong and did not want to fall. Like an oversized green hedgehog, it rushed to Imo and opened its mouth to bite her. The deer's head was still hanging on its ear, and the deer's mouth was still biting it. Imo swung her sword, and the bear's head flew away. The bear was the same as the deer. Its head was separated from its body, but it still stared at its enemy. The bear's head jumped on the ground a few times, and it still wanted to bite Imo. Imo frowned. Rest. She raised her hand, and a red light was emitted. The bear and the deer disappeared. Mother, what is going on? Little Nianma was frightened. He was not afraid of the bear, but he was frightened by its desperate spirit. This purple smoke is strange. Imo raised her hand and covered her son and the chaos with a wizardry barrier. Follow me closely. I will check again. Imo was naturally fast. She quickly checked the inside and outside of the jungle with her son and found a very serious problem. In the places where the purple smoke covered, the animals had mutated. They had purple eyes, were fierce, and were bloodthirsty. Even if they were beheaded, they would still stare at their enemy. In the places where the purple smoke did not cover, the animals were normal, and there was nothing wrong with them. After careful observation, she found that even the plants in the places where the purple smoke covered had mutated. Strands of purple were extending down from the top of the canopy. The trees were also much taller than the trees in other places. It seemed that their growth rate had increased. If animals and plants were like this, what about people? Just as IMO was thinking about this, she saw two people running out from the depths of the jungle. Both of them were dressed as Taoist priests. It seemed that they had heard the news about the purple smoke and came to check it out. One of them was obviously affected by the purple smoke. His eyes were dark purple, and the eyeballs were not visible. The way he ran was like a zombie. He jumped a few feet, and he was chasing the other one. The other one, on the other hand, was quite normal. He was being chased around like a pig and a wolf, and he was on the verge of tears. Senior brother, wake up, don't chase me." The purple-eyed man's martial arts were obviously very high. He stretched out his mutated hand and finally grabbed the crying man. He pulled him into his embrace and opened his mouth to bite him. Whoosh! A white light shot out, shooting at the crazy purple-eyed man. He was pushed back a few steps. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked at Shun Yinma, who had just released the white light. Shun Yinma could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The purple-eyed man let go of his junior brother and rushed toward little Nyenma. Little Nyenma was not really afraid. His little hand emitted a white light and flew toward the purple-eyed man. This was not a killing move, but a move that his father had taught him to expel evil energy, although the power of his technique was not as great as that of Shanjuli's. The power of this technique was not small. His father said that even if someone was poisoned by the zombie poison, this method could be used to expel it, and it worked every time. However, this time, he had already shot 6 or 7 times, but the man's eyes were still purple. He was almost caught by him. IMO raised her hand, and a red light wrapped around the man. In an instant, it was as if he was shackled. The man was tightly bound by the red light and could no longer move. Chapter 1694. IMO raised her hand. An array of red light wrapped around the man. In an instant, the man was shackled by the red light and could no longer move. IMO raised her hand and rubbed Shun Yinma's head. "Good boy. Try it on him slowly." Therefore, Shun Yinma happily tried all kinds of detoxification methods on the man. That junior brother breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands towards IMO. "Thank you for your help, Mississippi. Please do save my senior brother. He is a good person who has always taken it upon himself to subdue demons and devils." IMO interrupted him. "What's going on? How did he get poisoned?" The junior told her what happened. They were from a cultivation sect and were passing by this place. When they saw the strange purple smoke, they flew over with their swords to see what kind of demon was behind it. They were also afraid of being poisoned, so they used an anti-poison spell before entering the forest. However, it did not work. Not long after they entered the forest, the senior who had been walking in front suddenly stopped. He patted his senior's shoulder in surprise and wanted to ask him what was going on. He did not expect his senior to become like this and chase after him with a pair of purple eyes. The junior briefly told the story and continued to beg IMO. In order to impress her, he kept talking about his senior's past deeds of killing demons. In IMO's ears, she felt that this senior was like a reincarnated Fahai. Whenever he saw a demon, it was as if he saw a mortal enemy. Whether it was evil or not, he would kill it. The junior kept talking, but IMO's pretty face was getting colder and colder. That junior brother seemed to have sensed something amiss as he spoke and finally shut his mouth. IMO slowly dusted her sleeves. "Do you know who I am?" "You are." The junior had a bad feeling in his heart. "Devil Master," IMO chuckled. "This senior brother of yours has killed quite a few of my people." The man's face changed drastically and took a few steps back. You. IMO looked at him gently. "Tell me, how many have you killed? As many as your senior?" No. The man was obviously a little flustered. IMO smiled gently again. "You're not allowed to lie. If you do, I'll punish you even more harshly." The man's face turned green and white for a while. Suddenly, he puffed out his chest and said, "I admit that I've killed 3 evildoers. It's not that I'm not capable enough. It's just that I'm too soft-hearted. I can't bear to kill anyone who isn't evil. Senior Marshal Brother often says that I'm too soft-hearted." IMO sized him up. This person was indeed soft-hearted. His senior brother had almost bitten him to death, but he couldn't bear to slap him, That junior marshal brother looked as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. Did you release this strange purple smoke? Do you want to turn the human world into a purgatory? This person's imagination was really rich. Was he brainwashed by his senior brother? He drew his sword and pointed it at IMO. Today, even if I die, I will. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden heat in his hand. The sword had actually melted in an instant. If he hadn't pulled back in time, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep one of his hands. IMO's voice was indifferent. You're not even qualified to fight me. You can scram now. There's a city 60 miles ahead. Tell the magistrate there to quickly evacuate the people. The man was stunned. He didn't expect that she would let him go so easily. Moreover, from her words, it was obvious that she wasn't the one who released the purple smoke. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then what about my senior marshal brother? IMO asked him back. Is your senior marshal brother more important, or the safety of the people in the city more important? Chapter 1695. IMO asked him back. Is your senior brother more important than the safety of the people in the city? That one sentence caused that person's face to turn green and white. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his heart and rode his sword away. On the other side, Shin Yinma had already tried more than a dozen methods on his senior, but none of them worked. Mother, is it because I'm not good enough? After all, it was Shin Yinma's first time, so he could not figure out his own strength. IMO looked at the few methods that Shin Yinma used to exorcise evil spirits and realized that she could do it too. Therefore, she also cast a spell, and a ball of blazing white light directly shrouded the man. Shin Yinma exclaimed happily, Mother, you can do it too. The white light that she emitted was certainly different from Shin Yinma's. It was extremely powerful, almost as powerful as Shun Jiuli's. Shin Yinma was very satisfied and waited for the man to recover. He did not expect that after the white light disappeared, the man was still the same. His strength had increased a lot. He struggled to break the red light that trapped him and repeatedly showed his newly grown fangs to Shin Yinma. He is hopeless. IMO did not want to waste any more energy on the man. She directly cast a red light, and the man immediately turned into dust and disappeared. Shin Yinma frowned. Mother, it seems that he is hopeless after being poisoned by this poisonous smoke. What should we do? If the smoke continues to spread, I don't know how many creatures will be affected. IMO also rubbed her eyebrows. It was like a bird flu virus. Animals and humans could not survive if they inhaled it. She was afraid that other species would not be able to survive if they encountered it. The reason why she spent so much energy on the senior brother was to experiment on him to see if there was a way to save him. Now, it seemed that there was no way. She took out her directed audio spell and contacted Shuilan. Without waiting for him to greet her, she directly briefed him about the situation and asked him to quickly order the nearby demons to move away. Shuilan was worried about her safety. Momo, don't act rashly. I will be there soon. There's no need for that. Just give the order. IMO didn't wait for Shuilan to speak any more nonsense and turned off the voice transmission talisman. Let's go to the place where the smoke is coming from. He flew out of the forest and headed straight for the top of the mountain. She also knew that the purple smoke was extremely dangerous, so she did not want the child to be in danger. Therefore, she asked Chaos to stop Shin Yinma in the air and told him not to be attacked by the purple smoke. He should not run around and stay within her sight. Shin Yinma also knew that he should not cause any more trouble for his mother, so he nodded in agreement. Mother, be careful. I will. I'll be right back. IMO swooped down. She planned to take a look first before making a decision. She dared to set up a protective shield around her body. Then, she ran towards the place where the purple smoke was coming from. Her body disappeared into the purple smoke. Shin Yinma only hated that he was still too inexperienced and too weak. He could not fight side by side with his mother. Now, he could only watch helplessly. Chaos was very protective of its little master. It had been carrying its little master in circles in the air. It could not leave the place, but could not be attacked by the purple smoke. 10 minutes passed. A quarter of an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Time passed by as Shun Yinma waited anxiously. Chapter 1696. The purple smoke was getting bigger and bigger. A few clouds of purple smoke had joined together and almost covered half of the mountain. The circle of chaos was getting bigger and bigger. Shun Yinma's eyes were fixed on the place where his mother had jumped into. His heart was burning with anxiety. His mother said that she would be back soon. Why did she not come back after so long? At first, he was afraid that he would disturb his mother, so he pursed his lips and restrained himself from calling out to her. Half an hour later, he couldn't hold it in any longer and began to probe. "Mother, what's going on inside?" His current skill was already very good, and his voice could be heard by the entire mountain. He believed that his mother could hear him even more. There was no response. There was no response from below. In the end, Shun Yinma could not hold it in any longer. He kept calling out to his mother until his voice was hoarse, but his mother did not respond. It was as if she had been swallowed by the purple smoke and would never come back. It had been an hour. Shun Yinma could not wait any longer. He was so impulsive that he wanted to rush down to take a look. Fortunately, chaos was still rational. It held his body that had just jumped down and gave him a suggestion in a muffled voice. "Your mother is the Devil Master. We don't know if she is dead or alive after she goes down. Your current power is not even 1,000th of your mother's. Jumping down is a waste of your life. If your mother escapes and can't find you, she will be even more anxious." "What should I do?" Shun Yinma's voice was trembling. His excessive anxiety made his mind blank. "Calm down." Chaos only said these 4 words. Shun Yinma's heart trembled. This was also what his father often taught him. He told him that no matter what happened, the first thing to do was to be calm. Only then could he make the most accurate judgment and come up with the most perfect response. Shun Yinma took a deep breath and took out a golden directed audio spell from his sleeve. This was given to him by Shun Julie before Shun Yinma came. He told him not to use it unless there was something very special. His father seemed to have really given up on his mother. In the past 3 months, he rarely mentioned her. Even if he did, it was just a passing remark. Shun Yinma did not want his father to give up on his mother. Sometimes, he would deliberately mention his mother in front of his father. However, Shun Julie always avoided the topic with a few words. Shun Yinma thought that his father would never let him see his mother again. After being listless for a few days, Shun Yinma finally regained his energy when his father promised him to look for his mother as soon as the mythological beast was awakened. Before he came, Shun Julie had told him personally that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, and that he should not disturb him unless there was something urgent. As for the little things that happened between Shun Yinma and his mother, there was no need to tell him. Shun Yinma also knew that it was a taboo to be disturbed during a closed-door practice. Otherwise, it would be easy to go crazy. Especially recently, his father did not look too good. He really needed to meditate to recover. Father had said that this voice transmission talisman could only be used once. Therefore, Shun Yinma did not dare to answer this special directed audio spell. However, now that his mother had such an accident, he could only ask for help from his father. Blood dripped from his fingertips. He used a special method to activate the directed audio spell. The spell flashed, but it was not connected. Shun Yinma's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Did something happen to his father? Or was he at a critical moment in his cultivation and could not answer? Chapter 1697. "Father, please pick me up." For Shun Yinma, 1 second felt as long as a century. Fortunately, after half a minute, the directed audio spell finally turned completely golden, and his father's voice was heard. "Yinma, what's the matter?" His voice was slightly hoarse, but it was still clear. Shun Yinma almost cried out loud. He tried his best to calm himself down. "Father, mother, and I came to the human world to play. We saw a strange purple smoke in Jiai Mountain in the Qinghua Kingdom." Although Shun Yinma's voice was slightly trembling, his expression was very clear. He had the time, place, and incident. In the end, his voice finally sounded like he was about to cry. "Father, can you come and save my mother? I am really worried. I want to go down and have a look. Your mother's life is not in danger. Stay there and don't act rashly. I will be there soon." Shun Julie's voice was clear and low. as if to reassure Shin Yinma. The golden directed audio spell was extinguished. It burned in Shin Yinma's hand and turned into ashes. His mother's life was not in danger. Shin Yinma caught this sentence in time and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he was a little puzzled. His father had not seen the actual situation here. How did he know that his mother's life was not in danger? Was it a prediction? Another hour passed. In this hour, Shin Yinma did not stop calling. Of course, he did not get any response. If it were not for his father's words, he was afraid that he would have rushed down regardless of the consequences. While he was riding on chaos, a white light flashed in the distance, and a person appeared in front of him. Shin Yinma was stunned. He looked at the person who came and almost could not believe his eyes. Father. It was such a long distance, but his father came so quickly. When he and his mother came here, his mother used the Devil Kingdom's flying spell and flew for nearly 6 hours. He thought that even if his father was faster, it would take at least 4 hours. He did not expect that he would arrive in just over an hour. The person who came was Shun Juli. This time, his attire was a little strange. He wore a wide light blue robe with faint silver patterns flowing on it. Perhaps he was in a hurry, so his face was a little pale. However, his eyes were still deep, and his voice was still cold. The first sentence he said was, "Nyenma, your vacation is canceled. You should go back now." Shin Yinma was stunned. "Father." He paused for a moment and finally said what he wanted to say. "Father, it is okay to cancel Nyenma's leave, but Nyenma wants to follow you to save Mother." He was worried sick. He had to see with his own eyes that his mother was safe and sound. Shun Juli glanced at him and said, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, go back now. Father promises to give you a mother in one piece. Secondly, Father will personally escort you back. Father will no longer care about this place. You can choose now." Shin Yinma's eyes widened. He did not expect his father to be so heartless. He burst into tears. "Father, haven't you always liked Mother? How can you threaten Nyenma with her safety?" Shin Juli said coldly, "Father is tired. Since we have gone our separate ways, there is no need to worry about her. This time, I'm here mainly for you. Even if I go down to save her, it is also for you. Then, can Nyenma wait here? As long as Father rescues Mother, I will leave immediately." Chapter 1698. Then, can Nyenma stay here and wait? As long as Father rescues Mother, I will leave immediately. I will not delay. Nyenma will stay here obediently and will not cause any trouble for Father. Shin Yinma still wanted to argue. Shun Juli looked at the distance, which was almost covered by the purple smoke. "Shun Yinma, are you sure you want to bargain with Father here? Father does not care. Anyway, the person who is trapped is not important to Father. It is not a big deal to let her suffer a little more." Shin Yinma was speechless. At this time, he had to choose to leave even if he was unwilling. Hun Dun carried Shin Yinma and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. Shun Juli looked at his son's back. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes. Shin Yinma was still young. There was no use for him to stay here. He would only distract his parents. At this time, he did not have the energy to be distracted anymore. He had brought all the 8 mythological beasts out, but they were not as fast as him. They were still on their way. They would meet Nyenma and escort him back to Fanteon Palace. He turned around and looked at the purple smoke pillar that IMO had jumped down from. Just as he was about to jump down, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He slowly turned around and looked at the purple smoke ball that had closed up not far away. His gaze focused on the figure that was faintly discernible in the purple smoke ball. After a slight pause, he finally said, "So you've already come out by yourself." The figure shuttled out of the purple smoke. Her red clothes were dancing under the sunset. It was IMO who was trapped in the purple smoke. Her eyes were as bright as rubies. She looked at Shun Juli from head to toe and looked indifferent. "Yes, I just came out not long ago." Shun Juli looked at her. He had not seen her for 3 months since they parted at Fanteon Palace. At this moment, she had the appearance of a young girl. She had big round eyes and a half smile. She was very similar to the appearance of Ning Shiwama in his memory. She had been trapped in the purple smoke for so long, but he did not see any injuries on her body. Her face was slightly pale, but there was nothing wrong with her. She was actually able to escape from the 8-directional violet fiend formation by herself. It seemed like her kung fu had improved enough. The two of them stood facing each other. Their once loving and undying feelings seemed to have vanished into thin air. She looked at him like she was looking at a stranger. Shun Juli turned his eyes away and looked at the purple smoke. "It is good that you're fine. Nianma is very worried about you. You can use your directed audio spell to tell him that you are safe." Imo smirked. "You don't have to tell me that." She took out her directed audio spell and connected to Shun Nianma. Shun Nianma could not believe his ears when he heard Imo's voice. Mother, is it really you? It's the real deal." Imo comforted him. "You can rest assured now. Go back to your Fanteon Palace first. Mother will take you out when things are done here." Shun Nianma happily agreed, but the happiness came too quickly. He still cannot believe it. "Well, did my father deliberately change my mother's voice to fool me?" Imo faintly glanced at Shun Juli, who was not far away, and answered her son, "Of course not. Stupid son, didn't you realize that the directed audio spell that called you is only used between mother and son?" Shun Nianma seemed to have finally realized it and let go of his doubts. Chapter 1699. He was still puzzled. "Mother, why were you gone for so long? You said that you would be back soon." "Well, there's an array there, and it is not easy to break. I'm actually very anxious." "Well, I still have something to do. You can go back first." After the directed audio spell ended, Shun Nianma finally went back with satisfaction. Imo put away the directed audio spell. When she looked up, her eyes met with Shun Juli's. Both of them looked at each other in the air. Imo's eyes were cold. Shun Juli looked away. His voice was also cold. "This is the purple evil array. Once it is activated, all 6 realms will be in trouble. It will become a real hell. This array has been activated once 50,000 years ago, and all 6 realms were poisoned. This time, if we want to seal it again, we must work together with the immortals and devils. I have already informed the Emperor Immortal and Ming Di. They should be here soon. Devil Master, please inform the Monster Kingdom." "Momo," a voice came from afar and interrupted Shun Juli's words. Then, a red light came from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. This person was Shueilon. He did not even look at Shun Juli, who was standing aside. His eyes fell directly on Imo, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. "Momo, fortunately, you are fine." He looked again at Imo's face and frowned slightly. "Momo, you don't look very good. Are you hurt?" His concern was obvious. "I am fine. This thing can't trap me." Imo came closer to Shueilon. "Shueilon, you are here at the right time." Shueilon's eyes were slightly brightened. This time, he faintly felt that Imo seemed to treat him differently. He glanced at Shun Juli, who was not far away. Shun Juli did not look at him at all. He seemed to be engrossed in the purple smoke below. "Did you miss me?" Shueilon was half joking and half serious. He tentatively stretched out his arm and gently hugged her waist. Imo didn't hide. Instead, she leaned her head on his shoulder. "There's probably going to be a tough battle later. Let me lean on you first." Shueilon's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe his good luck. He hugged her even tighter. "It's okay. You should rest first." He simply sat down on the cloud and let her lean in his arms. Imo seemed to be really tired. She yawned. "Shueilon, did you bring anything to eat?" Shueilon was stunned. "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Imo pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. "When you were by my side, you always carried my favorite food with you." Shueilon's heart trembled as he looked down at her. "Momo, you remember our past?" She recovered her memories. Imo didn't answer him. She only closed her eyes and muttered, "So hungry." Shueilon was really conflicted. When she was still Imo, the two of them depended on each other for survival. He spoiled her and knew that she liked to eat, so he always brought all kinds of food with him. He even learned how to cook, so he fed her until she was full at any time. After his rebirth, although the two of them had met a few times, Imo had always been cold to him. She had never asked for anything from him, so he had changed his habit of carrying food with him. Right now, let alone good food, He couldn't even find a piece of steamed bun. He really wanted to find food for her, but he couldn't bear to give up this opportunity to hug a beauty. God knows how long he had been waiting for this opportunity. Chapter 1700. Just as he was feeling conflicted, a hand suddenly reached over. In the palm was a plate of exquisite pastries. Looking up the light blue sleeve, he saw Shun Julie's expressionless face. "Eat this. It'll replenish your strength." Imo looked up at him and pushed his hand away. She yawned lazily. "I don't want to eat your food." She then turned to Shueilon. "I remember that you're good at roasting game." Shueilon looked down at the forest below, and his eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll take you down there to roast game." He half-hugged Almo's waist and rushed down to a place not covered by the purple smoke. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dense forest. Shun Julie slowly retracted his hand. The pastry in his palm was still steaming, and the sweet aroma lingered in the air. It was the most successful pastry he had ever made, and no one wanted to eat it anymore. This was good. He slowly raised his hand, and the pastry in his palm turned into powder. When the wind blew, the powder disappeared without a trace. He slowly sat on the cloud and lowered his eyes to meditate. A bonfire. A pheasant was about to be roasted over the bonfire. The golden skin was covered in oil, and the aroma assailed his nostrils. Shueilon looked at Imo, who was sleeping next to him, and then looked up at the sky in the distance. Shinjuli saw him and Imo being so intimate, but he didn't react or chase after them. Did he really give up and let go? After the pheasant was roasted, he spun it around in his hand. The piping hot pheasant was already at the right temperature. He gently patted Imo awake and handed the pheasant to her. Imo's eyes lit up as she took it. It seemed that she was really hungry. Like a hurricane, the pheasant was reduced to a pile of bones in a moment. Shueilon's lips twitched. His Momo's appetite had grown. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Under the light of the bonfire, Imo's eyes were shining. After finishing the pheasant, she still wanted more. "Shueilon, roast more." "Momo, are you still hungry?" Imo shook his head. "SOSO." In fact, she felt a little bloated. However, there was a space in her chest that she always felt a little empty. No matter how much she stuffed, it would not be able to fill it. Thus, Shueilon began to roast things again. Hunting was very easy for him now. He didn't need to get up. All he had to do was blow a whistle, and all kinds of small animals would automatically come to him. Shueilon casually picked out a few small and plump breeds with fresh meat. He butchered them and roasted them one by one. He intended to show off his ability in front of her, and naturally did his best to do it in the most beautiful way possible. "Momo, what is this purple smoke?" Imo was gnawing on a rabbit leg. She looked up at the sky and shook her head. "I've never seen it before, but that supreme divinity should know. You should be able to explain it to everyone when they're all here." Shueilon's eyes moved slightly. He was not very interested in the purple smoke, but he was interested in what Imo had just said. These days, when Imo occasionally mentioned Shunjuli to him, she would call him by his name and talk about how good Shunjuli was. This time, however, she directly called him by his identity. The sense of unfamiliarity was obvious in her words. What happened between her and Shunjuli? How did they come to this point? Shueilon did not dare to ask directly, for fear of offending her. He chose the safest question. "Momo, are the three of you traveling together? By the way, where is little Nianma?" Chapter 1701. Imo was already gnawing on the second rabbit leg. Without looking up, she said, "Nianma and I are here to play. We accidentally found something wrong here, so we came here. This place is too dangerous, so little Nianma went back to Fantion Palace. As for the Divine Lord, he is here to find his son and solve the problem here." Shueilon's heart skipped a beat. He blurted out, "Momo, have you recovered some of your memory?" Just as he said this, he suddenly saw auspicious chi rising in the sky. 10,000 rays of multicolored light shone, and several figures appeared. Imo clapped her hands and stood up. She did not answer his question. Instead, she smiled lazily. "All right, almost everyone is here. It's time for the meeting." It was a rare gathering of the elites of the Six Realms. The Celestial Emperor Ming Di, the Demon King, the Divine Lord, the Great Devil, the four great guardians of the Devil Clan, the four heavenly kings of the Celestial Kingdom, and Yi Tianli were all there. The mortal world had also sent their most powerful national master. Hundreds of people gathered in the sky. It was quite a spectacular sight. Shenjuli and Imo had the highest status. Naturally, they stood at the top. The Celestial Emperor, Shui Ilan, and the other emperors stood on both sides. The Celestial Kingdom, the Underworld. The Devil Kingdom, the Monster Kingdom. Unknowingly, there was a clear divide. Most of these people did not know what was going on. They were also confused about the purple smoke. After all, the Celestial Emperor had lived on the mainland for a long time. He could find more information. He had seen a little bit of the description and power of the purple smoke in some of the scrolls, but it was not complete. Fortunately, Amo had just come out from the purple smoke. She knew a little about it. She immediately told them about some of the dangers of the purple smoke. Of course, she also told them about the structure she saw when she went down. She said that there was an unprecedented array below. This array should be the evil sealing array. The purple smoke that could drive all the people in the six realms crazy was sealed at the bottom. This time, there must be a flaw in the array. That was why the purple smoke leaked out. As for the origin of this purple smoke, Imo glanced at the silent Shun, Julie, beside him. The supreme divinity should know something about it. Therefore, everyone looked at Shun Julie. As for the explanation of the purple smoke, Shun Julie only briefly explained. This purple smoke is called the purple evil of 8 directions. It is the most evil thing in the world. 50,000 years ago, this purple smoke once destroyed all the living beings in the 6 realms. These words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. The Heaven Sovereign seemed to have a sudden realization. Among the living beings of the 6 realms, no matter if they were immortals, devils, or beasts, almost none of them were older than 50,000 years old. Even the information from 50,000 years ago had been completely destroyed, with only a few fragments occasionally appearing in the world. No matter if it was an immortal or a devil, once they cultivated to the peak, they were basically immortal. Unless there was an extremely special reason that would take their lives. That was what the immortal devil, Remnant Scroll, said about what happened 50,000 years ago. The celestial race and the devil race fought each other, and the great calamity of the 6 realms arrived. The celestial race and the devil race both immortalized, and heaven and earth entered the cycle of reincarnation. 10,000 years later, the 6 realms were reborn. To put it simply, the great war of celestial race 50,000 years ago plunged the 6 realms into chaos. All the living beings in the 6 realms perished because of the calamity. The supreme divinity and the devil lord immortalized and disappeared without a trace. All the living beings in the celestial race and the devil continent were reshuffled. 10,000 years later, the 6 realms were formed again. Of course, because all the information from 50,000 years ago had disappeared, the immortal devil Remnant Scroll had no idea who had written it. Its authenticity and accuracy could not be verified. Chapter 17:02. The Celestial Emperor had always thought it was a battle between gods and demons that led to the end of the world. Now that he heard the Supreme Divinity's words, he realized he had been mistaken all along. Did that mean the Supreme Divinity had recovered his memories from 50,000 years ago? Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. The Celestial Emperor recalled the ancient formation Amo had mentioned that sealed the evil purple smoke. He couldn't help but ask, Supreme Divinity, who set up that ancient formation? Shenjuli's eyes were indifferent. I, the Devil Lord, and other ancient immortals and demons worked together to set it up. Everyone looked at each other, and then at the Supreme Divinity and Devil Lord who were standing above them. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Didn't they say that gods and demons were at odds with each other 50,000 years ago? So they fought an ancient war? So there was a time when they worked together? The immortals were especially shocked. In their hearts, demons were evil, and the Devil Lord was the ancestor of evil. Now that the Devil Lord had been reborn, they were actually shocked and afraid of her, not out of true reverence. now that they heard that she was the main person who saved the Gods Demons continent. They were shocked, and their bad impression of her changed slightly. It turned out that demons could save the world too. At this moment, the purple smoke had already spread over half of Mount Jiai. However, it wasn't too bad. Just as the smoke was about to overflow, it hit some kind of barrier and didn't overflow. Instead, it just piled up higher and higher. From afar, it gave off a feeling of impending disaster. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. 50,000 years ago, the Gods Demons continent was destroyed by this purple smoke. Now that it had reappeared, what were they going to do? Everyone looked at Shun Julie again, waiting for him to explain. This time, it's a leakage of the purple smoke, not a large-scale eruption. As long as we control it well and repair the ancient formation, we can avoid this disaster. Supreme Divinity, what exactly should we do? Please tell us. Shinjuli did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In this mountain, I set up a restriction 50,000 years ago to prevent the purple evil from leaking out. However, once the purple evil starts to leak out, this restriction can only last for 3 days. If the ancient formation is not repaired within 3 days, the restriction will explode and this mountain will disappear completely. At that time, the purple evil will spread to the 6 realms within a day. All living beings will turn into ignorant devils and be destroyed by the heavenly axiom. After Shan Jili finished talking about the pros and cons of this matter, he explained how to repair the ancient Great Array. This purple smoke was very tyrannical. It could even injure people around Heaven rank level 1, and those below Earth rank level 8 would be poisoned with a 100% chance. In order to repair the formation, one had to go deep into the ground where the purple smoke was the thickest. There were a total of 9 places where the formation had collapsed, and each place required a pair of immortals and devils to repair it. Furthermore, this pair of immortals and devils had to be 1 man and 1 woman. After Shun Juli explained the method and key points to repair the seal, he glanced at everyone. Everyone can freely group up, but it must be 1 immortal and 1 devil. 8 teams will enter the 8 damaged places. I will personally seal the central place. As for the others, split up into 8 directions and use spells to support the restriction. Shun Jili first picked out the 18 people who were responsible for repairing the formation, then let them regroup freely. At this time, no one dared to be negligent and look for their own partners. Shui Ilan naturally wanted to be in the same group as AMO, but demons could not be in the same group. He could only reluctantly choose a fairy from the celestial world. Chapter 17:03. IMO pursed her lips. She didn't say anything as she watched them split into groups. She was the Devil Master. Only the Supreme Divinity was qualified to be her partner. Needless to say, Shun Juli wanted to seal the most important place in the center with her. Was she going to be alone with him? She didn't know if her heart was in a mess. Forget it. It didn't matter if she was in the same group as him. They were just temporary partners. In the future, they would go their separate ways at such a crucial time. She didn't want to cause any trouble. Gong Huanyin, follow me to repair the center. Shun Juli's voice suddenly sounded again. He looked at a female guardian of the devil world. The female guardian was stunned. She looked up at the Supreme Divinity in disbelief. She opened her mouth slightly and pointed at herself. She stuttered, "Supreme Divinity is calling me?" "Yes. Do you have a problem with that?" Shun Juli asked in a calm and natural voice. No, but I'm the weakest. I'm afraid I can't keep up with Supreme Divinity. Gong Huanyin was the weakest of the 4 guardians of the devil world. Now that she was chosen by the Supreme Divinity, she almost thought she was dreaming. "Don't be afraid. I'll tell you what to do when the time comes." Shinjuli's voice was slightly gentle. Gong Huanyin couldn't help but look at her master. Mo. Mo's expression was normal. He still stood there without saying a word. It should be a tacit agreement. At this time, Gong Huanyin naturally agreed. She didn't know why, but she felt a little nervous. She felt a little sorry for her master. Since the rebirth of the Devil Master, although she treated her subordinates coldly, she didn't criticize them. She even gave them the greatest degree of freedom. She was a rare good master. After she agreed, She couldn't help but look at IMO again. IMO stood there, but didn't look at them at all. There was a smile on his lips, and no one could see any displeasure. In fact, if they were partners, everyone would be willing to be with a strong master. At least there was less pressure and more safety. Originally, everyone thought that the Supreme Divinity and the Devil Master would be partners. Now that the Supreme Divinity suddenly picked another female devil, how could the men of the immortal world be polite? They all came to discuss the partnership with IMO, but IMO rejected them all. Even the Celestial Emperor extended a sincere invitation. "May I have the honor of traveling with you, Devil Master?" He felt that other than the Supreme Divinity, he was the only one who was qualified to be the Devil Master's partner. IMO smiled faintly and ignored him. Her slender hand suddenly pointed at Yi Tianli, who had been standing in a remote corner. Her voice was crisp and clear. "Yi Tianli, do you dare to partner with me?" Yi Tianli was stunned. He used to be the strongest cultivator in the immortal realm, but ever since his hand was cut off by IMO's sword, his newbie hand hadn't regenerated yet, so his power was greatly reduced. The man who used to be the most handsome man in the six realms had now become somewhat down and out. Just now, when they were free to group up, none of those demonesses took the initiative to invite him. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but it was also within his expectations, so he stood in a corner without saying a word, waiting for the random pairing. However, he didn't expect IMO to actually choose him. This was completely out of his expectations. He couldn't help but raise his head, his gaze faintly complicated. IMO looked at him. "I won't force anyone. You can refuse." Yi Tianli smiled. "Why should I refuse? Thank you, Devil Master, for your appreciation." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Chapter 1704. Shun Julie's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yi Tianli and then at IMO. Finally, he said, "The Demon Lord is in charge of the second most important place. It's not a small matter. We must choose someone who can cooperate with us at the crucial moment." IMO finally turned to look at him. Their eyes met slightly in the air. IMO was calm, and her eyes were as calm as water. "How do you know that Venerable Yi and I won't cooperate?" Shun Jili choked. IMO looked at Yi Tianli again. "Are you afraid that I once cut off Venerable Ye's right hand and he will hold a grudge and drop the ball at the crucial moment?" This sentence was asked so directly. Not only did it make Shun Jili choke again, but it also made Yi Tianli's handsome face turn pale. He subconsciously retorted, "How can I be such a shameless villain? No matter how narrow-minded I am, I will not joke around with the people of the six realms. It's rare that the Demon Lord thinks highly of me. I will do my best to cooperate with the Demon Lord. You can rest assured." IMO clapped her hands gently and smiled. "I like what you said. Yi Tianli, if you hold a grudge against me, you can seek revenge on me after this incident. I will accept it. At most, I will return you one hand." Her smile was like a flower blooming and a pearl shining brightly. She had a kind of upright character, which made Yi Tianli's heart tremble again. Yi Tianli originally had some other thoughts in his heart, but at this moment, all the bad thoughts disappeared. He raised his head and smiled. "Demon Lord, you are too serious. Back then, Demon Lord punished me because I was in the wrong first. Demon Lord's punishment is reasonable and not excessive. If you were in my position, if my child was stolen, I am afraid that I would tear the thief into pieces. Demon Lord, you have already shown mercy by cutting off my hand." He bowed deeply to IMO. "Demon Lord, after I cut off my hand, I did hold a grudge against you. But now I have thought it through. This time, I will do my best to cooperate with you to seal Zisha. I will not dare to be disloyal. If I am disloyal, I will be struck by lightning." This was a vicious vow. Thunder rolled faintly in the sky, indicating that his vow was valid. Shun Jili naturally had no more objections. He took the lead and jumped into the formation. The immortals and devils sealed in all directions naturally followed. If one wanted to enter the interior of the formation, they had to go through the same door, the life gate. After entering the gate of life, they parted ways. In order to ensure that this operation was 100% successful, They had to ensure that no accidents happened to any group. The inside of the formation was unpredictable and filled with killing intent. The forts and the paths were as numerous as a spider's web. If one took the wrong path, everything would go wrong. Once one entered the death gate, not to mention sealing the loophole, even the person would be turned into ashes immediately. Shunjili was the only one he was familiar with, so he was duty-bound to send each pair to the designated location. According to the pre-agreed formation, when they first entered the narrow gate of life, Shunjili walked in the front, followed by his partner Gong Huanyin, and then the others. Imo was at the back, and in front of her was Yi Tianli. This formation was the most convenient to deal with unexpected situations. After everyone rushed down, they found that the formation was in the belly of the mountain. After passing through the gate of life, there was a dark passage. The passage was filled with purple smoke. It was so dense that it was tangible and intangible. It spread around everyone and could not be dispersed. Chapter 17:05. Everyone activated their protective barriers to resist the invasion of the purple smoke. The purple smoke was too thick, and they felt suffocated as they walked through it. Probably because it had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, there were some unknown things growing in the array. From time to time, they would suddenly appear in the purple smoke and attack people who entered. Fortunately, Imo had come in advance and knew the general situation inside. He also explained it to everyone in advance. Everyone was a master, so it was not too difficult to deal with it. There were various flashing colors of talismans on the walls of the passage from time to time, flashing like ghost fire. Which one of the people who entered this passage had not been in this world for thousands of years? What strange things had they not seen? What scary places had they not been to? Most people thought that they did not know what the word fear was. But after entering, they could clearly feel a very strong and terrifying aura. It was as if there was a very scary monster hidden in the depths of the purple smoke, waiting for a group of people to walk into its trap with its mouth wide open. It was a fear that came from the bones. Those who were slightly weaker would be paralyzed by the terrifying aura before they could even touch the monster. Most people's hearts were beating wildly, and they subconsciously held their breath. Gong Huanyin was the weakest among them. Soon after entering, her legs began to tremble. The further she walked, the more afraid she became. Even her body trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid." Shunjili, who was walking in front, seemed to sense the strangeness of his companion. He comforted her in a low voice. "With me here, there will be no danger." His voice was low and steady, giving people a strong sense of security. Gong Huanyin's heart calmed down a little, and she said in a trembling voice, "Yes. Thank you, Divine Lord. Hold my hand, you can calm down." Shunjili spoke again. "Thank you, Divine Lord." Gong Huanyin's voice was full of surprise. The purple smoke in the passage was so thick that it was almost impossible to see people after a few steps. Imo was at the back of the group, so she could not see Shunjili and the others clearly, but she could still hear their voices. Such a person gave people a feeling of a mountain no matter where he went, and people who were under his protection would feel very safe, but he asked Gong Huanyin to hold his hand, right? He, such a clean freak, had broken his own rules for the greater good. She lowered her eyes slightly. While she was distracted for a moment, she tripped over something and staggered. "Be careful." Yi Tianli, who was walking in front of her, held her. "Demon Lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just tripped over a rock." "Watch out." A purple bat emerged from the purple smoke and almost pecked Yi Tianli's head with its sharp beak. Imo swung his long sword horizontally, and the purple bat immediately turned into a few drops of blood. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Before Yi Tianli could even see her movements, she had already sheathed her sword. "Thank you," Yi Tianli said in a low voice. "You're welcome. It's my duty to protect my companions." Mo's voice was faint. When Shunjili came in, he did say that in this big array, partners had to live and die together. Only by helping each other could they achieve the best results. "Yes." Yi Tianli only said one word, but he felt a little guilty. He was a man, and a man should have a responsibility to protect a woman. He should not wait for a woman to protect him. He had made up his mind that he would use all his strength to protect the woman behind him. Chapter 17:06. Shuilan was right in front of Yi Tianli. He suddenly said, "Yi Tianli, we haven't reached the sealed area yet. Let's change positions first." Yi Tianli frowned but did not move. "The Divine Lord has instructed us to maintain this formation and not change positions. We haven't reached the sealed area yet. Change positions." Shuilan did not give up. He always felt that he should be the one standing next to Mo, especially in this dangerous area. He pulled back his sleeves and wanted to forcefully change positions with Yi Tianli by his collar. Now is the crucial moment to train your team's cooperation. No one is allowed to change positions. Shun Juli, who was in front, said coldly without turning his head, "Shuilan, you and Ice Jade Fairy cooperate seamlessly. Now is not the time to care about small things. The big picture is more important." Mo is said at the right time. All right, the big picture is more important. Although Shuilan wanted to scold his grandpa, he knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. The most important thing was to seal Zisha. This passage was quite long. There were various kinds of attacks along the way. Fortunately, none of these people were easy to deal with. It was more than enough to deal with them. These people were grouped temporarily, and they came from two different factions. In the beginning, they had some scruples about each other and did not dare to leave their backs to each other. However, after walking in this passage for a long time, they knew that they could rely on each other without any accidents. Slowly, they began to cooperate. When dealing with those attacks, they paid attention to cooperating with each other. Slowly, they became more familiar with each other and trusted each other more. Mo no longer paid attention to Shun Juli's team. Instead, she focused on cooperating with Yi Tianli. In order to train their tacit understanding, Mo and Yi Tianli would fight side by side once they encountered an attack. As for the monsters coming from Yi Tianli's direction, she did not care at all. Everyone knew that Yi Tianli's right hand was very powerful, but very few people knew that his left-hand sword skills were also very good. He just did not usually show it. Most of the monsters that appeared at the beginning were small, but in large numbers. For example, vampire bats. Because it had lived in such a place for a long time, this kind of monster had an extremely powerful, insidious poison on its body. Being scratched by it could kill a person. When the countless bats attacked, he and Mo stood with their backs to each other. Their swords flashed like lightning, killing all the monsters that attacked from their direction. Mo, on the other hand, had his back to him the entire time, never once turning his head. Trust. Only people with absolute trust would do that. The other party was a devil, but he was able to trust an immortal who had a grudge against him so much. Even now, he was still a cripple. After dealing with the attack, he asked with a half-hearted smile, Mo, aren't you afraid that a half-cripple like me can't protect you? One had to know that there were hundreds of vampire bats attacking at the same time. If he had been slightly slower, there would have been one or two of them stabbing in her back. Mo smiled carelessly and only said a few words, "I believe you." Yi Tianli's heart skipped a beat when he heard those words. This time, however, it wasn't love, but the absolute trust of a companion that made his blood boil. When he first got close to Mo, he was a little more competitive. Later on, it was a man's desire to conquer. The more he could not get, the more he wanted to get. He used all kinds of methods to please her and conquer her. In the end, he did not know whether his desire to conquer her was greater or... Chapter 17:07. Later, he was defeated by Shun Juli and left. He still resented Mo. Later, Mo cut off his hand because of Shun Yinma. His hatred for Mo went up another level. This hatred was the kind of hatred a man would have for his ex-girlfriend. He hated her for being so heartless. But now, he saw a kind of carefree brightness in her. Her appearance had changed, and he did not expect that her personality had changed as well. She was straightforward, bright, and generous. These characteristics were gradually revealed in her. Perhaps she did not realize it, but she had unconsciously attracted his attention. However, he knew that she now regarded him as a companion who could go through life and death together. Sometimes this kind of companionship was more touching than love. It was only at this moment that Yi Tianli truly regarded Mo as a friend who could go through life and death together. He did not say anything. Friends did not need to talk. Actions spoke for themselves. Yi Tianli heard the movement of the team at the front. Shun Jili protected Gong Huanyan very well. Gong Huanyan gradually calmed down from the panic when she was attacked. She knew that no matter how dangerous the situation was, Shun Jili would solve it for her. He would not let her get hurt. She could finally perform her usual level. From time to time, he could hear Gong Huanyan's happy and careful voice. Divine Lord, is my move okay? It's okay. Divine Lord, I'm sorry. I almost couldn't block it and let the bat bite you. It's okay. Divine Lord, was the angle of my move a little off? No. Divine Lord. Yi Tianli had met Gong Huanyan before. Her kung fu was indeed good, but she was a little timid. As a member of the Devil Clan, she had a shy problem. She would blush when talking to men. Every time she saw him in Mo Palace, she would blush and walk away without even greeting him. He did not expect her to be so talkative. Shun Jili was really good. He could make a witch with such a personality gradually relax. It was as if she was a different person. Although he couldn't see Gong Huanyan's expression, he could imagine how shy and timid she was. Although Gong Huanyan wasn't as beautiful as Mo, she still had her own charm. In Mo Palace, there were still many devils who were fascinated by her. Yi Tianli could not help but look at Mo, who was beside him. Mo did not seem to have heard the conversation in front of him. There was nothing wrong with his expression. It seemed like Mo really had no feelings for this supreme divinity. She heard that they had already broken off the engagement. She wondered if she still had a chance. Yi Tianli was slightly distracted. Shua! A gust of wind from a sword flashed past his ear, startling him. When he came back to his senses, he saw a blood-sucking centipede struggling on Mo's crimson sword. With a slight shake of Mo's hand, the centipede turned into smoke and dissipated. Thank you, Yi Tianli mumbled. You're welcome. If you want to get out of here alive, don't get distracted. Mo's voice was slightly stern. If this Yi Tianli was once her subordinate, he would definitely be scolded by her. At such a moment, the group of agents that she had previously led would put aside their worries and focus on completing the mission wholeheartedly. Yes. Yi Tianli could not help but respond. After that, he realized that he seemed to be a little obedient. One must know that he was usually arrogant because of his talent. Even the Sky Emperor did not dare to scold him when he spoke to him. Chapter 1708. Now that he was being scolded by Mo, he didn't feel any displeasure at all. How strange. At this moment, they arrived at a relatively open area where the purple smoke was much less. They could already vaguely see the people in front of them. The monsters that jumped out of the purple smoke to attack them also stopped appearing. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, they arrived at the first ceiling point. Shun Jili left behind the weakest pair of people. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. Therefore, the first ones to stay behind were the weaker ones. After another round of bloody battles and killing a ground full of blood-sucking skeletons, they arrived at the second ceiling point. Just like that, one battle after another, pairs of people were left behind. The line was getting shorter and shorter. When they arrived at the sixth ceiling point, Shuilan was also left behind. He sneered and was a little unconvinced. I think they should be at the seventh ceiling point. If there were no accidents, Mo should be at the eighth ceiling point. He wanted to be closer to her so that they could take care of each other. In the face of Shuilan's protest, Shun Jili only said one sentence. I have the final say here. Shuilan was speechless. He looked at Mo. Mo still said the same thing. Shuilan, the bigger picture is more important. Shuilan didn't say anything. He and the fairy stayed behind and watched the 6 people leave. They watched as Mo's figure gradually disappeared into the purple smoke. He suddenly froze and called out, Momo. He jumped up and was about to leave his position to chase after Mo. According to Shun Jili's instructions, once a team entered the ceiling point, they couldn't move as they pleased. Otherwise, the formation would shake and it might backfire. Fortunately, The Ice Jade Fairy was calm and wise. She grabbed Shuilon. Don't move. Along the way, this Ice Jade Fairy was like a piece of silent ice. Although she cooperated with him very well, she almost never spoke to him. She was ice cold, worthy of her title of Ice Jade Fairy. Shuilon was the kind of person who, except for his sweetheart, would treat all other women the same. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to his partner's appearance at all. Moreover, this Ice Jade Fairy seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, covering half of her appearance. When she was in a crowd, her presence was extremely low. Shuilon did not expect that she would dare to stop him at a time like this. He frowned and almost swung his sleeve at her. But when he thought of the overall situation that made his balls ache, he endured it. He only pulled back his sleeve, glanced at Fairy Ice Jade, and coldly said, "Although this king is your partner, it is only a temporary cooperation. Don't touch this king." The Ice Jade Fairy withdrew her hand and indifferently replied, "If it wasn't for the bigger picture, this fairy wouldn't care about you. There's actually someone who dared to talk to him like this." Shuilon's pair of watery eyes fell on Fairy Ice Jade's face. Just as he was about to ridicule her, he suddenly felt that her appearance was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Shuilon thought about it, and a name suddenly popped into his mind. Princess Mingwan. This Ice Jade Fairy was actually 80% similar to the Princess Mingwan he met in the Tianci continent. Shuilon glanced at the other party again, but didn't take it to heart. There were many similar people in this world. It wasn't strange that Fairy Ice Jade and Princess Mingwan were similar. His full attention was still on Imo. He seemed to have seen bloodstains on Imo's back earlier. Chapter 1709. She couldn't have been injured, could she? He was so nervous that he couldn't help but take out the sound-transmitting talisman to ask. However, he remembered that ordinary sound-transmitting talismans were useless in this large array. There was only one sound-transmitting talisman that could be used, but it could only contact Shunjuli in one direction. Damn it! Shuilon clenched his fists. He didn't want to talk to Shunjuli in this life. Perhaps that was a sweat stain on Momo's body? After all, she was originally wearing a red dress. Even if there was a water stain, it would look like blood. Besides, he couldn't see anything wrong with her. Maybe he was wrong. However, Shuilon didn't have time to think about this problem because another wave of monsters was coming. He had to join forces with Ice Jade Fairy to fight against the enemies. This large array was like a game. The deeper they went, the more difficult it was. Not only did the path become harder, but the monsters they encountered were also more advanced. The inexplicable pressure also became heavier. Among the remaining 6 people, Gong Huanyin was the weakest. She obviously couldn't bear the pressure. Her heart seemed to jump out of her mouth, and her body trembled violently. At this moment, they were walking through a white bone tunnel. All kinds of strange bones were arranged in various strange patterns. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, they would turn into demons and pounce on them. Divine Lord! Gong Huanyin couldn't help but lean her body towards Shunjuli. Swoosh! A red light rushed over and directly covered Gong Huanyin. Gong Huanyin was at her most nervous moment. She was so scared that she screamed. Her shrill scream shook people's eardrums and echoed in the white bone tunnel. "What are you screaming for? I'm just setting up a protective shield for you," Amo said coldly. She regretted bringing Gong Huanyin here. She was too timid and might drop the ball at a critical moment. The most important thing was that she would lose face as the Devil Master. Gong Huanyin's pretty face was pale. Only now did she see that this was a protective shield. She was still in shock. Thank you, Devil Master," she stuttered. "Shut up." Imo saw her trembling and stuttering appearance and became angrier. She couldn't help but reprimand her. Yes. Gong Huanyin shrunk even more, almost curling into a ball in the barrier. She was a pitiful little bunny type. Usually, if nothing happened, it wouldn't be obvious. However, when it came to a critical moment, a person's weakness would be exposed under fear. What kind of lousy protector did that bastard? He moved fine for her. So embarrassing. Gong Huanyin, when this matter is over, you don't have to return to Mo Palace anymore. Mo didn't want this kind of little white rabbit to stay by his side. Gong Huanyan's eyes immediately widened, and her voice trembled even more. Demon, Demon Master. She was on the verge of crying, and tears rolled down from her bright eyes. Don't worry. Shun Juli, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, he broke the wizardry barrier that Mo set on Gong Huanyan and set up another one for her. The pale white wizardry barrier was like a luminous pearl in the dark bone tunnel. I will arrange a place for you. His words reassured Gong Huanyan. The place that the supreme divinity personally arranged must be the best place. It might even be better than Mo Palace. Gong Huanyan glanced at Mo and then smiled through her tears. She turned her gaze to Shun Juli. Thank you, supreme divinity. Her voice was sweet, like a silver bell in the wind. Let's go. Shun Juli didn't look at the people behind him with different expressions. He took the lead and walked forward. Chapter 17:10. Naturally, Gong Huanyan followed closely behind. Mo paused in place, her fingers trembling in her sleeves. Mo. Yi Tianli followed the team for 2 steps and suddenly seemed to notice something wrong. He turned around and called her who was lagging behind. Mo only felt a mouthful of blood rolling around her throat. She forced herself to swallow it, and at the same time, she swallowed all kinds of indescribable emotions that were about to boil. The big picture was more important. This was her life's creed, and it was also her life's iron law. She could not affect the big picture because of her personal emotions, especially when it concerned the survival of the 6 realms. However, did she deserve to swallow this resentment just because of this? Her eyes flashed, and she secretly took a breath, then strode forward to catch up. Divine Lord, are you trying to steal my woman? Openly trying to steal someone in front of her, did she really think that she, the Devil Lord, was a pushover? She did not want to take this lying down, so she asked directly. If I remember correctly, the Devil Lord has already expelled her from Mo Palace. Shun Juli's eyes finally fell on her face. Mo raised her lips and smiled. I only expelled her from Mo Palace, not from the Devil Realm. Since she is still a devil, she is still my subordinate. She has nothing to do with you, Divine Lord. She slowly pulled out the sky splitter sword, and her eyes fell on Gong Huanyan again. Her voice was cold. I have a bad habit. Even if I don't want something, I will not allow others to touch it. I would rather destroy it. At this moment, the murderous aura on her body was almost overwhelming. It seemed that the next moment, the enchantment around Gong Huanyan would be split open and she would be killed in one move. Gong Huanyan was dumbfounded. Shun Juli frowned slightly and protected her behind him. Devil Lord, what are you doing? Do you think I will allow you to kill people here? Mo smiled, but the words she said were as sharp as a knife. Shun Juli, so what if you don't allow it? You want to slap me away? Or just kill me? Shun Juli's face changed, and his eyes fell on her face. His heart seemed to be suddenly twisted by something, and the mask he had been wearing almost broke. Did she really recover her memory? Or was it just a coincidence? The 2 words Shuan almost blurted out, but in the end, she held it back. Fortunately, his ability to remain calm was extraordinary. Even though his heart was in turmoil, his face remained calm and collected. Devil Master, please be rational. Mo brushed her sleeves lightly. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Shun Juli, for the sake of the bigger picture, I won't kill her. But if you insist on going your own way, then don't blame me for being impolite to her. If you want to stop me, there's only one way, and that is to kill me, or severely injure me, so that I no longer have the strength to harm others. But do you think I'll care about this damn formation after you've injured me? Shun Juli, I didn't mean to hurt you. Although he tried his best to remain calm, there was still a hint of dullness in his voice. Of course, Mo didn't listen carefully. She just raised her head and laughed, her eyes slightly sharp. Then are you still poaching people under my command? Shun Juli looked at her. They were only a few steps away, but it seemed as far as the horizon. Her personality was still the same. If she didn't have to suffer a loss, she wouldn't take it. She clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred, He looked at her with his eyes flashing slightly and said lightly, "Devil Master, I only hope that you will consider the bigger picture. Since she is still a member of your devil world, I naturally won't." Gong Huanyan's face turned green this time. Chapter 17:11. Gong Huanyan's face turned green. She had already betrayed the Devil Clan in front of the Devil Master and chose the Supreme Divinity. If the Supreme Divinity always protected her, everything would be fine. She didn't need to be afraid that the Devil Master would kill her. But if the Supreme Divinity didn't care about her anymore, how could she survive after she went out? She looked at Shun Juli with tears in her eyes. Supreme Divinity. Shun Juli had already turned around and ignored her. Gong Huanyan had no choice but to kneel in front of Imo. "Devil Master, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Imo looked down at her coldly. Although this protector looked a little timid, she was quite obedient in front of her. Even if she was a little clumsy and not good with words, she looked very loyal. At that time, Imo didn't pay much attention to these subordinates, so she didn't really see through their characters. Imo originally thought that even if Gong Huanyan had countless problems, she was still loyal. What Imo did just now was purely to discipline her subordinates. How could a protector of the Devil Palace tremble like a little chick? Wasn't it shameful? If there was such a coward in her agent team in her previous life, she would probably grab her collar and scold her. She might even kick her out. But for those subordinates, even if she scolded them, they wouldn't turn around and join the other side. This was a matter of principle. She thought that she treated Gong Huanyan well in the MO Palace, but she didn't expect her to be so unprincipled. What was the difference between her and a traitor? She was still wrong. IMO said that she couldn't stay in the MO Palace as a protector because of Gong Huanyan's character. Such a little white rabbit wasn't suitable to be a protector at all, so it was better to put her in other places in the devil world. She didn't want to kill her or do anything to Gong Huanyan. Now that she knew the nature of this witch, she only felt it was funny. She let Gong Huanyan count out 30 to 40 times before she said lightly, "Gong Huanyan, from now on, I'm no longer your devil master, and there's no such person as you in the devil world anymore. You're free. You can go anywhere you want." She glanced at Shun Juli, who was in front of her. Her voice was still indifferent as she said, "Divine Lord, you can continue to protect her from now on. I won't say anything else." Shun Juli's back stiffened slightly, and Gong Huanyan was also stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had been saved from death's door, she immediately got up and stuck close to him. "Divine Lord." She looked delicate and weak, as if she was begging for mercy. Shun Juli's lips twitched. She couldn't help but glance sideways at Imo, but Imo didn't look at them anymore. At this time, there were 6 of them. Shun Juli was in one group, Imo was in another, and Sky Sovereign was in another. Sky Emperor's partner was also a protector of the devil race. She had a fiery temper. In terms of real kung fu, she was stronger than Gong Huanyan, but there was a limit. After entering this place, she was a little nervous because of the terrifying aura, but she did not want to lose her composure. She had been working hard to overcome her fear and keep up with everyone's footsteps. She cooperated well with Sky Sovereign and was a trustworthy partner. Gong Huanyan's cowardly look not only made Imo feel uncomfortable, but also made her feel uncomfortable. She felt that her face was burning. On the battlefield of blood and fire, what was important was the courage to fight. Chapter 17:12. On the battlefield of blood and fire, what was needed was the spirit of daring to fight, not trembling in fear and needing protection at all times. Especially when the trembling person was from her camp. Shameful. Not just a little shameful. This Gong Huanyan was a guardian like her, and she often told her that the Devil Lord was a good master, as if she would die for the Devil Lord without blinking an eye. She didn't expect her to be like this at the critical moment. The fiery guardian looked at Gong Huanyan with disdain. She despised her character and said coldly, "Gong Huanyan, congratulations on finding a new master. Our friendship ends here." Gong Huanyan looked from one to the other. Then, she leaned closer to Shun Juli and said, "Divine Lord, I have been expelled from the devil world. I have nothing to do with the devil world anymore. Please take me in." Her delicate body almost leaned on Shunjuli. Shunjuli stepped back quietly and said lightly, "I will arrange a place for you. Now you just need to focus on cooperating with me." Yes. Gong Huanyin was finally relieved. She wanted to take the opportunity to fight for a good opportunity for herself. Divine Lord, after the things here are over, Huanyin is willing to enter the Fanteon Palace as a servant. As long as I can be taught by Divine Lord, Huanyin is willing to do anything. She expressed her loyalty to Shunjuli again. Her eyes were watery, and her voice was soft. When she made such an expression, she didn't know how many men she had subdued to work for her. The other female guardian of the Devil Palace felt a chill and couldn't help but curse. She didn't want to look at her anymore. She felt that she had degraded herself by associating with such a person. She was a fiery and straightforward person. If it wasn't such a moment, she would beat her up without saying anything. Now she just urged in a rough voice, "If you want to show your loyalty, go out and show it. Don't discuss people here. Are you going or not?" Shunjuli turned around and left. Gong Huanyin hurriedly followed him like a dogskin plaster. Imo was still walking at the back. Ever since she said that she would banish Gong Huanyin from the Devil Realm, she had completely calmed down. Now, even if Gong Huanyin were to lie on top of Shunjuli, she would not frown or even blink her eyelashes. Her memory had indeed come back. She didn't expect that this extremely evil Zisha could actually break her devil seal and restore her memory. Not long after she entered the purple evil spirit, the memories in her mind began to pop out. There was a small amount of joy in those memories, but most of it was pain worse than death. Memories rolled like the sea, hitting her until she was dizzy and disoriented. Her hands and feet were cold, and she was unable to come back to her senses for a while. She finally understood why she had used a third of her cultivation to create that seal after she was reborn on this continent. It turned out that those memories were really too painful. It was a bone-piercing pain. She, a devil master, had actually lived such a cowardly life after transforming into a human. Old memories came flooding back, and the pain of being reborn felt like it was just yesterday. It turned out that she had such a deep entanglement with that divine master. It turned out that she had once risked her life to love someone. She knew that she had always wanted to be strong. As long as she was alive, she wanted to live a wonderful life and live herself. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she would fight for a way out. But one day, she was tortured by this relationship and wanted to die. She was so cowardly that she could only take revenge on him by dying in his hands. Chapter 17:13. She loved him so much that she went crazy. After being raped by him, she waited for him for 10 days just to get an explanation. But what did she get in return? What awaited him was another assassination attempt from Wu Mo. It was a battle of life and death. She couldn't go easy on him, so she killed Wu Mo. However, she angered him when he just returned. He didn't listen to her explanation and locked her up in the ice purgatory without saying a word. In the ice purgatory, she was so cold that she wished she was dead, but he never came to see her. Even if it was just a glance, it would be good. She had waited so long for him to come, but he was here to execute her. He didn't care about her fear and threw her into the medicinal soup. He boiled her alive for a few hours and let her taste the feeling of being in a pot of oil again and again. She still trembled when she thought about the despair and horror of being in a pot of oil. If Shui Ilan didn't come to save her, perhaps she would have disappeared. She was disheartened in the demon realm. However, he spread the news that he expelled her from his sect and no longer recognized her. He completely cut off all ties with her. At that time, she hated herself. She hated herself for not being able to let go. He had already treated her so badly, but she still couldn't let go of him. Every day, when she closed her eyes, she was still him. Some feelings couldn't be completely let go of just by thinking rationally. Every day, her emotions and rationality were in a tug-of-war. She was exhausted and almost went crazy. She tried her best to walk out and forget him. That was why she wanted to try again with her previous lover, Shuilon. She wanted to see if she could find the feeling again. If she could find the feeling, she would be redeemed and wouldn't have to think about that person anymore. At that time, she really wanted to try again with Shuilon. She thought that since she could fall in love with him in her previous life, there was no reason why she couldn't fall in love with him in this life. She didn't expect herself to be so stubborn that she would be dead set on loving someone. She also didn't expect that the memories Shuilon gave her were fake. It turned out that he was also lying to her. In the banished land, she got the real memories of her previous life. Only then did she understand who she loved in her previous life. She also understood that Shun Julie really loved her in her previous life. In her previous life, even though she had done countless things to revive him, she was still the one who had wronged him first. Therefore, she didn't want to continue like this. She wanted to go back and explain to him. At the same time, she also wanted to hear his explanation. She wanted to know why he treated her like that. Subconsciously, she wanted to get back together with him. She wanted to be with him again. Who would have thought that he would get lost in space and return to his former country? She had risked her life to come back, only to receive news that he was going to be engaged to Lizine. He treated Lizine so well that the entire Tianci continent was talking about it. She didn't believe it and personally went over to take a look. In his bedroom, she saw a small side chamber prepared for Lizine. She did not give up and personally went to the engagement ceremony. She wanted to hear it from him personally. She wanted to know if he had really had a change of heart and if he had truly fallen in love with Lizine. If he really had a change of heart and fell in love with Lizine, she had her pride too. She would let go of him, even if she was pregnant with his child. In the end, all she got from him was it has nothing to do with you. He watched as she was humiliated by Lizine without doing anything. He watched as she left and didn't ask her to stay. Then, she saw him block the lightning tribulation for Lizine at the foot of the mountain. She saw Lizine snuggling under his protection like a little bird. At that moment, her mind was blank. She finally understood that she had completely lost this love and could never get it back. Chapter 17:14. At that time, she did not hate Shinjili. She only hated the god of creation for playing tricks on her. She hated herself for being unlucky. Therefore, she only wanted to take the child away. The child in her womb was her only support. She did not expect that God would take away her last support. Lizine killed her child and almost made her lose her mind completely. However, the moment he arrived, he indiscriminately sent her flying. Then, he carried Lizine and left, leaving her bleeding profusely to fend for herself. At that moment, she only felt that her life was a joke. The kind of pain that was worse than death made her want to die. At that time, she had never lived such a cowardly life. Someone else killed her baby, and she did not even have the ability to kill the person to avenge the child. That person was under the protection of Shun Jiuli, and she was Shun Jiuli's fiancé. For the first time in her life, she hated Shun Jiuli to the bone. She did not know why Shun Jiuli healed her. Perhaps he still had feelings for her. Or perhaps he pitied her when he found out that she had lost the child. None of these were important to her at that time. What was important was that she wanted to avenge the child. She wanted to take revenge on Shun Jiuli. Now that she thought about it, her revenge was useless. She used her own death to take revenge on him. She still remembered the moment before the catastrophe. She was so desperate that she could not breathe. She only wanted to be free. She did not expect that she would come back to life, and she did not expect that she would be the Devil Master. As Ning Xiuama, her life was too painful and useless. Therefore, she did not hesitate to use 1/3 of her magic to completely erase the part about Ning Xiuama. She was in a daze in front of the stone in the purple evil array for a long time. Her face was pale as she tried to organize these memories, trying to straighten them out one by one. She did not expect that Shun Jiuli could still find her here and bring the child to pester her. Since the memory of Ning Xiuama was restored, she naturally began to doubt the identity of little Nianma. She knew that Shun Jiuli was a god. There was nothing he couldn't do. Perhaps he finally found out that the child was his after her death. He finally found out that Lizine was the one who harmed their child. Out of guilt, he gathered the child's soul and used divine spells to revive him. He even kept him in a new rock. He desperately wanted to reconcile with her. He did not hesitate to lower himself in her palace and listen to everything she said. Firstly, he felt guilty towards Ning Xuema. Secondly, he wanted to find his real mother for Nianma. The moment she regained her memories, countless thoughts and emotions came one after another, causing her mind to be in a mess. She almost couldn't walk out of the Purple Fiend array. When she was observing the Purple Fiend formation, she could faintly sense how powerful the Purple Fiend was. She was afraid that it would be a catastrophe for the Six Realms. She knew that this was not the time to think about personal feelings, nor was it the time to find out who was right and who was wrong in the past. Therefore, she forced herself to suppress her chaotic emotions and finally broke out of the Purple Evil array. Before she could find her footing, she heard the conversation between him and Shun Yinma. As expected, he did it for the sake of the child. After going through so much, she could no longer trust Shun Julie's feelings. She did not want to think about her feelings for him now. After she regained her memories, although she did not show anything on the surface, her heart was like boiling oil. This kind of emotion was inseparable and confusing, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Chapter 17:15. When a relationship couldn't be sorted out, it was better to put it aside for the time being and think about it carefully after completely calming down. What's more, the most important thing now was to reseal the purple demon. Everything else should make way for this matter. When she broke into the purple demon formation alone, because of the recovery of her memory, she was distracted for a moment and was attacked by the evil beasts inside. Her back was injured. If she wasn't a devil lord with powerful skills and a natural resistance to evil aura, she was afraid that she would really die inside and never be able to come out again. She had already treated the injury herself and used magic to cover it up. That was why she could act as if nothing had happened. However, she still underestimated the power of the evil beasts in the purple demon formation. After she came out, she felt a piercing pain in her back and her legs were a little weak. In addition, she had just recovered her memory and her mind was uneasy. Then, she heard the conversation between the father and son. All of these made her hands and feet feel cold. She really wanted to find a place to lean on. Fortunately, Shui Lan came in time. When she followed Shui Lan down, first, she wanted to rest and recover her strength. Second, she also silently used her mental power to heal herself and make her pain less painful. If she had a good rest and recuperated for 2 or 3 days, she might be able to completely recover. But she didn't have the time. After she followed everyone into this formation, she experienced one battle after another. She had a tough personality and didn't want to drag the team down. Although she didn't show anything on the surface, the injury on her back made it harder and harder for her to ignore. She had been quietly using the magic power in her body to expel the poison while walking, but the effect was not great. She felt as if there were countless small knives digging into her wound, making her heart burn with anxiety. There were faint signs of pain in the pit of her stomach, like the precursor of a chronic disease that was about to break out. She tried her best to suppress it. According to her previous experience, after this kind of precursor, the real outbreak would take place 1 day later. As long as they moved a little faster, it wouldn't be too late for her to go back into seclusion after they finished sealing this place. Everyone had started to move forward again. Even if this group of people had different thoughts for the same purpose, they had to stick together and persevere. Along the way, Mo didn't say a word, as if he was mute. Gong Huanyin, on the other hand, was in a good mood because she finally had the protection of the divine venerable. She would talk to Shun Julie from time to time, which finally made Shun Julie impatient. "I don't like talkative people." His words finally shut Gong Huanyin up. She didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone's ears became much quieter. There were even more ambushes along the way, but they were all dealt with by the few of them. Except for Shun Julie's team, the other 2 teams had a tacit understanding with each other. Finally, they arrived at the 7th sealing point, and the Celestial Thearcha's group stayed behind. Watching the 4 people walk into the depths of the purple smoke again, the Witch Protector frowned slightly, because she keenly noticed that their Devil Lord's walking posture was slightly strange, and his body seemed to be a little stiff. Gong Yuing, I didn't expect you to be able to cooperate with me so well. Sky Emperor said beside her. The protector's name was Gong Yuing. She said faintly, Your Majesty cooperated well too. Sky Emperor admired her a little. Normally, witches would be a little nervous and scared when they saw him. But this Gong Yuing didn't seem to have any psychological pressure when she was his partner. She was good at advancing and retreating, and her movements were fast and nimble. She didn't need him to take care of her at all. What was even rarer was that she had a fiery temper, which was comparable to her master. Chapter 17:16. This kind of girl was very attractive. Although there were many women around the Sky Emperor, none of them were like her. Especially when she cooperated with him in a fight, their cooperation was flawless, and they could exert twice the power. If he could pull her to his side, Yuang, I admire you very much. You don't have much of a future in Mo Palace as a protector. After all, you're just a servant. Why don't you come back to the heavenly court with me after this matter is over? I can make you concubine, Yuang. The Sky Emperor thought that the other party would be happy with his generous offer. Even if she didn't agree immediately, it was still a girl's shyness and modesty. That Gong Huanyan didn't hesitate to be a servant in order to stay by the Supreme Divinity's side. As the Supreme Divinity of the celestial world, making her his concubine was already like a pie falling from the sky, right? Once she agreed, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step. Moreover, he was so handsome. Even if he couldn't be compared to Shunjuli, he was still a top figure. There were countless female deities in the heavens who wanted to marry him as his concubine. Therefore, the Sky Emperor was 100% sure that she would agree. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Gong Yuang interrupted him rudely. Your Majesty, narcissism is a kind of illness. It needs to be treated. The Sky Emperor, Shunjuli, and the other three continued to move forward. The road ahead is the most difficult. Everyone should be careful. Shunjuli, who was walking at the front, said, Yes, Supreme Divinity. Gong Huanyan was the first to agree. Understood. We will be careful. Yi Tianli also replied in a low voice. Imo didn't say anything. She didn't speak again along the way. Shunjuli intentionally or unintentionally brought up a few topics. The others responded enthusiastically, but she didn't respond at all. It was the same this time. Shunjuli paused for a moment and gave up. He couldn't help but look at her once. He saw that her expression was calm and unperturbed. In addition, the light was dim, so he couldn't see her face clearly. Fortunately, every time she was attacked, her moves were clean and efficient. She also cooperated with Yi Tianli better. Suddenly, a cliff appeared in front of him. This cliff was extremely narrow and long, only half a foot wide, but it was at least several thousand meters long. Through the purple smoke, he could only see that it was like a snake with only its back exposed, wriggling into the distance, with no end in sight. There were bottomless cliffs on both sides, and there was a faint red light flashing at the bottom of the cliffs. Below is the red lotus karmic fire that can burn everything. When you reach the top of the cliff, you will be attacked by the Nether Eagle. The Nether Eagle is born in the red lotus karmic fire. Its special characteristic is that it can attack with water spells. Once we pass this cliff, we will reach the 8th seal. Shunjuli quickly explained what they needed to pay attention to. Gong Huanyan's pretty face turned pale. She agreed quickly, but in her heart, she was planning to stick close to the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord would protect her if she was in danger. Yi Tianli, you'll bring up the rear this time, Shunjuli spoke again. At this point, everyone was used to following his orders, so Yi Tianli did not ask why. On the contrary, he was relieved. No matter what, he was still a man. He felt bad letting a woman bring up the rear, even if the woman was the Devil Lord. He went to the back of Imo. However, Imo's body stiffened slightly. When she was at the back, no one would notice the injury on her back, so she could cast spells on her back less frequently. Now, her clothes on her back might be stained with some blood. Chapter 17:17. Imo, is your back injured? Why are the bloodstains? Yi Tianli was very attentive and soon found something wrong with her back. At this moment, they had already walked up the cliff. The cliff was blood red and sticky, as if it was soaked in blood. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Shun Julie, who was walking in front, paused for a moment. Gong Huanyan suddenly said softly, "The Devil Master. The Devil Master will not be injured. The blood on her body is probably from the monster's blood." Yi Tianli thought about it and agreed. They had killed a lot of monsters just now, and IMO was the main force in killing the monsters. It was not strange that she would be stained with blood. However, he remembered that IMO always loved cleanliness. She could not tolerate any stains on her body. She was also the demon master. Even if she killed monsters, she would not be stained with dust. IMO? Yi Tianli was still worried. "I'm fine." IMO finally opened her golden mouth. Her voice was light, and no one could hear anything. Yi Tianli still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the rolling purple fog and flew towards the four of them. Dark Eagle, the most evil type of eagle in the demon god continent. It was said that it was an evil spirit that could not be freed from the river of forgetfulness in the underworld. It had 8 heads and 16 claws. It also had 8 pairs of wings. When it flew, it looked like a spinning windmill. Its 8 pairs of eyes were all blood red. It looked strange and made people shudder. The biggest characteristic of this type of eagle was that it had 8 lives. If you want to kill it, you have to cut off its 8 heads. Its mouth and claws, which were as sharp as a machete, were blood red in color. Every time it attacked, it looked like a flying guillotine. Its whole body was highly poisonous. Even if it touched a feather, it could be poisoned. What was even more troublesome was that it could hide. It flew silently. When it was discovered, it had already attacked. Encountering one of these things was enough to give people a headache. Yi Tianli had encountered one of these things when he was adventuring elsewhere. It took him a lot of effort to kill it. He was so tired that he almost got injured. At that time, he was still in his prime. Now he was still half crippled. What's more, this time he encountered a group of them. There were a total of 180 of them. They were attacking them from 8 different directions. Yi Tianli did not have the time to ask about Mo's injury. He focused on fighting the enemy with Mo back to back. Yi Tianli did not truly understand Mo's kung fu until he met a strong opponent. It was only at this moment that he realized how powerful the Devil Lord's kung fu was. The sword flashed out like lightning, and the crimson light flickered like a tide, rolling between heaven and earth. Wherever the sword light passed, the attacking dark eagles were all twisted into her crimson light. In just a few moments, 8 heads of a dark eagle had fallen. Yi Tianli's mission was to protect her from the back. Once she was done with the front, she would switch places with him to deal with the back. It was as if the air was being torn apart and filled with the miserable cries of the dark eagles. When the dark eagles were killed, their bodies would explode, and their poisonous blood sprinkled down like purple rain. That blood was extremely poisonous and could corrode everything. Because he had to fight with the other nether eagles and couldn't set up a defensive barrier, the only way to resist this purple blood was to use sword light to protect his entire body. Because IMO was the one who killed most of the dark eagles that attacked his team, the purple blood rain basically flew towards her. Chapter 17:18. Because the dark eagles that attacked his team were basically killed by IMO, the purple blood rain basically flew towards her. With her blocking most of the purple rain attack, Yi Tianli only needed to protect the rear. Yi Tianli also glanced at Shun Julie's team in the midst of his busy work, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That team of Gong Huanyan was just an extra, a free gift. She could not resist anything at all, and could only shrink beside Shun Julie. Shun Julie took care of 2 directions by himself, and also had to guard against his delicate companion falling down. It seemed that he was having a hard time. Gong Huanyan's body was covered by Shun Julie's enchantment. She only needed to stay by his side obediently and not let the dark eagles break the enchantment. The only thing that gave her a headache was the eyes of those dark eagles. As long as she met those eyes, she would feel extremely terrified. Her legs trembled violently, and there were several times when she almost slipped down half a foot wide. When she saw the Dark Hawk attack, she couldn't help but scream. That scream was too shrill, causing Yi Tianli to tremble in fear. Later, She did not know if she controlled herself or was controlled by someone else, but she did not scream again. Only her eyes were wide open. There were several times when she wanted to grab Shin Julie's robe to seek protection, but she did not know what was going on. She could not touch the person who was clearly beside her. This time, dealing with the Dark Eagle's attack mainly relied on Shin Julie and Imo. The white and red light crisscrossed between heaven and earth, looking beautiful and cruel. Due to the frequent changes in their positions, Shin Julie and Imo would occasionally bump into each other. Sometimes, Shin Julie's hand would even touch hers. Since entering this large array, the two of them were in the front and the back. Although they were in the same team, the distance between them had always been very far. It was only at this moment that they occasionally got so close and even touched skin occasionally. Every time they touched each other, Imo would retract his hand without batting an eyelid. They did not even feel the temperature of each other's skin and had already separated at lightning speed. Sometimes, Shin Julie would take care of the nether eagles that were attacking Imo. When the nether eagles exploded and their purple blood splattered down, his sword light would flash and protect Imo. However, Imo didn't seem to like owing him a favor. If he helped her kill a dark eagle, she would also help him kill one. If he protected her once, she would also protect him once. No matter how strenuous it was, she would still do it. Obviously, she didn't want to owe him any more favors. Occasionally, their gazes would meet, and Imo would quietly look away. Occasionally, she could feel his gaze on her face. She could not see his gaze clearly, or perhaps she did not want to see it clearly, but her keen sixth sense made it impossible for her to ignore his gaze. She vaguely felt as if he was suppressing something in his gaze, or was it just her imagination? At this moment of life and death, she didn't want to think too much. She forcefully suppressed all her chaotic emotions into the depths of her heart. She only wanted to kill Dark Eagle. There were too many indescribable emotions in her heart, and she also wanted to find a channel to vent them. Killing the Dark Eagle became a channel for her to vent. After recovering Ning Xiuma's memories, her eyes would turn black from time to time, but at this moment, they were completely red, as transparent as the setting sun, and the devil aura on her body was fully released. Among the four of them, Gong Huanyin was the most relaxed, so she had the most free time. Occasionally, she would turn to Mo's direction. Chapter 17-19. Gong Huanyin trembled when she saw her eyes, her agile and bloodthirsty skills, as well as the strong pressure of the Devil Lord. She couldn't help but want to kneel down. Whenever she was nervous, she would slip and almost fell off the narrow cliff several times. If it weren't for Shin Julie pulling her back in time, she would have already fallen to the Red Lotus hellfire. Shin Julie would be slightly distracted if he wanted to save her. After all, they were on the same boat now. No matter how useless this former subordinate was, Imo couldn't let her become a burden frequently. So when she changed positions, she tried to choose the right time to avoid facing Gong Huanyin. Even if she had no choice, she would try to retract the Devil Lord's coercion, lest Gong Huanyin's legs go soft. Once the Devil Lord's coercion was fully released, it had a great deterrent effect on those Netherworld Eagles. It would also slow down their attacks slightly, making it easier for Imo to attack. When she retracted the Devil Lord's coercion in consideration of Gong Huanyin's emotions, those Netherworld Eagles would suddenly speed up. It would be more difficult for her to deal with them. Shin Julie obviously also discovered this very quickly. So when Imo turned around, he would also try to change positions with Gong Huanyin to reduce the pressure on Imo. In this way, the two had more opportunities to face each other. Although neither of them said anything, after fighting for a while, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Red and white light intertwined and danced, like a dual-colored flower blooming in the dark night. Gong Huanyin was not just ashamed. At such a critical moment, her incompetence was simply like a joke. Not only could she not help at all, but she also became a burden. Although no one said anything about her, her face was burning. She could even read the word contempt from Yi Tianli's eyes. As for Imo, since she was expelled from the Devil Realm, she never looked at her again. Whether she screamed or trembled in fear, IMO didn't respond and completely ignored her. But when the shame reached the extreme, it would turn into anger, and even jealousy would crawl up to the surface. They were both women. Why was IMO the Devil Lord? Why could she be the center of attention? And she, who had cultivated for 2,000 or 3,000 years, was simply like a waste in front of this Devil Lord. Becoming a joke, Gong Huanyin had been Mo's protector for more than a year. Although IMO did not let protectors accompany him often, protectors could still move around freely in Mo Palace. Therefore, when Yi Qianli and Shun Julie stayed in Mo Palace, some of their actions still fell into her eyes. She knew that these two most outstanding men were once fascinated by the Devil Lord and spared no effort in pursuing her. Gong Huanyin was also a woman, but she, Gong Huanyin, was trying her best to compete for the position of a servant in front of the supreme divinity. On what basis? Why was God so unfair? Give the best things to that woman. That's how a person is. That's how a man is. Moreover, she didn't even dare to fart in front of her. Just being stared at by her made him want to kneel down. Once jealousy rose in a person's heart, all the kindness that the other party had shown him in the past would be thrown away. She had forgotten that IMO had once taught her martial arts, forgotten that IMO had once saved her life, forgotten that IMO had once treated her internal injuries. Her heart was filled with indignation, especially when she noticed that the supreme divinity beside her deliberately went against IMO. The indignation and dissatisfaction rose to the peak. Chapter 17:20. She began to cause trouble intentionally or unintentionally. For example, when Shun Julie changed positions with her, she deliberately slowed down her movements so that Shun Julie could not grasp the exact timing. Of course, she was more timid and did not dare to play too many tricks in front of an expert, so as to avoid being seen through. Therefore, she only quietly caused trouble in a small range that no one could see through. Imo, Shun Julie, and Yi Tianli's attention were all on the Dark Eagle, so no one had the time to care about her. Gong Huanyin only caused a little trouble, but it was not enough to delay Shun Julie. Moreover, he quickly grasped her rhythm and pattern. When he changed positions again, he would advance and grasp the timing extremely accurately. Every time, he would land almost at the same time as Mo. Obviously, this divine venerable was always paying attention to the Devil Lord's movements, even in such a fierce battle. The jealousy in Gong Huanyin's heart was about to break through the sky. When jealousy filled her heart, she forgot her fear and gave birth to courage. She also wanted to make a move. She also wanted to let the divine venerable see that she was not a good-for-nothing. At this time, the dark eagles that came to attack had been killed, and only 3 were left. 2 of them were intercepted by Shun Julie and IMO, and they were fighting each other. The other one probably saw that Gong Huanyin, this soft persimmon, was the easiest to pinch and swoop down on her. The iron claws and blood hooks were right in front of her. If she did not make a move, this dark eagle would not be able to break the enchantment around her in a hurry. The dark eagle that attacked Shun Julie had already had 6 heads cut off, and it would be finished off in a moment. Shun Julie had enough opportunity to kill that dark eagle and then deal with this one. In order to show her ability, Gong Huanyin steeled her heart and directly pierced the enchantment that protected her. A green sword light slashed towards one of the dark eagle's heads. The enchantment that Shun Julie set up for her blocked the outside, but not the inside, so she easily broke it. This sword slash was quite powerful. It could be considered as condensing all the essence of her power. When she was inside the barrier, she saw Mo and Shun Julie cutting the dark eagle's head like cutting tofu. She thought that this dark eagle was just SOSO, but once she made a move herself, she realized that it was far from the truth. As soon as the protective barrier around her was broken, she immediately felt the sweet and fishy hurricane of the Netherworld Hawk's attack. The hurricane seemed to want to tear apart a person's skin, causing her to be unable to open her eyes as soon as she left the barrier. Even the thrust of his sword was deflected. In the blink of an eye, the Nether Hawk's blood-red claws had arrived before her eyes. That Nether Eagle is very big. Even one of its claws is the size of a small round table. Its 5 sharp claws are like 5 blood-red scimitars, piercing towards Gong Huanyin. Gong Huanyin screamed in fright. The netherworld eagle was too fast for her to dodge. She closed her eyes in fright. Idiot! Imo happened to be on her side. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but curse. In this critical moment, she didn't have time to think carefully. She lifted her sleeve and pulled Gong Huanyin in her direction. Gong Huanyin couldn't stand still and fell at her feet with a plop. The moment Gong Huanyin fell to the ground, Imo suddenly waved her sword and took advantage of the opportunity to cut off one of the dark eagle's heads. That dark eagle immediately turned around to attack Imo. Imo had just finished off another dark eagle and didn't even have time to catch her breath. Seeing this dark eagle attacking again, she didn't have time to think. She raised her sword and was about to stab a second time when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Chapter 17:21. The pain was 10 times worse than being cut by a knife. It was so painful that she staggered, blacked out, and fell. Everything happened in an instant. By the time Shun Julie realized it, Mo's body had already fallen. Almost at the same time, Gong Huanyin, who was lying there, suddenly slipped. With a scream, she fell from the other direction. The cliff was half a foot wide, and there were cliffs on both sides. Coincidentally, Mo and Gong Huanyin fell on opposite sides of the cliff. Red Lotus Hellfire was at the bottom of both cliffs. With Gong Huanyin's ability, she would have no chance of survival if she fell. As for Mo, she was a devil master with superior skills. Even if she fell off the cliff, she would have the ability to save herself and jump back up quickly. Gong Huanyin screamed shrilly. That shrill scream could almost pierce one's eardrums. Help! Help! That scream rolled all the way down. The figure on the cliff was rapidly shrinking. The wind whistled in her ears. It almost tore Mo's dress. The fire below was also getting brighter. Normally, falling off the cliff was nothing. She could get back up with a little effort. But now, her heart was in so much pain that her limbs were weak. She couldn't exert any strength at all. Ever since she was reborn on this continent, she had an unmentionable disease. Her heart would hurt every year. Every time it happened, it would hurt so much that she wished she hadn't been born in this world. During the heart attack, all the magic in her body would disappear, and her limbs would become as soft as cotton. At this time, she didn't even have the ability to protect herself. This heart attack was rather punctual. Every year, it would happen in the middle of May. Every time it happened, she would be able to recover as long as she could get through this day. She was a devil master, and there were many enemies who coveted her. Naturally, she wouldn't let anyone know about her heart attack. Every time the heart attack was about to happen, she would arrange everything in Mo Palace in advance and then go into seclusion. She would seal herself in a space and roll around or scream, but no one would know. It was only May now. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the time for the heart attack to happen. Moreover, according to the symptoms of her body, just now, it would only happen tomorrow. But this time, the heart attack didn't act according to common sense. It actually happened at such a critical time. She did not even have the ability to save herself. She could only watch as she fell toward the Red Lotus Hellfire below. When she fell, she also heard Gong Huanyin's fall. She didn't see her figure, so, without asking, she must have fallen to the other side. Shun Julie. He must have gone to save Gong Huanyin. After all, she was his partner. After all, her skills were the weakest, and she was the one who needed saving the most, and he was a powerful demon master. In his mind, he probably didn't need him to save him at all. The speed of this free fall was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already fallen several hundred meters. She involuntarily turned her head downwards. In her widened eyes, she saw the Red Lotus Hellfire leaping about. It was bright red, as if it was waiting for a feast of flesh and blood. She was the Devil Lord. Would she be reborn in the Red Lotus Hellfire? Probably not, right? She was not a phoenix. Moreover, the Red Lotus Hellfire was specially used to burn all kinds of evil in the world. If she still had her magic, she could set up a barrier in the fire. She wouldn't be burned for a short period of time. Maybe she could hold on until reinforcements arrived. But now that she had fallen, she would probably be directly refined. Chapter 17:22. Of course, she was never one to admit defeat. She would never admit defeat until the very last moment. While falling, she desperately waved her hands to get closer to the cliff. Once the sky splitter in her palm even pierced the cliff. The sword did pierce the cliff, but her hand was too weak to hold the sword. Under the huge impact, she could not hold the hilt at all. As a result, she lost her sword again. The sky splitter was very strange, but when she had magic, it would automatically find its master. If she did not have magic, it would not move at all. Her palms were burning, and her heart was in so much pain that she wanted to dig her heart out. Coupled with the pain on her back, all kinds of pain accumulated and made her vision blurry. She could barely see anything clearly. Great despair struck her heart, and she simply closed her eyes. Forget it. That was it. She had tried her best, but fate refused to let her go. Perhaps this was her destiny as the Devil Master. Little Nyinma's shadow flashed in her mind, and her heart was in turmoil. That was her child. She had promised to play with him for a month. Now, it seemed that she was going to break her promise. She had already sensed the unique, scorching heat of the red lotus hellfire below. In a few seconds, she would fall into it and directly turn into ashes. Swoosh! Suddenly, she heard the sound of the wind. Her waist was suddenly tightened, and she was suddenly in someone's arms. It felt like a parachute suddenly opened when falling from a high altitude, and the speed of the fall suddenly slowed down. A cold breath rushed into her nose, and her body trembled. She opened her eyes. It was a familiar hug and a familiar person. She saw the beautiful curve of the person's chin and a pair of deep blue eyes. Shinjuli. He jumped down to save her. His face was a little pale, but his arms were holding her tightly as if he wanted to strangle her into his bones. She could even feel the trembling of his arms around her. After he held her in his arms, he drew the sword in his palm forward. Therefore, he held her with one arm and held the sword that was inserted into the mountain wall with the other hand. The two of them swayed a few times as if they were playing on a swing. Shunjuli simply pierced the sword deeper and then fixed her to the cliff wall. "Do you want to die?" Shunjuli reprimanded him. His eyes were filled with rage. "Why didn't you struggle?" She was a dignified devil master, yet she was actually free falling from a cliff. If he had not followed her down in time, she would have fallen into the red lotus karmic fire below and been burned to ashes. Amo was held so tightly that she could barely breathe. She opened her mouth and asked, "Where's Gong Huanyan? You didn't save her?" Shinjuli's arms stiffened slightly, and his voice turned cold. "You still care about others at this time? She's your companion after all." Amo blurted out again. "It's easier to save you," Shinjuli answered without hesitation. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that his answer was a little nonsensical. In terms of distance, Gong Huanyan was the closest to him at that time. If it was easier to save Gong Huanyan, it would have been easier for him. At that time, he watched as the two women fell, one on the left and one on the right. Almost without thinking, he instinctively followed Amo and jumped down. Chapter 17:23. Of course, when he jumped down, he kicked the dumbfounded Yi Tianli and kicked him off the side where Gong Huanyan fell. His series of actions were almost subconsciously completed quickly. When he reacted, he was already in mid-air, chasing after the falling red figure like a meteor chasing after the moon. He thought that she did not have to wait for him to save her, but he did not expect that she did not even struggle all the way. At most, she stabbed her broken sword into the cliff, but she did not stop at all. She fell very quickly and neatly. Fortunately, he jumped in time. Fortunately, she did not fall into the red lotus hellfire. Otherwise, what was the point of everything he did? Now, he finally hugged her at the last moment. Once he hugged her, he could not let go. The two of them hung on the cliff with a sword. Their bodies were tightly intertwined, just like Siamese twins. The familiar embrace, the familiar smell, the familiar feeling. Everything was so familiar. Amo squeezed into his embrace. The two of them breathed heavily. They were closer than ever before. Amo's body stiffened. Even after she regained her memory, she still had no immunity to this embrace. She wanted to push him away with all her might and draw a clear line between them. But at the same time, she wanted to stay in his embrace. Layers of bitterness crawled out from her throat, as if she was wronged, as if she was angry, as if she was resentful, and as if she was longing. That indescribable emotion surged in her chest like a tidal wave, causing her to momentarily not know how to react. Her heart disease was like the pain of a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. It came in waves. The pain would stop for a few seconds, and then it would stop again. At the beginning, the pain would get worse and worse. When the pain reached its peak, it would slow down again. Now was the beginning of the pain. After the first wave of pain stopped for a few seconds, she was attacked by an even more intense pain. She bit her lips hard to resist the pain. "Your back is injured?" After Shun-Jili hugged her, he paused for a moment and then stroked her back. After her heart disease acted up, her magical power disappeared. Naturally, the injury on her back could no longer be covered by camouflage. Shun-Jili touched the blood on his hand. His face changed as he looked at his blood-stained fingertips. The blood was dark purple and had a strange, fishy smell. Clearly, this was poisonous blood. Very quickly, he found her wound. Shun-Jili's face was even worse. He looked at her like a surging storm. "Why didn't you say earlier that you were injured so badly?" Amo's face had already turned green from the torment of her heart disease. In comparison, the injury on her back didn't seem that important. Although she tried her best to hold it in and not let herself moan, a layer of sweat had already formed on her forehead. She wanted to answer Shun-Jili's question, or she wanted to rebut him. For example, for the sake of the big picture. However, she didn't know if it was because the pain was too intense or because she couldn't suppress the grievances in her heart. But after she opened her mouth, her lips trembled violently and her throat was a little dry. She couldn't say anything and just turned her head away. After the magical power disappeared, her pair of eyes turned black again. At this moment, it was as if her eyes were covered with a layer of water. Shun-Jili's heart suddenly trembled, and he couldn't say anything else. This cliff was obviously not the place to talk and heal. Shun-Jili calmed down a little and whispered, "Bear with it. Let's go up and I'll treat you." His left arm hugged her, and his right arm swung the sword in his hand. He took advantage of the momentum to flip up. Chapter 17:24. Flying skills could not be used in this formation, so Shun-Jili used superior Qigong at this time. Fortunately, his Qigong was also excellent. Even if he was carrying a person, the speed of his ascent was not slow. He flew up a few hundred meters in a few minutes and landed on the cliff again. On the cliff, there was a dark eagle with half of its head flying around. This dark eagle was also strange. It only attacked the people who landed on the cliff and did not care about the people who fell just now. When Shun-Jili carried a person up, the dark eagle immediately discovered his whereabouts. With a sharp cry, it swooped down towards Shun-Jili. Shun-Jili was also not polite. His left arm was still carrying Amo, while his right hand spun like a whirlwind and cut off 2 heads of the dark eagle. Just at this time, Yi Tianli also carried Gong Huanyan up. He had just stood still and did not have time to see what happened to Shun-Jili and the rest. The dark eagle with only 2 heads was already rushing towards them like a cannonball. Following the dark eagle's flight, Shun-Jili said, "You guys take care of it." Then, the supreme god carried Amo, who was unknown whether she was alive or dead, and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the purple smoke. Yi Tianli was speechless. He had the urge to curse. When the 2 women fell, he was just stunned. When he was about to jump down to save Amo, he was kicked down in another direction by Shun-Jili, who was much faster than him. He only reacted when the other side of the cliff fell from the sky. Although he wanted to curse Shun-Jili's ancestors, he knew that the overall situation was more important. It was more important to save people first. Fortunately, Gong Huanyan was not a complete waste. After she fell, she still tried her best. She waved her hands, and when she fell halfway, she finally stabbed her sword into the cliff to stabilize her body. This allowed Yi Tianli to catch up with her. Gong Huanyin was so scared that 2 of her 3 souls ran away. There was still 1 soul that was in a daze, only screaming crazily. Yi Qianli thought her screams were too noisy, but he was too lazy to comfort her, so he simply sealed her mute acupoint. After his ears were clear, he lifted her up. He was still half crippled and could not exert any strength in one of his arms. Moreover, he had the witch beside him who could not help him and would only cause him more trouble. Flying up consumed quite a bit of his strength, and he was still panting at the moment. Now that the divine venerable had kicked such a big trouble like Dark Eagle over, did he think that he was not flustered enough? The Dark Eagle saw him standing there as an eyesore, so it vented all its hatred on him. Its millstone-like body circled around him, and its 16 claws scratched. As long as Yi Qianli was distracted for a moment, he might be scratched until his intestines were pierced. Yi Qianli, who had always been cultured, refined, and noble, finally cursed. At this time, he naturally did not care about taking care of Gong Huanyin. He casually placed her on the cliff and said, "Stand properly." He did not care whether she could stand or not. He turned around and went to deal with that crippled netherworld hawk. Gong Huanyin was in a sorry state. When she was pulled down by Amo, she knocked out a tooth. In the process of falling, she was scratched by the various protruding stones at the bottom of the cliff. There were several wounds on her body, and her clothes were badly damaged. At this moment, she knew that everyone could not take care of her. She could only hug the narrow ridge of the cliff on both sides and tremble there like a leaf in the wind. Fortunately, she did not fall down again. Chapter 1725. It was quite strenuous for Yi Qianli to deal with this dark eagle that only had 2 heads left. After all, he was injured and had fought for so long. He even saved someone in the middle. At this moment, his hands and feet were weak. If it was not for the fact that he had to fight for his life, he also wanted to lie down and rest. At this moment, he could only fight with this dark eagle. Fortunately, this dark eagle was also crippled. After losing 6 heads, it could not find its balance and often made mistakes in its judgment of direction. Shun Julie and Mo dealt with the dark eagle very easily. It was almost as if they could get rid of one in a few minutes. Now that he was fighting alone, Yi Qianli finally understood how big the gap between his skills and those 2 people was. Damn, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yi Qianli fought with it for almost an hour before he finally cut off its remaining 2 heads. The moment before the Dark Eagle exploded, he set up a barrier to protect himself and Gong Huanyin. "Can you still walk on your own?" Yi Qianli asked the woman lying down at his feet in annoyance. Gong Huanyin raised her head with tears in her eyes and gently shook her head. Her hands and feet were all weak now, and the injuries on her body were very painful. Now that only the 2 of them were left on the cliff, her only hope was Yi Qianli, venerable. "Venerable Yi, can you take me with you?" Yi Qianli glanced at her and only replied with 2 words, "No." Then he flew up, leaped over her, and ran forward. Before he left, he still reminded Gong Huanyin, "You can just lie here. Later, there might be a dark eagle flying out." This sentence made Gong Huanyin, whose legs were weak, jump up as if she was electrocuted. She hurriedly ran behind him. "Venerable Yi, wait for me. Wait for me." For the sake of the overall situation, Yi Qianli would not really abandon her. Seeing that she followed him, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and slowed down a little. He kept a distance from her so that if she was in danger, he could save her in time. He still had some regrets about this Gong Huanyin in his heart. Gong Huanyin was very beautiful. She was the rare type of lady in Mo Palace. She blushed when she spoke, and her eyes were watery. In Mo Palace, where there were strong women everywhere, she was unique. She was also born as if she was made of water, so she was very popular with the men of the Devil Palace. Basically, they couldn't bear to scold her. Moreover, her kung fu was considered quite good in the Mo Palace, especially her water control technique, which was rare and accurate. At that time, Yi Qianli went to Mo Palace many times in order to pursue Mo naturally. He had seen Gong Huanyin a few times. At that time, he felt that her temperament was not like that of a demon. Instead, she was like those shy immortals in the immortal world who had reincarnated wrongly. He still had some admiration for her and felt that this which was a little special. He had even mentioned her in front of IMO, saying that she was suitable to be a female guardian because she was more slender and sensitive. The Devil Lord lacked someone like her. At that time, IMO didn't care about anything and didn't care much about anything. When he heard him mention it, he handed this matter over to head steward Himu and asked him to observe her. If she was suitable, he would let her be a protector. There were many male protectors around IMO, but there weren't many female protectors. There were only 3 of them in total. Including her, there would be 4 of them. Himu probably felt that the Devil Lord lacked such a slender person, so he pushed the boat along with the current and let her be a protector. When you don't experience something with someone, you will never truly understand a person. Chapter 17:26. When you don't experience something with someone, you will never truly understand a person. Only when you're in a life and death situation or when you get along with someone can you see a person's true nature. He knew that Gong Huanyin was timid, but he didn't expect her to be so timid and unafraid, with no integrity. He often heard people say that Shun Juli was able to see through the situation and plan well. Why didn't he see Gong Huanyin's true nature in advance this time? Logically speaking, Shun Juli had stayed in Mo Palace for a month, so he should know Gong Huanyin, right? Why did he choose such a person as his partner? Did he not see her true nature, or did the Supreme Divinity have other ideas? The seal was such a big matter, and his team was in the lead, so he should choose an equally strong partner. Even if he didn't choose Mo, shouldn't he choose someone with high skills among the witches? Even if he couldn't see through Gong Huanyin's true nature, he should be able to see through her skills, right? Then why did he choose her so quickly? It was as if he had already seen through her. What was the Supreme Divinity thinking? Yi Tianli felt that he was smart enough, but he couldn't figure out the Supreme Divinity's thoughts. The thoughts of God, don't guess, you won't understand. Forget it, he won't guess anymore. IMO didn't expect Shun Juli to leave with her in his arms. One should know that the 2 people he left there, one was a cripple and the other was a cripple. Wasn't he afraid that these 2 people would die here and cause the seal to fail? However, this thought only flashed in her mind for a moment, and the 3rd wave of pain came. It was so painful that her face turned pale. It was so painful that she wanted to scream and roll on the ground. Fortunately, she still had a trace of clarity. She knew that Shun Juli was holding her, and she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. Therefore, she clenched her teeth as hard as she could. There was only one thought in her drowsy mind. Don't cry out, don't cry out. Unknowingly, she bit her lip until it bled. If it hurts, just cry out. Why are you holding it in? A voice rang in her ears. Don't want to cry out. She was the Devil Lord. She didn't want to be such a coward. Especially in front of him, she couldn't show any weakness. She still clenched her teeth, not allowing herself to scream. In the past, when her illness acted up, she would seal herself in a sealed space. When she was in pain, she could roll around inside, scream, and cry to her heart's content. Once her illness was over, she would come out in all her glory. But now, she could only endure with all her might. Shuema. She heard him call her name. His voice was a little hoarse, as if he was suppressing his anger. This name made her heart tremble again. Of course, her heart hurt even more. She closed her eyes tightly, and even her eyelashes were trembling from the pain. Suddenly, she felt something cold on her lips. Something soft and hard was forced into her mouth. Bite this. She bit her lip subconsciously. She was in so much pain that she didn't know what she was biting. She only felt that the texture was not bad, and there was a faint fragrance. Most importantly, no matter how hard she bit, her teeth wouldn't break. Gradually, the thing in her mouth tasted bloody and sweet. Something flowed into her mouth. She was in so much pain that even her mouth was spasming, but after that thing flowed into her mouth, the pain seemed to lessen a little, so she instinctively swallowed a few mouthfuls. Chapter 17:27. The warm and sweet liquid with a strange cold fragrance slid down her throat. Wherever it went, her spasming muscles relaxed a little. There wasn't much of the liquid. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, it gradually stopped. She instinctively felt unsatisfied, so she fiercely bit down on the thing in her mouth again. When she bit down just now, it was purely because of the pain that she wanted to find something to bite, so she didn't know how to use her internal energy. Now, in order to make more of the liquid flow out, she simply used her internal energy, so the liquid happily flowed out again. Purple smoke floated around her, and an opaque spherical enchantment appeared in an empty space. Inside the enchantment, Shun Julie looked at her, who was desperately sucking on his finger in his arms, and his eyes darkened. Probably because it was too painful, her entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Layer after layer of cold sweat appeared on her beautiful face, but she didn't make a sound from beginning to end. She was so strong that it made him want to pull her over and beat her up. This kind of pain didn't seem like a simple back injury. He casually made a bed and put her on it. He wanted to check her injuries first, but she tightly held onto his hand, and he couldn't pull his hand away. He could only let her bite first and use his other hand to check her pulse. His eyebrows gradually furrowed as he looked at her. Her heart was beating very abnormally. She also had spasms, and her face was frighteningly pale. Was this a heart attack? It seemed like it was a chronic illness. Did it hurt this much every time? When he wasn't by her side, did she always bear it by herself? As long as an outsider knew a secret, it would soon no longer be a secret. IMO kept her secret very well. Even her most capable subordinate, General Manager Mu, didn't know. It seemed like when her chronic illness acted up, she probably closed herself in a corner and gritted her teeth to bear it. He held her in his arms and casually wiped the sweat from her forehead. He looked at her beautiful face, and even her lips were trembling. If it hurts, cry it out. You'll feel better if you cry it out. His voice was gentle, and it made the half-conscious Mo's nose sour. Ever since she came to this world, although her status was respected, she didn't have anyone by her side that she could truly rely on. No matter how painful it was, she could only bear it and bear it by herself. At first, she didn't feel that this was a grievance, but now she was injured. People are always more vulnerable when they are injured. His soft words made her, who was still in a daze, feel her eyes sting. Coupled with the fact that she was in so much pain, she felt even more grieved. Although she was still biting her lips with all her might, her tears finally flowed out. Her eyelashes were wet, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. A finger brushed past the corner of her eyes, and she was hugged tightly in someone's arms. Then she heard him say, "I'm sorry, Shuma. I'm sorry." His voice was extremely hoarse, as if it directly impacted her heart. This made the grievances that she had been suppressing in her chest surge up even more. Her tears flowed even faster, but her lips were still biting his finger, unwilling to let go. Shinjili looked down at her in his arms. How long had it been since he last saw her cry? In the past, she had cried in front of him a few times. Sometimes it was fake crying, and sometimes it was because she was angry. She cried and laughed like a child, but it was the real her. After reuniting with him, she seemed to be wearing a mask. She was either cold like a block of ice that couldn't be touched, or like a hedgehog that wanted to prick anyone she saw. The most common expression was that she was expressionless. Even if she smiled, it was a fake smile. She had never cried before. Chapter 17:28. Unlike now, when she finally stopped resisting and began to cry, she cried very hard. Although there was no sound, her tears flowed like a stream, wetting his hand. He couldn't wipe it clean. The formation of her heart disease was most likely related to the pain in her heart. She had been holding it in for the past few years and couldn't vent it. The more she held it in, the worse and more painful her heart disease would be. Her heart disease needed to be cured. She had to really cry out to vent her pent-up emotions. Only then could she have hope of recovering. So Shun Julie watched her cry and didn't say anything to comfort her. While she was crying hard, he lowered his head and treated the wound on her hand. A layer of skin had been scraped off from her delicate palms. Her palms were covered in blood, sweat, and mud. He used the cleaning spell to clean her body. The wound on her hand was only a superficial one. After he applied a special ointment, the wound began to heal quickly and was soon healed. At this time, Imo was still a little dazed. She had lost her magic and was half dazed like a child. As she cried, she forgot to suck his blood and began to rub her eyes with her hand. Shunjili could finally withdraw his hand. He held one of her hands to stop her from rubbing it. She probably felt uncomfortable. Her eyelashes fluttered, showing signs of waking up. A faint white light emitted from his hand and enveloped her whole body. "How long have you been suffering from this heart disease?" Shunjili asked. His magnetic and gentle voice was like the sound of cello, with a kind of coaxing. This was a kind of hypnotism. It had the power to make people have no choice but to answer. If IMO was fine, she naturally wouldn't be affected by this hypnotism. However, she had lost all her magic and was weaker than an ordinary warrior. Naturally, she fell for it easily. So she was very honest. 3 years. How often does it happen? 1 year. When does it usually happen? Every year in the middle of May. She was still a little confused. It should happen more than 10 days later. It's only the beginning of May now. After she swallowed his blood, the pain in her heart seemed to ease a little and she could speak normally. Shunjuli. Her heart disease, acting up early, probably had something to do with the injury on her back. His eyes darkened as he flipped her body over. He stared her back. Her clothes were intact, but there was a large blood stain. There was even purple blood oozing out. Shunjili waved his sleeve, and Ammo's clothes tore apart, revealing her bloodied back. Shunjili secretly gritted his teeth. There was an extremely deep laceration on her back. It was at least half a foot long, and the deepest part of the laceration was so deep that one could faintly see the white bone inside. Furthermore, looking at the freshness of the wound, she had been injured for at least 16 hours. 16 hours ago, they hadn't even entered the formation. Needless to say, it was left behind when she explored the formation alone. It must have been difficult for her to grit her teeth and hold on for so long. Shunjili knew very well how painful it was to be bitten by the venomous beasts here. He looked at her pale face and was furious. She didn't know if he was angry that she didn't know how to cherish her body or that he didn't notice it in time. If an ordinary immortal or demon suffered such an injury, they would have been rolling around in pain. It must have been difficult for her to hold on as if nothing had happened. This time, if her heart disease hadn't acted up, she would have probably continued to hide it. The wound was on her shoulder and back. It was indeed difficult for her to treat and bandage it. Therefore, she carelessly applied some antidote and even used demonic magic to expel the poison. Chapter 1729. The wound was on her shoulder and back, and it was difficult for her to bandage it herself. Therefore, she simply applied some antidote on it and used her magic to expel the poison. However, she didn't know that all her methods were useless against the poison. It would only get worse and worse. In the end, her whole body would fester. Imo swallowed a lot of his blood, and the pain in her heart eased a little. Her confused mind finally cleared up a little. When she woke up, she felt a chill on her back. It was as if she was wearing nothing. She was shocked. When she opened her eyes, she saw a light blue robe. It took her a while to realize that it was Shunjuli's robe. Then, she was shocked to find herself lying on Shunjuli's knees. His cool fingers were busy on her naked back. This posture, Amo's body stiffened. She wanted to turn over. Suddenly, she felt a few fingers pressing on her back. A voice came from above her head. "Do you want me to look in front of you?" Imo was speechless. "Rogue." She gritted her teeth and sneered. "The Divine Lord is the role model of the 6 realms. How can you say such immoral words?" She wanted to say shameless words, but changed her mind. She was the Devil Lord. She had to be polite when she scolded people. "I'm just telling the truth." Shunjuli's voice was neither cold nor warm. Imo thought about it. She did want to roll over, but her clothes had been torn open. If she rolled over, the scenery in front of her would be exposed. She clenched her teeth and pulled her clothes closer to cover her chest. Then, she struggled to get up. The aura on his body made her feel extremely unstable, so she subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. However, he held her in place with one hand. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I'm just treating your wounds." He didn't know what kind of ointment he put on her wound. It was warm and different from his usual ointment. IMO had already recovered Ning Xiuma's memories. After living by his side for so long, Ning Xiuma was very familiar with his ointment. She remembered that when he applied the ointment on her body, it was slightly cold and had a high viscosity. It could be considered a semi-ointment. But this time, it was in the form of a liquid and was very warm. After dripping into her wound, a warm feeling spread throughout her body. Originally, the pain that was like being stung by a scorpion, but after the medicine dripped in, the pain lessened quite a bit. Drop by drop, the medicine dripped in her body. What was even rarer was that not a single drop flowed out. All of it went in her wound. Was he dripping his own blood? IMO smelled a hint of blood. She turned her head to look, but her face was on his lap. As soon as she moved her head, he gently pressed it down. Don't move. IMO didn't know what to feel. Subconsciously, she didn't want to owe anyone anymore. This injury, I can treat it myself. Let me go. IMO, we don't have much time, Shunjuli suddenly said. Huh? IMO didn't react for a moment. We have to seal this formation in 2 days. When the time comes, everyone has to do their best. The 8th sealing point you have to guard is also very important. There can't be any accidents. If you're injured, you'll be a hindrance to the plan. Shinjili spoke slowly but clearly. Amo's body stiffened. He was treating her for the sake of the big picture. What else could she say? Chapter 17:30. Amo's body stiffened slightly. Shun Jining was treating her from the perspective of the big picture. What else could she say? She couldn't refuse at all. She gritted her teeth and stopped moving, allowing him to treat her. She still refused to admit defeat. I didn't drag the team down, even though I was injured. You're great. Shun Jili complimented her. There was a hint of teasing in his voice. IMO was speechless. She had the illusion that she had kicked a pile of cotton. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the pain in her heart attacked her again. She subconsciously curled up her body, waiting for the pain that felt like it was going to tear her whole body apart again. The pain in her heart was getting worse each time, so she stiffened her body in advance. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand into her sleeve so that she could hold it tightly. Unexpectedly, before she could withdraw her hand, he held it. Don't force yourself to endure the pain. The more you endure, the worse the pain will be. Come on, call it out. His palm was as cold as a popsicle. IMO subconsciously shrank back. He seemed to realize something. His palm gradually warmed up. It was a temperature that she was familiar with. She didn't know how many times she had held this pair of hands in her previous life. She was familiar with almost every line on his palm. She still hated him, but her body was subconsciously greedy for this embrace. She was greedy for the feeling of holding his hands tightly. This pair of hands used to be her strongest support. She used to risk her life to hold this pair of hands forever. He was like her poison. She knew it was poisonous, but she was shamelessly greedy for it. Especially when she was at her weakest, holding his hand again and feeling the warmth of his hand, she actually felt a shameful sense of relief. When a person's pain reached its peak, only instinct was left. Gratitude, resentment, and heartlessness could be temporarily thrown aside. She subconsciously held his hand tightly. When the pain climbed up, she wanted to bite her lip again. Don't force yourself. Call it out. Come on, call it out. He coaxed, patting her back gently with his other hand. These words were so ambiguous. It seemed like there were such lines in some porn movies. IMO was in so much pain that she wanted to scream and roll on the ground. When a person was in extreme pain, they really wanted to scream out loud. She did have the urge to scream, but she was used to enduring it. Even if she wanted to scream, she wanted to find a place where there was no one around and not in front of him. What's more, Yi Tianli and Gong Huanyin should be here soon. If they heard him, the dignified demon lord, wailing like a ghost. You're still so concerned about your reputation at this time? Shinjili obviously saw through her misgivings. He raised his hand and rubbed her hair. Don't worry, I've set up a wizardry barrier. They won't hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse. Amo sincerely felt that she didn't want to think too much about it, but could this supreme divinity please not make such a pun? As for me, I've seen you in an even more pathetic state. What are you embarrassed about? Come on, Scream. Don't be afraid of disturbing me. I'll just seal off my hearing. Shinjuli continued to remove her defenses. IMO. She was in so much pain, but when she heard what he said, the corner of her lips couldn't help but twitch. His posture was quite like a young master who was flirting with a good woman. Girl, scream. Scream as much as you want. No one will hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse. She held his hand tightly. When the pain was unbearable, she couldn't help but bite his palm again. Chapter 17:31. She held his hand tightly. When she couldn't take the pain anymore, she couldn't help but bite his palm. She said fiercely, "If you want to scream, scream with me." Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Shinjuli's eyes flashed, and he actually screamed. His voice was so loud that it scared IMO. No matter when or where, this person was always calm and composed. Even if thousands of soldiers and horses died in front of him, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. She had never seen him lose his composure before, and she had never heard him scream before. Now that she suddenly heard it, she even forgot about her own pain. She almost suspected that this person in front of her was possessed by a hot-tempered brat. He was really screaming and didn't care about his usual image at all. It was as if he was really in extreme pain. Influenced by him, IMO finally let go and screamed out loud. She screamed loudly in his arms, yelled loudly that she was in pain, cried loudly. Everything followed her instincts. She was so immersed in her screams that she didn't notice when Shinjuli stopped screaming. He hugged her with one hand, and she held his other hand tightly without any gap. It was as if they would never separate like this, as if they could be together forever. It was as if many years ago, when there was no gap between them. She lay in his arms and laughed happily, screamed happily, and even kissed him happily. He looked at her deeply and for a long time. He didn't think that she would ruin her image at all. She was still the girl in his heart, the girl who proudly said that she would conquer him, the girl he loved for 3 lifetimes. A tear slowly seeped out from the corner of his eye and fell on her face. It mixed with her tears and couldn't be separated anymore. How long had it been? She had never screamed so crazily before. How long had it been? She had never released the stone in her heart. No matter how much pain, no matter how much suffering, she had always swallowed it down and kept it in her heart. Therefore, the nest had produced poison. The nest had produced heart disease. When she was in pain, she was no longer alone. When she was in pain, he was by her side. When he was by her side, it was as if the pain was shared and became less unbearable. When she screamed and screamed, the pain did lessen quite a bit. She didn't have to endure until her whole body trembled. She didn't know when, but his palm had moved to her chest. As she screamed, a white light emitted from his palm and slowly penetrated her chest. It drilled into her heart meridian and slowly moved forward, dredging her convulsing blood vessels bit by bit. Her depression was released along with her shout. Coupled with the activation of his inner energy, the pain in her heart finally dissipated gradually. After an unknown amount of time, Mo finally stopped yelling. She was slightly out of breath, and her forehead was covered in sweat. After yelling for a while, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The pain in her heart once again, it was over. She heaved a sigh of relief. Calling him out this time was really useful. This time the pain was actually much lighter than before. She lowered her head and her body. She didn't know when she t-tes, t-tes, t-t, s. Bang. IMO blushed. Chapter 17:32. You? She turned over and wanted to get up. He pressed his palm and said in a deep voice, "Don't move, it's almost done." Only then did she clearly see the white light in his palm. She recognized that it was his healing light. Her heart skipped a beat. Was he treating her heart disease? She could feel that his internal energy was slowly moving in her heart, and it was gradually unblocked. Mo used to be a doctor himself, so he figured out the principle after thinking for a while. When she went through the calamity in her previous life, it was the time when she could not vent or relax. So after the calamity, the knot in her heart directly became depressed and became a heart disease. The way he teased her just now, making her cry and scream, was just a special treatment method. He let her vent her depression first. Then he used his internal energy to help her unblock her heart meridian. In this way, the heart disease that followed her for 3 years and caused her to live a life worse than death might be cured. After understanding the principle, IMO was relieved. He also said at the right time, "Close your eyes and feel my internal energy, then use your own internal energy to follow." He told her the rules of the follow-up treatment. IMO naturally would not disagree with him at this time. She tried her best to ignore the appearance of her body lying in his arms and followed his internal energy. After crossing the cliff, Yi Tianli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gong Huanyin also followed unyieldingly. She did not fall behind at all. Sure enough, when people were forced into a corner, their potential was limitless. However, after crossing the cliff, she sat down. She did not know if she was tired or scared, but her legs kept playing the pipa. She looked around. Where are the Divine Lord and the rest? Yi Tianli's eyes fell on a milky white ball enchantment not far away, and his face did not look good, probably inside. The ball was the size of a small house, and the scene inside could not be seen from the outside. Gong Huanyin struggled to stand up and ran toward the ball enchantment. "Divine Lord." As soon as she called out, she was stopped by Yi Tianli. Yi Tianli's voice was strict. "Shut up. What are you shouting for?" Gong Huanyin opened her eyes wide. "I want to see if the Divine Lord and the rest are really inside. Maybe this enchantment ball was not set by the Divine Lord. If they're not inside, we can look for them in other places. Is there even a need to look?" Yi Tianli's voice turned cold. "The immortal qi in this enchantment is not ordinary. One look, and I can tell that it was set up by the Supreme God. Naturally, they are inside." Gong Huanyin blurted out, "What are they doing inside?" Yi Tianli ignored her. Just now, he didn't see Shan Jiuli and Mo's specific appearance clearly. He only vaguely saw Mo's body curled up badly. She must have been seriously injured, and Shan Jiuli was probably healing her inside. However, it's just healing. Is there a need to set up such a barrier that isolates all external interference? And it was not transparent. Was IMO seriously injured? It shouldn't be, right? He didn't see the dark hawk attack her. Instead, it looked like she slipped down. With her martial arts, even if she slipped, she shouldn't be injured, right? Moreover, Shan Jiuli had jumped down in time to save her. What was going on? He suddenly thought of the suspicious bloodstain on Mo's back, and his heart skipped a beat. Perhaps IMO had been injured long ago, but she couldn't handle it herself. She had been holding on, so she endured until now. Otherwise, with her skills and habits, she shouldn't have let the bloodstains stay on her clothes. Gong Huanyin looked at the enchantment reluctantly. "What should we do now?" Chapter 1733. Yi Tianli sat down and only said one word, "Wait." Then he closed his eyes and meditated. If there were no accidents, there would be a tough battle later, so he had to seize every opportunity to recover his strength. Gong Huanyin did not dare to do anything else. She looked at the barrier, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through her eyes. Were the Divine Lord and the Devil Lord really inside? Did the Devil Lord change his mind? Or was the Divine Lord unwilling to give up on the Devil Lord? Could they still be together? The fire of jealousy ignited in her heart, and she lowered her eyes. When she was pulled down by IMO just now, she did want to take the opportunity to plot against IMO. Even if she made him stumble, she might be scratched by the Nether Eagle. If she was scratched by the Nether Eagle, even if she did not die, she would be half dead. However, she was timid, and before she could do anything, IMO fell down by himself. Gong Huanyin was overjoyed at that time. She was afraid that Shan Jiuli would jump down to save IMO, so she rolled to the other side. She felt that Shan Jiuli would jump down to save her first, not the other woman, given how protective he was of her. She did not expect that she miscalculated. When she fell, she saw Shan Jiuli jump to the other side. He did not have the intention to save her at all. She panicked and used all her strength to scratch desperately to stop herself from falling. She waited for Yi Tianli to come and save her. She looked gentle and elegant, but after all, she grew up in the devil realm. At this moment, Looking at the white barrier, all kinds of unbearable images flashed through her mind. Would the Devil Lord regret it? Was he fooling around with the Divine Lord now? Of course, she did not dare to say these dirty thoughts out loud, or even show them. She also sat down and tried to meditate to recover her strength. She told herself in her heart, it did not matter. She was about to reach the 8th sealed area. At that time, the Devil Lord and Yi Tianli, these two eyesores, would be left behind. She could then be alone with the Divine Lord. She had to find a way to become stronger and let the Divine Lord see her in a different light. The Divine Lord's Kung Fu was extremely powerful. She might be able to benefit greatly if she stayed by his side in the future. For example, he might personally teach her some Kung Fu or give her some elixirs that could increase her Kung Fu quickly. In a few years, she might become a real expert. At that time, she would go to Mo Palace and show those who had looked down on her. She would let them know that she, Gong Huanyin, could also turn over a new leaf one day. Moreover, she had a special ability to seduce men. As long as she could get along with the Divine Lord for a long time, she might be able to seduce him to be her subject. Then he would become her big protective umbrella, and she would be able to do whatever she wanted in the 6 realms. In that case, that Devil Master might also have misgivings towards her in the future and call her sister. The future she imagined was so beautiful that she couldn't help but smile. Time ticked by. No one knew how much time had passed, but the people inside still had no intention of coming out. The spherical barrier was still standing there, motionless. Gong Huanyin finally lost her patience. After thinking for a while, she walked towards the ball. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when his feet seemed to be gripped by something, and he could not take another step forward. Subconsciously, she looked down and screamed in fright. A white skeletal hand emerged from the dark brown ground under her feet and directly grabbed her ankle. The cold and hard feeling crawled up her calf like a poisonous tongue. Chapter 1734. Her shrill cry finally woke up Yi Tianli, who was meditating. He opened his eyes and saw that there was no movement. "Help! Help!" Gong Huanyin screamed. The pair of skeletal hands were grabbing her ankle and pulling it inwards. Half of her calf had already sunk into the ground. She wanted to use her sword to cut the skeletal hands, but she obviously lost the initiative. The hands had already pulled her into the ground, and she could not cut it. She struggled desperately and screamed desperately. At first, she screamed, "Divine Lord, save me." But when she saw that the enchantment did not move at all, she helplessly screamed, "Venerable Yi, save me." Yi Tianli sat there and looked at her coldly. Did this woman only know how to rely on men? Could she be a little more mature and rely on herself for once? The skeletal hands were dragging Gong Huanyin down bit by bit. Slowly, she had sunk to her thigh. The skeletal hands were not fast, but she could not break free. She could only watch herself sink into the ground bit by bit. How could she not be afraid? "Venerable Yi, you can't just watch. If I die here, this enchantment will not be able to seal me." Gong Huanyin finally shouted out her trump card. "That's hard to say. If you really die, I'll just go out again and find another which to replace you." I remember that there's a guard in Mo Palace called Gong Luoluo. She is also very good at martial arts. This time, she is also here. She can be the substitute. Her martial arts are not as good as mine. Gong Huanyin's face was pale. But she is much more courageous than you. Her reaction is also much better than yours. What's more, until now, I have not seen you helping the Divine Lord. You have caused a lot of trouble. Gong Huanyin opened her mouth slightly, but could not refute. While she was talking, her waist had sunk into the ground, and it had almost reached her chest. She could already feel the pressure of the soil. Gong Huanyin finally cried out in fear. "Venerable Yi, please save me. As long as you save me, I will do anything you want me to do. I am willing to go to your place as a slave." Aren't you going to the Divine Lord as a slave? Why did you abandon him and choose me so quickly? Or do you have a doppelganger technique? Yi Tianli laughed casually. Gong Huanyin choked. She gritted her teeth and said, Divine Lord promised me to arrange a good place for me. I can ask him to go to your place. I don't lack servants. Yi Tianli remained unmoved. Gong Huanyin was anxious. I can warm your bed, Pa. The white enchantment not far from her was finally broken. The divine venerable, who rarely wore a light blue robe, and the devil lord, who wore a red dress, walked out. Gong Huanyin was stunned and immediately shouted, "Supreme Divinity, save me! Supreme Divinity, save me!" Shen Juli glanced at her and then looked at Yi Tianli, who stood up. "Does Venerable Yi really lack a bed-warming maid?" Yi Tianli opened his mouth slightly and did not know how to answer. This is not. Of course, he was not interested in Gong Huanyin. He just did not like her and wanted to punish her a little. Shen Juli interrupted him. "She can't. You can choose another one when you get out." Yi Tianli was stunned. Could it be that this supreme divinity had a special taste and really wanted such a wish? Imo also raised his eyebrows and looked at Shen Juli. He did not know what Shen Juli was planning. Gong Huanyin's eyes lit up. "Supreme Divinity, please save Huanyin. Huanyin only wants to be your servant. Now that the array is not sealed, Huanyin cannot die. Huanyin can only say this to Venerable Yi for the sake of sealing the array. Huanyin does not really want to be his servant." Chapter 1735. Shen Jili ignored her. His sleeves fluttered as he walked forward. Would the Divine Lord not save her? Gong Huanyin was anxious. "Divine Lord, as long as you save me, I'm willing to do anything for you. I don't lack anything. Then I'm willing to do anything for you. I'll go through fire and water for you." Shen Jili paused his steps. "Go through fire and water? Do you know that these two things could cost you your life?" Gong Huanyin paused and then answered firmly, "As long as you need my life, you can take it away at any time. I won't complain. I won't regret it." Rumble. A series of thunder rumbled out of nowhere. The thunder was dull, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Gong Huanyin was stunned. Shen Juli said faintly, "Promises made to God will be witnessed." Gong Huanyin, Shen Juli did not turn around and only said to Yi Tianli, "You've played enough. Let her go." His sleeves fluttered and he walked forward. Yi Tianli rubbed his nose. He was the one who made the pair of skeletal hands. He just wanted to teach Gong Huanyin a lesson. He did not expect Shen Juli to see through it without even looking at it. He waved his hand and patted the ground. Gong Huanyin was finally free. She crawled out of the ground like a groundhog. She was covered in mud and soil. She glared at Yi Tianli angrily. "You're an immortal. How dare you use underhanded means to harm people?" Yi Tianli flicked his sleeves. "I just don't want you to disturb the Divine Lord and the Demon Master." Gong Huanyin, Yi Tianli did not want to talk nonsense with her. He flicked his fingernails, and a pair of skeletal hands suddenly appeared under Gong Huanyin's feet. Gong Huanyin screamed and quickly chased after Shen Juli, as if there was a ghost chasing after her. Yi Tianli could not help but feel embarrassed. He looked at Imo and asked with concern, "Imo, are you okay?" "I'm fine." "How did you fall down just now? Are you hurt?" "I slipped." Imo replied casually and smiled. "All right, stop asking so many questions. We're in a hurry. Let's go." He took the lead and walked forward. Yi Tianli had no choice but to follow. His gaze subconsciously fell on her back, and he was slightly stunned. The bloodstain on her back had disappeared, and more importantly, she had changed into a new dress. She was not wearing the same dress as before. Although the style of this one was similar to the previous one, the material and color were different, especially the texture of this one. It looked as soft as the clouds, and it floated as she walked. He had never seen such a material before, but it was obviously expensive. She had just been locked in a white enchantment with the Divine Lord and had even changed her clothes. Yi Tianli felt that it was hard for him not to think in the wrong direction. He blurted out, "Imo, was her back seriously injured just now?" Imo's footsteps paused for a moment. He only replied with a yes and added, "Don't worry, it's fine now." Yi Tianli looked at her face. Her face was still a little pale, but other than that, there was nothing wrong. Her back did not seem to be as stiff as before, as if she had completely recovered. Yi Tianli sighed softly. "Imo, you should have told me earlier that you were injured." It was difficult for her to endure such severe pain for such a long time and to fight so many fierce battles. Chapter 1736. IMO looked up at the two people walking in front of her with a complicated expression. She recalled the scenes in the wizardry barrier. After treating her heart disease, he happily let go of her hand. She jumped up and sensed her body. Then, she thanked him distantly. "Thank you very much. I will make up for this favor in the future. What do you want? As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Shun-Jili was still sitting there. He only smiled when he heard her words. "You don't have to thank me. I saved you for the sake of the big picture. Of course, it is also for Niemo." She choked and finally asked the question that was stuck in her throat. "Is Niemo my child?" "Yes." "Did you resurrect him with magic?" "Then, you raised him in the Nuarok?" "Yes." "Why? He's the son of God. Of course, I can't let him die like this. Otherwise, how can I face the Divine Lord?" "Then, why did you send me to the Carefree Island and let Ronyu save me? You are Nienma's mother, and I hurt you. It is reasonable for me to save you." IMO felt as if there was a knot in her heart. She looked at his face again. "Then, why did you come to the celestial devil continent to steal my bride?" Shun-Jili looked calm. "No matter what, you are Nienma's mother and used to be my woman. As long as I'm still alive, I will not let you marry someone else." She could not help but sneer. "So, this is the reason why you are so humble in the MO Palace. Do you think you can stop me from marrying someone else? Even if a married couple is divorced, there are many people who divorce and remarry after having child. That is why I fought for it. Nienma loves his biological mother." He kept saying that it was for Nienma, but IMO did not know why it sounded so harsh. She could not help but sneer again. "It seems that you are sincere in coming to the MO Palace to be my fiancé." "Of course. What about Luzine? Since you want to marry me again, what are you going to do with her?" If she remembered correctly, the Divine Lord and Luzine were already engaged. They had been in love for so long. "She's not in the God's Demons continent," Shun-Jili replied. Mo's anger surged. His reply was simply asking for a beating. How was it different from the arguments of some foreign businessmen? Those people had wives in their own countries and went to another country to marry another wife. Just because the two wives were not in the same country, it was not considered bigamy? What a trashy answer. "Shun-Jili, regardless of whether she is in the God's Demons continent or not, I will never agree to marry you. I already know, so I won't force you. I only hope that..." Shun-Jili seemed to have let go. "Hope for what? After all, Nienma is your biological son. You should treat him better." I don't need you to tell me that." Before she knew that the little fellow was her biological son, she had already been unable to let him go. Moreover, now that she knew, she would not let go of the child even more. Shun-Jili smiled. "That's it. In fact, I have already thought about it. You and I are both stubborn. It is not suitable for us to be husband and wife. It is better to be like this. Even if we are not husband and wife, you are still Nienma's mother. If he misses you, he can look for you. I will not stop him." It was not suitable for them to be husband and wife. Yes, it was indeed not suitable for them to be husband and wife. It used to be so, and it was even more so now. Chapter 1737. He was a god, and she was a devil. How could they be husband and wife? Fortunately, he realized it in time and thought it through thoroughly. A god was indeed a god. With tens of thousands of years of experience, he could think more clearly than a rookie like her. IMO took a deep breath and nodded. "Divine Lord, you are indeed rational. It is good that you can think this way. However, I have something to say first." "What is it?" Shun-Jili looked at her. His eyes were so deep that no one could tell what he was thinking. "I know that Luzine is your fiancée, but she is also the murderer who killed my child. Once I have the chance, I will not let her go. I will kill her." "You won't have the chance," Shun-Jili answered cruelly. "Once you enter the celestial demon continent, you can't leave. Do you think you could go back to the Tianxi continent?" Mo was speechless. After she was reborn and found out that she had become the Devil Lord, her first thought was to go back to the Tianxi continent to take revenge. However, after she explored for a while, she found that the celestial demon continent was a place where people could not leave freely. She could not even find a space door in the air. She was really desperate and decided to seal all the memories about Ning Xiuema. Now that she heard Shun Julie say it, although she knew it was true, she still felt uncomfortable. She looked at him coldly. You were not reborn in this continent. Your original body floated here in the fiery golden sea. The space door to the Tianxi continent should be there, right? Since you can come, I can go. Shun Julie looked at her. Xiuema, is revenge really so important to you? Nianma is still alive. You can still be with him for a long time in the future. Why do you want to take the risk for someone irrelevant? There's indeed a space door there, but it has been destroyed because of a mistake. Now, even I can't go back, let alone you. When he called her Xiuema, her heart trembled slightly. She looked at him with a cold gaze. You're God. You can let bygones be bygones when others kill your child. I'm a demon, and demons are vengeful. I can't do that. Although what he said was true, his intention to protect Luzine was too obvious. She couldn't help but get angry and argue with him. Shun Julie pursed his lips and lightly said, She has already received the punishment she deserves. What punishment? Imo asked. What do you think? Shun Julie raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Haven't you already punished her? Imo. The fire in her heart burned even brighter. At that time, she had indeed used cruel means to gouge out Luzine's eyes and cut off her hand. She had even stabbed her a few times in the stomach. However, she had not taken her life. With Shun Julie's medical skills, he should be able to cure her quickly. That woman might not even have a scar. Perhaps, Shun Julie had even compensated the woman by promising her a lot of conditions. When she went to the Sun Moon clan, the disciples said that Luzine was with the great emperor. She couldn't find her no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't force the woman to come out even when she threatened to kill herself. Moreover, he still didn't give her an explanation for this matter. That's right. That woman is his fiancée. She might even be married now. He should protect her. In his heart, he probably thought that after he got Nima back, the woman would be punished again because of this. That was the end of the matter. Chapter 1738. What about her? Who was going to pay for the pain she had suffered in the past? Her gaze fell on Shun Julie, who was also quietly looking at her with a gentle gaze. He sat there quietly, his light blue robe half open, revealing his snow-white inner robe. He looked a little disheveled, but he was extremely sexy. Thinking about how she was lying in his embrace just now, she couldn't tell if she was angry or something else. Shun Julie slowly said, Xiuema, if you're still unhappy, we can still get married after this. I'll make it up to you on her behalf, in your dreams. Mo's anger was about to erupt. Make it up to her? Huh? Who was he to make it up to that woman? Shun Julie lowered his eyes and said indifferently, If that's the case, then let's put this matter aside. You will make me think that you still love me. Mo's impression of him had changed because he had saved her this time, but now that she heard what he said, her anger rose again, and she was very unhappy with him. She wanted to stab him with a knife. Supreme Divinity, narcissism is an illness. You have to treat it. I've always been like this. Xiuema, it's not your first day knowing me, right? Imo sneered. Of course. She knew that he had the habit of liking the new and disliking the old. No matter how rare something was, once he had enough of it, he would throw it away like a pair of worn-out clogs. At this point, they were simply not on the same page. Imo didn't want to spend a moment with him. So she turned around to break the barrier and run out. Unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out and pulled her. His movements were as fast as lightning, and she was caught off guard, so she fell into his arms and threw herself on top of him. The familiar scent rushed into her nose again, but this time, Imo didn't feel any warmth, but only anger. She slapped him. What are you doing? This time, her slap didn't hit him, but her wrist was easily caught by him. Then, he used a little more strength and imprisoned her in his arms. Imo, I think you should seriously consider my suggestion. Let's get married. He hugged her very tightly. It was so tight that it almost hurt her waist. In your dreams. Shun Julie, you can go to hell now. Imo was so angry that he spoke without thinking. He struggled a few more times. She had just recovered from her heart disease, and her magic power had not recovered yet, so she was no match for him. Will you be sad if I die? Shinjili was still holding her in his arms. His tone was half serious and half joking. No, I will beat the gongs and drums to celebrate. Sigh, that's really sad. Shinjili sighed and finally let go of her. IMO immediately jumped away and stayed far away from him. She deeply felt that Shinjili seemed to be a little crazy today. She couldn't help but size him up again. She saw him sitting there with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were as deep and unfathomable as before, making it impossible for her to guess his true emotions. Forget it. She was too lazy to guess. This person never acted according to common sense, and she never seemed to be able to see through him. Now, she didn't want to guess at all. Your magic power hasn't recovered yet. If you go out, you will be easily eroded by the purple evil spirit here. First, sit down and rest for a while. The big picture is more important. Shinjili was serious. Amo secretly took a breath and calmed down. I know the big picture is more important. Didn't you save me just now for the big picture? Yes, Amo is very smart. You really understand. Shinjili praised her. Chapter 1739. Well, Imo is very smart. You really understand. Shinjili praised her. So, I don't have to repay you for saving me this time. No need. Shinjili was very open-minded. I didn't do it for you. He slightly looked down and then looked up again. However, I still want to ask you to do one thing for me. What is it? Since I don't owe you anything, I may not agree. After this matter, I will be in isolation for a period of time. Please take care of Nyima. Isolation? Imo already knew that this person was often in isolation, so she did not suspect anything. When she heard his request, she smiled. He's my son. Of course, I will take care of him. You don't have to ask me for this. Shinjili gently sighed. That's good. Imo looked at him and tried to hold back. She could not help but ask, how long will you be in isolation? Shinjili supported his chin with one hand and looked at her with a smile. What is the purpose of this question? Shinjili, do you think that everyone is like you? Do you think that you have a purpose for asking a question? Imo felt that today's Shinjili was very difficult to communicate with. If this is your secret, then you don't have to say it. Pretend that I didn't ask. This is hard to say. Sealing this main array consumes a lot of my magic power. I can't say for sure if I will be in isolation for a few thousand years. Imo was speechless. Thousands of years. So long. Was he serious or was he joking? She did not look well. Shinjili looked at her. His eyes were slightly gloomy, but he smiled. Imo, you won't miss me, right? Who would miss you? I am afraid that if you are in isolation for a long time, Nimmo will ask me for his biological father. If you don't come out for a long time, he might think that you are dead. Imo paused and did not want to continue. She changed the topic. When you come out, he might not recognize you. You should give me a specific date. If the child asks, I can tell him. Shinjili supported his chin and thought for a moment. 1,000 years. The promise of 1,000 years. His seclusion this time was unusually long. Imo didn't know what to feel, so he didn't say anything for a while. Shinjili looked at her with a smile. He was smiling a lot today. Imo, have you missed me a lot in these 1,000 years? If you miss me, I can come out a few years earlier. You think too much. Imo felt that his smile today was particularly dazzling, giving her the urge to scratch it off his face. She added fiercely, It's better if you go into seclusion for a few more years. My son and I can spend a few more years together. As she spoke, her magic power finally recovered. She stood up and said, All right, let's stop talking nonsense. It's more important to seal this formation as soon as possible. Shinjili looked at her from behind. There seemed to be thousands of emotions surging in his eyes, but he firmly suppressed them. Seeing that she was about to lift her sleeve to break the white barrier, he suddenly stood up and hugged her from behind. Imo was caught off guard. Her body stiffened, and she subconsciously wanted to push him away. Hey, what are you doing? This bastard took advantage of his stronger kung fu to take advantage of her frequently. She was about to use a spell to push him away, but he had automatically let go of her and took a step back. He smiled and said, It's nothing. The next time we meet again will be 1,000 years later. This is my farewell ceremony. I want you to remember me for 1,000 years because of this hug. Imo was simply angered to death by him. I will not remember you for 1,000 years. If you come out after 1,000 years, I will forget who you are. Chapter 1740. I won't remember you for 1,000 years. If you come out after 1,000 years, I'll forget who you are. Shinjuli, I have nothing to do with you anymore. It doesn't matter if I remember you or not. The one you should hug the most is your son. It's important that he remembers you. Shinjuli smiled. We're connected by blood. He won't forget me. All right, it's almost time. Let's go out. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to leave. No matter how sad he was, he didn't want her to be sad. She hated him. Even if she forgot him, it was better than living a life worse than death. Shuama, I'm sorry. I love you. I only hope that you can live well. You can live well when I'm not around. He raised his hand and broke the enchantment. Shinjuli walked in front in a light blue robe. He never looked back. Gong Huanyin was afraid that Yi Tianli would plot against her again. She followed closely behind Shinjuli. Looking at the tall god in front of her, she couldn't wait to run forward and hold his hand. When she entered the big array and couldn't see anything, she was scared. Shinjuli threw a belt to her for her to hold. When he could see his surroundings clearly, the belt burned on its own, leaving not even a piece of cloth behind. When the partners of other teams fought, they had their backs against each other. However, she didn't have to lean against him at all. She had been partners with him for a long time, but she only touched a small piece of belt that he threw over. Soon, they arrived at the 8th seal. Imo and Yi Tianli stood in their respective positions. Listen to my orders later. Don't hesitate. At this time, Shinjuli had returned to his usual appearance. His expression was indifferent and calm. I don't need your orders, Imo said. Her team and Shinjuli's communication talisman was with her. Shinjuli nodded slightly. His eyes turned to her and Yi Tianli. He paused slightly on Imo and quickly moved away. He turned around and left. Imo watched the two of them leave. He didn't know why, but he felt a little flustered. His fingers clenched tightly in his sleeves. Imo. Yi Tianli had to call her a few times before she heard him. Imo, are you not feeling well? Yi Tianli could not help but ask. Imo did not look well. Imo shook her head. She felt very comfortable right now and didn't feel any discomfort. She also knew that this was a critical moment for the seal, and she could not afford to be distracted. She took a light breath and looked at the formation eye in front of her. At this moment, the formation eye was suddenly emitting purple smoke, and the rising purple smoke pillar shot straight into the sky. Later, when Shinjuli said to start, she and Yi Tianli would each use a spell to drive the turntable under their feet. They would make the turntable turn 180 degrees to seal the place where the purple smoke was coming out. The turntable under his feet looked like it was made of bronze, and there were all sorts of symbols on it. From time to time, a faint light would shoot out and shoot into the purple smoke, causing the purple smoke to stop for a moment. Because IMO came from the other 7 formation eyes, she was very familiar with this turntable. However, this 8th one was indeed much bigger than the other 7. It was much more difficult to drive it. It really needed an expert like her to drive it. She and Yi Tianli were standing at the position of the yin and yang 8 trigrams. 1 yin and 1 yang, complementing each other. The one she was standing on was the Demon Clan spell, while the one Yi Tianli was standing on was the Immortal Clan spell. This turntable could only be driven by 1 immortal and 1 demon. Everything was exactly as Shinjuli said. Chapter 1741. This array was set up by those immortals and demons 50,000 years ago. She stood on top of it and felt an ancient aura coming from it. She was in a trance. She seemed to see a man and a woman standing opposite each other. She could not see their faces clearly. She could only vaguely see the woman smiling and saying something. Suddenly, she rushed towards the center of the array and jumped down. The man rushed forward but only managed to grab the corner of her clothes. The moment he grabbed it, the corner of her clothes turned into ashes. Imo? Yi Tianli's call brought her back to her senses. IMO shuddered and regained her senses. She looked around again. Where was the man and woman? Were her eyes playing tricks on her? Or was it the illusion of the man and woman who sealed the array here 50,000 years ago? Did you see anything just now? She asked Yi Tianli. Yi Tianli shook his head. I didn't see anything. Imo, are you feeling unwell? Your mental state is not right. I'm fine. Maybe there's something strange about this array that made me hallucinate. Imo rubbed her eyebrows. This purple smoke has a hallucinogenic effect. Try to calm down. Yi Tianli said. No matter how good a demon's cultivation method was, it was not as good as a celestial's cultivation method. At the very least, in terms of concentration, a demon was not as good as a celestial. Yi Tianli was about to teach her a cultivation method from the celestial world that could stabilize her mind. Unexpectedly, Mo lowered her eyes and made a finger gesture. Yi Tianli's eyes widened. Mo's finger gesture was very authentic. It was even better than the cultivation method from the celestial world. You, he blurted out a word. Mo looked up. What about me? Seeing him staring at her finger, she looked at it too. Her expression changed slightly. She had unknowingly used the meditation finger gesture that Shun Julie had taught her. This finger gesture was taught to her by Shun Julie when she was harassed by the little lowly in her body. Now that her memory was restored, she had unknowingly used this skill. She was a little anxious. Without batting an eyelid, she changed her Devil Clan's finger technique and said indifferently, "Listen to his command." There was a huge golden and red turntable. There were countless runes on the turntable. Not far in front of the turntable, there was a huge door made of an unknown material. The door was also very tall. Unlike the other doors, it was embedded in the ground. There seemed to be a whistling sound coming from the other side of the door, as if there was a huge beast squatting behind the door, eyeing them covetously. Fear. Extreme fear. An atmosphere of extreme fear permeated through the door, causing one's heartstrings to tremble uncontrollably. Before Gong Huanyin could reach the turntable, she was already suffocated by the fear. Her legs trembled as if she was playing a pipa. If not for Shun Julie standing in front of her like a protective umbrella, she would have collapsed. Supreme divinity, supreme divinity. Gong Huanyin's voice was trembling. She couldn't help but pull Shun Julie's sleeve. Will there be monsters here? She grabbed nothing but air. Then, she screamed as her body flew up and landed in one of the pits on the red wheel. She stood still trembling. She looked up at the supreme divinity who was standing at the junction of the golden and red turntable. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Shouldn't he be standing in the groove of the golden turntable? Why was he standing in the middle? Shun Julie looked down at her. His eyes were as deep as the sea, but there was no emotion. Chapter 1742. He was looking at her from the point of view of a god. The invisible pressure of a god made Gong Huanyin's heart tremble. She knelt down on the ground. Gong Huanyin, do you know why I chose you? Shun Julie said slowly. Why? Gong Huanyin had a bad feeling. Among the 4 guardians of Mo Palace, you're the most useless and have the worst character. I don't want someone like you to stay by her side. Gong Huanyin was speechless. Shun Julie's words were too direct. Her face turned red, but she didn't know how to reply. It's not scary to be timid, but a bad character can't be changed. I can't let any danger be by her side. Do you understand? Gong Huanyin's pretty face turned pale. I don't mean any harm. In the future, I will follow Divine Lord and listen to Divine Lord's teachings at all times. I will do whatever Divine Lord asks me to do. If Divine Lord has the intention to marry the Devil Lord, I am willing to be your servant. Shun Julie didn't care about what she said. He said lightly, I only asked you to follow me for one purpose. What? What purpose? I need a female devil as a sacrifice to open this roulette, so I chose you. Gong Huanyin's face changed. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Shun Julie didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes slightly and chanted a spell. A faint white talisman flashed from his body and flew toward Gong Huanyin. Gong Huanyin knew something was wrong. She wanted to run away, but her feet seemed to be stuck. She couldn't move at all. She watched the white talisman coming toward her. Then she felt as if something was melting beneath her feet, and she was sinking inch by inch into the groove. Hot. Extremely hot. The temperature of the place where she fell was very high. She panicked and tried to condense the water vapor under her feet, but it was useless. At most, she could only turn the boiling oil under her feet into boiling water. Seeing that half of her body had sunk in, Gong Huanyin shouted desperately, "Divine Lord, you can't treat me like this. Huanyin didn't do anything wrong. Please spare me. Gong Huanyin, you once swore that you would go through water and tread on fire for me. Now is the time for you to go through fire and water." Shun Jili finally opened his mouth and looked coldly at Gong Huanyin. No, I regret it. I don't want to die. I beg you, let me go. Gong Huanyin cried. There must be a demoness sacrificing herself in this place in order to completely seal this Zisha. Gong Huanyin, your death will not be in vain. No, why should I sacrifice myself? The other witches could do it too. Supreme Divinity, please forgive me for my loyalty to you. I'll recruit more witches for you. It's too late, Shun Jili said. No, there's still time. Huanyin can change places with Yueying. Let her be the sacrifice. Gong Huanyin started to speak without thinking. I heard that Gong Yueying saved your life 3 times. You still schemed against her? Gong Huanyin, she didn't expect this supreme divinity to know so much about her. At this time, her heart was filled with endless regret. But it was too late to regret. When her regret and fear reached the extreme, she exploded. Her eyes emitted blue light, and her body suddenly surged with layers of blue light. That was the ice crystal magic light. Chapter 1743. When her regret and fear reached the extreme, she exploded. Her eyes emitted blue light, and layers of blue light suddenly gushed out from her body. That was the ice crystal devil light. After the devil light was emitted, everything under her feet began to freeze, and layers of ice spread outwards. Her position as the Devil Clan's guardian was not obtained out of thin air. She still had some practical skills. This ice crystal devil light was her specialty, which could instantly turn the entire space into water. She wanted to use this technique to escape completely with the water escape technique. The reason why Shun Jili talked so much nonsense with her was that he was waiting for her to use this trick. When the ice spread to his feet, he suddenly flicked his finger at Gong Huanyin. Gong Huanyin screamed. Suddenly, there was nothing under her feet, and she fell into the groove. Below her was rolling lava-like things. She struggled in it for a while, popped her head out once, and then disappeared completely. There was a faint red light flashing in that direction. That was the sole light of the Devil Clan. At the same time, Shun Jili drove the turntable under his feet. At the same time, he took out the prepared voice-transmitting talisman, closed his eyes slightly, and gave the final order, start. Her heart was flustered, and she felt as if she was about to lose something, causing her heart to tighten. Almo's eyes were fixed on the voice-transmitting talisman. She did not know if she wanted him to start earlier or later. She suddenly had an idea to throw away the voice-transmitting talisman and then run to the central array to find him. But as soon as this idea rushed out, it was pushed back into her mind. If she did that, she would be crazy. She forced herself to take a deep breath, then another to stabilize her mind. Suddenly, she realized that she still had a very important question to ask him. For example, what was the grudge between them 50,000 years ago? He kept talking about what happened 50,000 years ago. It was obvious that he had recovered his memory, but she did not. This was too unfair. As soon as this idea came out, it burned in her heart like a fire. She finally found a legitimate reason to look for him. In a fit of anger, she turned around and wanted to jump down from where she was standing. Fortunately, Yi Tianli had been paying attention to her. Seeing this, he grabbed her. Mo, where are you going? Mo subconsciously said, I still have something to ask him. Yi Tianli almost rubbed his forehead. Mo, as the Supreme Divinity said, you can't come back down once you're in this place. If you have any questions for him, you can wait until the seal is complete. You'll have plenty of time to ask him. right? IMO had been hot-blooded just now, which was why he had almost disregarded the bigger picture and acted rashly. Now that he had regained his senses, he stood in place. What's wrong with me today? Shun Julie was a little crazy today, and it also made him a little crazy. Even if he wanted to go into seclusion, he would have to wait until he came out, right? If he had any questions, he could ask him after this matter was over. There was no need to rush. As soon as she stood still, the special sound transmitting talisman in her hand lit up. She steeled her heart and accepted the call. Shun Julie's calm and steady voice came from it. Begin. Everything had been agreed upon in advance. Even the position and the amount of force to be used had been clearly stated. Everything had been explained clearly. So, under Shun Julie's command, the 8 groups each started their own roulette. A strange sound came from under their feet. Everyone in the 8 groups used all their strength. Chapter 1744. IMO was no exception. She used her magical power and drove the turntable under her feet with Yi Tianli. The turntable seemed to be carrying a heavy object, and it spun slowly inch by inch. Although the 8 groups were in 8 directions, the speed of the turntable was extremely coordinated, and the 8 turntables spun at the same frequency. It was very tiring to spin. Before the turntable was half turned, Yi Tianli's forehead was sweating and his legs were sore. He looked at IMO again. She was pursing her lips all the time. Except that her face was a little pale, there was nothing wrong with her. On the main turntable in the center, Shinjili had already sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and made gestures. Countless light red lights were emitted from his body. Combined with the light blue ice crystals made by Gong Huanyan, they intertwined around the main turntable and soon formed a closed space like a lotus bud. Outside the space, there were red lotuses blooming one after another. As the turntable under his feet moved inch by inch, the gate embedded in the ground not far from the turntable slowly opened a gap. There seemed to be all kinds of cries and howls from the gap. Many light red shadows rushed out from the gate, but they directly hit the lotus bud set by Shun Julie and then attached to it, as if there was something delicious on it. They desperately sucked it, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they drilled into the bud. The gap of the gate was getting bigger and bigger, and more light red shadows flew out. In a moment, the outer circle of the lotus bud had been occupied by the light red shadows, and it was almost impossible to see the original shape. In the bud, Shun Julie's face was getting paler and paler. The lotus bud he set was condensed by his divine power and divine blood. For those red shadows, it was a delicacy that they could not throw away. Those purple fiends that were originally erupting outwards also seemed to have smelled something delicious. Suddenly, they turned back like huge dragons and rushed towards this lotus bud. The lotus bud was delicious to those red shadows, and the red shadows were delicious to the purple evil. The purple evil turned back and directly rolled the lotus bud, wanting to swallow it together. Obviously, it could not swallow it, but like those red shadows, once it bit it, it could not let go. As the golden red turntable turned 180 degrees, the door opened completely. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound between heaven and earth. The lotus bud suddenly broke away from the turntable and rolled toward the door. Naturally, Zisha also followed it and rolled away. M.O. and Yi Tianli had just turned the roulette to 180 degrees when they heard an earth-shattering sound. The space above their heads suddenly cracked open, and their bodies involuntarily bounced upwards, rushing directly towards the crack. Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. The mountain collapsed. IMO was sent flying into the sky by that inexplicable force. The force was too great, so great that she couldn't resist it. By the time she had completely stabilized her body, she was already in mid-air. The people from the other 7 groups also shot up one after another. All of them were still in shock as they looked down. Then, everyone held their breaths. The entire mountain was collapsing. All the purple specters in the 8 places where the purple specters emerged were rapidly retreating, like a whale sucking in a river. At the very center, it was also collapsing, revealing a huge hole. All the purple fiend was gathering in that huge hole and drilling into it. The giant cave was like an enormous black hole, sucking in everything around it. Purple evil, huge rocks, trees. Chapter 1745. Those things flew in crazily and then disappeared. Everything rolled into the black hole. It was a spectacular scene. The original mountain peak had disappeared, and the original landscape had undergone an earth-shattering change, causing everyone present to be dumbfounded. The purple haze that was spreading outside quickly disappeared, and the sky slowly became clear again. Mo stood there. After she glanced down, her eyes started to wander around. Her eyes quickly scanned the people around her, and then her heart sank inch by inch. Shwet Elon, Heaven's Sovereign, the 4 guardians of the demon clan, the state preceptor of the human realm, Yi Qianli, the celestial generals, everyone from the 8 sealed groups had ascended. Not a single one of them was missing. But what about Shun Juli? What about Gong Huanyan? Why didn't his group come up? Why didn't he come up? The collapsed ground was where he was. Could it be that he didn't have time to escape? Was he sucked into the black hole? Impossible. They were all involuntarily ejected. It didn't make sense that he wasn't ejected too. His martial arts were so high. It was impossible that he didn't have any way to defend himself. If they could come out, it didn't make sense that he couldn't. Or maybe he came out early and didn't want to see her again. So he left early? What about Gong Huanyan? Did he leave with her too? This didn't seem like his style. Her gaze anxiously swept across everyone's faces. Not a single one of the people from the 3 realms who had rushed over to save the situation had left. Everyone stood in the air, looking at the collapsed ground, watching this rare spectacle. Everyone was here except for him, and Gong Huanyan Momo. Shuilan looked for Imo first. He glanced down and fixed his eyes on her. Then he rushed over. Are you okay? You don't look good. Shwet Ilan, did you see the divine, supreme divinity come up? Imo asked immediately. Shwet Ilan shook his head. No, I came up later than you. The 8 groups of people were ejected one after another. It seemed that Mo's group was the first to be ejected. Demon Lord, your group is the first to arrive, a minor immortal beside him replied. Mo's gaze immediately landed on Xiao Xian. You've been watching all this time? Yes, Demon Lord. Ever since you entered, we have been guarding the perimeter. The Supreme Divinity has ordered that before this place is sealed, not even a fly can be let out. Then did you see the Divine Lord's group come up? The Immortal shook his head and replied straightforwardly, No, Demon Master. This Immortal said that your group was the first to arrive. Hidden in his sleeves, Mo clenched his fists. He thought to himself, perhaps the Xiao Xian skills are too shallow, so she didn't notice it. Thus, she continued to ask a few more people, those from the celestial realm, those from the devil realm, those from the demon realm. In the end, she had asked all the people who had been guarding outside, but none of them had seen Shun Juli come out. Mo's heart grew heavier and heavier, but his legs grew weaker and weaker. Shuilan had been by her side the whole time. He seemed to be saying something to her, but she didn't hear anything. There were only a few scenes in his mind. Will you be sad if I die? No, I will celebrate with gongs and drums. After this is over, I will be in isolation for a period of time. I will need you to take care of Nyema. This is hard to say. Sealing this main array will consume a lot of my power. I can't say for sure if I will be in isolation for a few thousand years. Chapter 1746. Mo, you won't miss me, right? It's nothing. The next time we meet, it will be 1,000 years later. This is my farewell ceremony. I want you to remember me for 1,000 years because of this hug. She stared at the big black hole that was still swallowing everything. A thought came to her mind. Did he pay the price of his life for this seal? Is he dead? Farewell ceremony. That was his farewell ceremony. He left just like that. When this thought came to her mind, her heart fell into an abyss. She couldn't help but put her hand on her chest. At that moment, it was as if the pain came again. There was a sweet taste in her throat, as if his blood was surging in her throat. How could she not know that when her heart was at its most painful, he was stuffing his finger in her mouth, and she was sucking his blood, when he waved his hand to break the wizardry barrier, She saw with her own eyes the deep teeth marks on his finger. She felt hot and cold at the same time. Her head was also dizzy. Since she regained her memory, she knew that she still hated him. She hated him for locking her up because of Wu Mo. She hated him for indiscriminately giving her a slap. She hated him for taking another woman away and leaving her behind. She hated him for always protecting that woman and letting her experience the tribulation and turn into ashes. Layers upon layers of hatred piled up and formed a knot in her heart that wouldn't go away. While she hated him, she also sadly found out that she still loved him. She never knew that there would be a day when she would love someone to this extent. Even if her heart was filled with hatred, she still cared about him. Especially when he hugged her in his arms. She was still shamelessly greedy for his smell and the warmth of his embrace. However, with the accumulation of hatred, she couldn't say anything to admit defeat. She said those words to him, not to hurt him, but to remind herself Shui Yilan had been following her. He saw her staring at the black hole with a pale face. He couldn't help but worry. Momo, he's dead, isn't he? Imo suddenly asked softly. Shui Yilan choked. He also looked at the black hole. In such a situation, even Shun Julie might not be able to escape, right? But that person was a god. How could he die? Momo, he might not be dead. He's a god. Then why didn't he come up? Everyone else has already come up. Why isn't he coming up? Amo seemed to be asking him, but at the same time, it also seemed like he was asking himself. Shui Yilan couldn't answer her question. Amo's expression was so empty that Shui Yilan had a bad premonition. He reached out to pull her. Momo, Amo's bright red figure was already falling into the black hole like a meteor. She only left one sentence in the air. I'm going down to take a look. Momo. Shui Yilan's complexion changed greatly. He shouted and subconsciously chased after him. Momo, danger, come back. The black hole had the power to swallow everything. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying suction force of the black hole. If IMO rushed down, she might not be able to come up. However, how could Shui Yilan's speed compare to Amo's? He watched as her body fell into the black hole along with the rolling boulders and trees. He didn't even catch a corner of her clothes. Chapter 1747. His blood rushed to his head, and he wanted to jump down as well. However, he was held back by his subordinates. Your Majesty, you can't. Shui Yilan had used up a lot of demonic energy to activate the seal. His body was held back by his 4 subordinates, and he could not rush down. More demons surrounded him. These people pulled at his arms and legs, desperately trying to drag him away from this terrifying area. What a joke. It wasn't easy for their demon emperor to come back. It wasn't easy for the demon race to have some good days. How could the demon race allow anything to happen to their demon emperor? Jumping in, there was simply courting death. As for the demon race's subordinates, they naturally did not want their demon lord to jump in. However, Amo's movements were too fast. Furthermore, the demon race had contributed a lot this time. 4 male and 4 female demon protectors had all moved out. Now they were half dead. By the time they reacted and wanted to chase after him, Amo's figure had already disappeared into the black hole. The supreme god did not come up, and the demon lord suddenly rushed down. Everyone was stunned. Even the Sky Emperor had a complicated expression. The other people in the celestial realm also looked at each other. Yi Qianli wanted to go down and take a look, but was held back by the Sky Emperor. You can't go to that place. Why? That is the reincarnation death ground. No one can come out after going in. The Sky Emperor was quite knowledgeable. He stood there for a moment and saw the clues. Yi Qianli's expression changed. Then what about the Supreme God and the Demon Lord? Could it be that they cannot come up? The Sky Emperor looked down and sighed softly. I only hope that they can be blessed. Shui Yilan also heard the Sky Emperor's word from afar. His face was pale as he looked down. His heart seemed to be rolling like the waves of the sea. 3 lives. After 3 lives, no matter who she was reborn as, she still loved Shun Julie. Shui Yimo was also like this. In order to resurrect Shun Julie, she was willing to commit suicide in a different world, suffering the torment of a heavenly calamity star for all eternity. It was even more so for Ning Xiuma. Even though he had imprisoned her for 10 years, he still couldn't win her heart. The one she liked and loved was still Shun Juli. Her happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy had always been related to Shun Juli. IMO still loved Shun Juli. Before they entered the purple demon array, he had seen her stare blankly in the direction of Shun Juli a few times when they were roasting game below. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself, or perhaps she hid her emotions very well, but how could Shui Ilan, who had been paying attention to her, not notice it? She was the person he loved with his life, but her happiness and anger had nothing to do with him. At most, she treated him as a friend. No matter how much effort he put in, it would still be the same. He stood in the air in a daze. The demons around him were eyeing him covetously, ready to pounce on him at any time. Shui Ilan's heart was filled with sorrow, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Momo, even if she died, she probably wouldn't want me to accompany her, right? The people around him suddenly shouted in a low voice, "The black hole is gone." Shui Ilan's heart sank. He looked down and saw that the black hole had indeed disappeared. The flying dust below almost covered the sky. When the dust settled, the black hole was indeed gone, and an extremely tall mountain appeared in its place. The mountain was tall and majestic, and it was actually no different from before. The tall trees on the mountain peak covered the sky. Chapter 1748. The mountain peak was towering and looked exactly the same as before. The tall trees on the mountain peak covered the sky and the sun. Apes and birds were chirping. It was a peaceful atmosphere. It was as if the landslide was just a nightmare. When they woke up from the nightmare, everything would be back to normal. Everyone stood in the sky, stunned. After the dust settled, some of the bolder ones couldn't help but fly down to check. Shui Ilan also staggered and flew down. After a long while, he leaned against a big tree with a pale face. The place where he and IMO roasted game was still there. He could even find a few pieces of burned wood and the skin of the rabbit, but the purple smoke had disappeared. The array that was once exposed also disappeared. Of course, the entrance of the array was also gone. The original entrance was a big rock as high as a small hill. Shui Ilan didn't give up. He summoned all of his subordinates to move the boulder away. After these demons used all of their strength to move the boulder away with great difficulty, what appeared in front of them was not the entrance, but yet another boulder. He moved several big rocks in succession, but found that the inside was solid. It looked like the soil and stones hadn't been moved for thousands of years. Obviously, there was no entrance here. Or it could be said that the original entrance to the formation was simply an illusion and did not truly exist in this mountain. Momo. Shui Ilan lost all his strength. He slowly sat down and leaned against a big rock. He couldn't get up anymore. Momo, you don't even want your own child for that person? The power of the purple evil spirit was extremely amazing. The rolling purple evil spirit wrapped everything that could be wrapped into a tornado and flew into the big hole. As soon as IMO got close to the big hole, she was directly swept into the purple evil tornado. Broken trees, thousands of tons of big rocks. They all rotated around her with the purple evil spirit. The purple evil spirit seemed to have the power to destroy everything. Those big trees, big rocks, and other things turned into dust after rolling in the purple evil tornado for a while. If IMO didn't have a protective enchantment around her, she would have been melted by the purple evil spirit. The current Zisha was different from the Zisha when she first entered the formation. The previous Zisha's destructive power was not so great. But now, this Zisha destroyed everything it saw. IMO had no doubt that even if a big iron lump was involved, it would also be destroyed by this Zisha. He was directly reduced to ashes. She didn't turn into ashes. At the very least, she was still whole. Even her clothes weren't torn. But she felt pain. He felt a burning pain all over his body. More importantly, she felt a repulsive force in it. Everything else was involuntarily flying inwards, but she felt her body being forcefully pushed outwards, as if it wanted to send her back to the outside world. The fierce wind blew around her, but she used all her strength to move forward into the depths of the black hole. She wanted to go in and take a look. She must go in and take a look. Shinjuli, if you don't come out, I'll come in. I want to see what you're up to. Even if you're dead, I still have to find your corpse. If he was alive, he wanted to see the person. If he was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. I don't want to spend the rest of my life hugging this stuffy gourd. I don't want to wait 1,000 years just to see if you're dead or alive. I want to know if you're alive or dead. She didn't know when the tears flowed out, but they were burned dry by the wind in an instant. Chapter 1749. She pursed her lips tightly and no longer thought about who had wronged who in the past. There was only one thought in her mind. She wanted to see him, even if it meant seeing a corpse. She was like a boat going against the current in this purple smoke, and it was extremely difficult to move forward. It was dark in front of her, and she couldn't see anything clearly. It was as if she was leading to hell. If she was a little timid, she would have to desperately turn back, even if it was smooth sailing, not to mention the difficulty of moving forward. Fortunately, her skills were not bad, and she had a kind of courage to fight. As long as she made up her mind, even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of her, she would rush forward without blinking. She didn't know how long she had been moving forward. Perhaps it wasn't very long, but in the heart of an impatient person, 1 second was like a century. Bang! She didn't know what she had bumped into, but she was a little dizzy and her forehead was almost bulging, since she had followed the purple evil spirit to the depths of the underground. Because the things that were wrapped in it had been melted by the purple evil spirit, she hadn't encountered anything other than the whistling wind around her. Now that she had suddenly bumped into this, she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. However, she touched something slippery. That thing squeaked when she touched it, giving her a fright. She was the Devil Master, so her skills were naturally not small. Even in the dark space, she could see things as if she was wearing night vision goggles. She glanced at that thing, and then she had goosebumps. It was a ghost with a physical body. Its physical body was not flesh, but condensed by dark purple gas. It was like water, and the cold air penetrated directly into people's bones. The ghost's mouth was tightly biting the thing in front of it, and it looked like it wouldn't let go even if it died. There were countless ghosts attached to the thing that was bitten, so people couldn't see the specific appearance of this thing. She could only faintly feel that this thing seemed to be slowly rolling forward. The ghosts squeaked, but they were unwilling to let go. IMO smelled a familiar smell from that thing, and her heart beat wildly. She didn't care about anything else, and she grabbed a few ghosts and pulled with all her might. Finally, they were pulled away from the thing. Those ghosts were naturally unconvinced. They turned around and turned to bite her. IMO narrowed her eyes. She was the Devil Master, and these ghosts still wanted to bite her. Mo's hand trembled, and a red light flashed, turning the spirits into nothingness. Because there were a few ghosts missing, Mo squeezed in before the other ghosts rushed over to fill the gap. Then she finally saw him. The moment she saw him clearly, her head buzzed. His blood rushed to his head. He sat upright inside like a Buddha, his hands forming a seal. Drops of blood appeared on his fingertips, condensing into a line of blood that flew directly above his head. And there, the heavenly path sword was floating and spinning in circles, forming the shape of a lotus. It shone brightly, but this lotus was blood red, and it was the kind that bloomed and withered. As the saying goes, flowers bloom in an instant, flowers fall in an instant. Blood-red petals floated down from above and danced around his body, forming a flower canopy. It looked both strange and beautiful. Around the flower canopy, there were 8 strange-looking purple monsters. These monsters looked indescribably strange. Although they had noses and eyes, they were not where they should be. For example, some had noses above their eyes, and some had a claw sticking out of their mouths, holding an eyeball and turning it around. Chapter 1750. It was simply a replica of the alien monsters in the sci-fi horror movies she had seen in her previous life. Or rather, it was even more disgusting and surprising than those monsters. There were 8 of these monsters, and they surrounded the flower barrier in 8 directions. Their long fangs pierced the flower barrier, and they tore and bit the flower barrier crazily. Blood seeped out from Shun Julie's fluttering blue clothes, but he remained motionless like a mountain. His fingers moved even faster and faster. The 8 evils of chaos. Amo didn't know why, but these 4 words flashed through her mind. Her eyes stared at Shun Julie's body. She knew that those petals were transformed from his divine blood, and the 8 monsters were actually gnawing on his flesh. His face was already as pale as a sheet of paper, but the expression on his face was cold and indifferent. It was just like what she had often seen, high and mighty, untainted by even a speck of dust. A true god, as if he was not going to die, but just an ordinary meditation. When she was still an ordinary person, she felt that Shun Julie was like a god in the 9 levels of heaven. He was immortal, emotionless, and desireless. She wanted to tear him down from his pedestal. It turned out that he was really a god, and an ancient one at that, the only god in the world. But she was a demon, an ancient demon. Even she herself couldn't remember the origin of the demon. She was a demon, but she was different from ordinary demons. She was the only demon in the world who could go against him. To think that 2 completely unrelated people would actually have such a deep relationship and actually fall in love with each other. This was truly a miracle. Amo looked at him from the outside. Just by looking at him like this, her restless heart strangely calmed down. Her eyes fell on the monsters. The 8 evils of chaos, formed by countless evil thoughts and resentment when heaven and earth were first formed. They liked to eat demon blood and were immortal. They could be sealed with demon blood. When they sensed that heaven and earth were not in harmony, they would come into being and control the purple evil to destroy heaven and earth. They could eat everything in the world. When the purple evil appeared, heaven and earth would end. Emo clutched the lotus-like enchantment tightly and stared at him who was meditating inside the enchantment. Inexplicable words emerged endlessly in her mind. She didn't know where these words came from. They seemed to have been engraved in her mind a long time ago, but they had been sealed away by the vicissitudes of time and now floated out again. If this was true, then she should be the one being devoured by the 8 evils of chaos. Not him. The lotus bud enchantment was moving slowly. Following the direction of the movement, she saw the open door. Was he sitting here waiting for the 8 vicious beasts to eat him clean and then roll into this door to seal the 8 vicious beasts again? It turned out that this was Z Shah's Tao of sealing. The Z Shah was still desperately circling around the lotus bud. Because of the dead souls on the lotus bud, once the Z Shah bit the lotus bud, it wouldn't be able to escape. After Shun Julie sealed the 8 evil beasts in the lotus bud, he would use all his divine power to purify the Z Shah outside. Amo placed his hand on the barrier of the lotus bud and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Shun Julie, let me in." She said these words with her magic power, which could penetrate everything with or without substance. Shun Julie, who was meditating inside, seemed to be shocked by an electric shock. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in her direction. When he saw her pretty face close to the lotus bud, his face changed greatly. "What are you doing here? Get out. Let me in." Amo only said these words.